Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Bienvenue au Conseil municipal pour la Ville d'Ottawa pour le 13 octobre. Welcome to Ottawa City Council meeting for the 13th of October, 2021. This meeting will be held through electronic participation in accordance with Section 230A of the Municipal Act as amended by the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Act 2020. For those who are able to, please rise for a moment of personal reflection. Thank you, everyone. Merci. Councillor Hubley has asked for a moment of time. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me this privilege to make a statement today to my colleagues. 10 years ago today, at our council meeting, the A.Y. Jackson Glee Club sang "O Canada" for us at the beginning of council. A founding member of the Glee Club and singing his heart out for us that day was my boy, Jamie. 2 days later, he became an angel when we lost him to mental health challenges brought on by relentless bullying, both online and in person. I want to take this opportunity today, as I recall what my family has lost, to thank the citizens of Ottawa for their support and their efforts in addressing bullying. And in particular, I'd like to thank the Youth Services Bureau of Ottawa, the organization Proud to be Me, and CHEO for their efforts to help kids struggling today, as Jamie did. Finally, Mr. Mayor, I want to thank those who have sat at this table over the years for their support in this effort. My good friend, Councillor Tierney, has been by my side since that day, and our two families have worked on multiple initiatives to help youth in this city. We've tried our best, and I also want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for convincing me at that time to come back to work after the unbearable loss of my boy. You told me each of us here have an opportunity to help people in our communities. And you've proven that to me over and over again, how much we can make a difference. So thank you, Council, for listening today, and please help end bullying in your communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And I remember very fondly that wonderful rendition of O Canada from the Glee Club, just standing over to our right here. So thank you for sharing your memories with your beautiful son. Thank you. Madam Deputy Clerk, roll call, please.
Councillor Luloff.
Present.
Councillor Dudas. Councillor Harder.
Here.
Councillor Oshantiri.
Present.
I believe that's might be Councillor Dudas on the phone. Councillor Dudas. Councillor Oshantiri.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Gower.
EC.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Here.
Councillor Shirley.
Here.
Councillor Eglai.
Here.
Councillor Deans.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor Fleury.
Bonjour.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor McKenney.
Present.
Councillor Leeper.
Here.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Cloutier.
Present.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor Derouse.
Here.
Councillor Moffat.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Hubley.
Here.
Mayor Watson.
EC.
You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Confirmation of minutes, adoption de procès verbaux pour le 22 septembre 2021. Carried.
Carried.
Déclaration de conflit d'intérêt. Communications as presented. Regrets, no regrets were filed. Motion to introduce reports, motion portant présentation de rapport, Conseil Fleury, appuyé par Conseil Kavanaugh, s'il vous plaît.
Que le rapport numéro 25 du Comité de l'agriculture et des affaires rurales, que le rapport numéro 12 du Comité de la vérification, rapport numéro 18 du Comité permanent de la protection de l'environnement, de l'eau et de la gestion des déchets, le rapport numéro 29 du Comité des finances et du développement économique, les rapports numéro 49 et 50 du Comité de l'urbanisme, le rapport numéro 2 conjoint du Comité de l'urbanisme et du Comité des services communautaires et de la protection, le rapport numéro 13 de la Commission du transport en commun, le rapport numéro 22 du Comité des transports et les rapports du Bureau du greffier municipal intitulés « Déclaration d'une charge vacante au Conseil municipal quartier 4, Canada North » et résumé des observations orales et écrites du public sur les questions assujetties aux exigences d'explication au terme de la loi sur l'aménagement du territoire à la réunion du Conseil le 22 septembre 2021 soit reçu et examiné.
See, adopté, carried. We'll go through the consent agenda. Reports, rapport, Bureau du greffier municipal, Ward 4, Canada North vacancy options, déclaration d'une charge vacante de conseil municipal. We have an amendment to that, so we'll come back to it. Committee reports, Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee report number 25, rapport numéro 25. Item 2, zoning bylaw amendment 7731 Fernbank Road. There's a technical amendment. If do people want to have a lengthy debate on this, or are you okay with us dealing with it now, or would you like us to come back? Councilor Meehan, you want us to come back? Is your hands up? No? Oh, sorry. Okay, so why don't we then ask Councilor Moffat to introduce the technical amendment, please. These are the reasons why, I believe, Councilor.
Yeah, that's right. So staff recommended approval and committee reversed that to recommend refusal. So these are the reasons for refusal of the application. So whereas Agricultural Affairs Committee has recommended that the application for rezoning in respect of 7731 Fernbank Road be refused, and whereas Council is required to specify the reasons for refusal of a zoning application, therefore be it resolved, Council adopt the following as the reasons for this refusal for rezoning application in respect of 7731 Fernbank Road. 1, staff conducted mineral aggregate resources study for OPA 150 in 2013. And that study noted that the total estimated current potential sand and gravel resources supply in the city is 193 million tons. This volume includes lands currently licensed or designated for sand and gravel resources, but does not include resources below the estimated water table. 193 million tons represents approximately a 64-year supply based on current consumption rates. Given the goal of establishing a realistic supply of aggregate resources at about 3 planning horizons or 60 years, no additional sand and gravel resources are recommended to be added to the plan at this time. 2, staff are not recommending any additional bedrock or sand and gravel resource overlay in the upcoming new official plan. 3, the City of Ottawa has in total an estimate of 4,000 hectares of lands already licensed as pits and quarries in the city, including 1,500 acres just in the immediate vicinity of this one application. 4, the estimated traffic count for the proposed site was noted at worst case scenario to be approximately 450 heavy trucks per day based on a 12-hour workday. 5, the residents in the area are concerned with the proposed hours of operation, increased heavy traffic at the site, and the potential for dust, noise, and odor pollution interfering with the surrounding environment and the enjoyment of their homes. And 6, once zoned for sand and gravel extraction, the potential exists for the proponent to more easily transition the land use into an actual core use. And 7, the Aggregate Resources Act, Section 12.11 permits the minister to issue a license to such operation only if a zoning bylaw allows the site to be used for making, establishment, or operation of pits and quarries. So the site is currently zoned general rural countryside. The land, vast land around it, like I said, 1,500 acres, is zoned either mineral extraction, mineral reserve. So this was, to me, and to committee, this was felt as an excessive use in that area.
Okay, thank you. So on the amendment by Councilors Moffat and Gower. Carried.
Carried.
As amended.
Carried.
Carried. Okay, thank you. Next is Audit Committee Report number 12, rapport numéro 12 de Comité de la Vérification. Item 3, Quality Assurance Review Report. Received.
Received.
Item 4, Office of the Auditor General, Report on the Fleet Services Audit. Carried.
Carried.
Item 5, Office of the Auditor General, Semi-Annual Report on Follow-Up Procedures. Received.
Received.
Next is Standing Committee on Environmental Protection, Water and Waste Management, Report number 18, rapport numéro 18 du Comité de permanent de la protection de l'environnement. Item 6, 2020 Drinking Water Quality Management System Report. Once again, I think for the last 9 years, we have the highest quality standard water in all of Ontario, which is something we should be very proud of. On the report to receive it.
Received.
Item 7, motion request for Government of Ontario to develop and implement a plan to phase out gas-fired electricity generation and call for consideration of alternative sources of energy.
Carried.
Dissent.
Sent by Councillor Meehan. Finance and Economic
And
Development.
Harder.
And the rules.
Harder and DeRuz, okay?
And you believe, please.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question. Can we hold the item?
Okay, hold it, just a moment. All right, next is Finance and Economic Development Committee, report number 29, rapport numéro 29 du Comité des finances et de développement économique, Small Business Property Tax Subclass. I'll just offer a quick comment on that. A thank you, as I said at FEDCO, thank you very much to Joseph and Wendy and the entire finance team. What got lost a little bit in this tax break proposal for small businesses is it's really being put forward because of the pandemic and the hit that so many small businesses took. And we gave a couple of examples of how this would benefit. It's not huge dollars, but to a small business, it can be a make or break situation. So a food store in Manotick will see a decrease of $265 over the 2-year period. A restaurant on Richmond Road will see a decrease of $3,300. Small bicycle shop on St. Joseph, $1,600. A small trailer shop on Stittsville Main Street, $3,500. So we have very few tools in our kit, as you know, to help businesses directly, but this is a way that the province brought legislation forward, and we thank them for that. And this allows us to see a 7.5% cut in about 10,000 businesses next year, and another 7.5% the following year, and that's a permanent tax reduction. So I thank colleagues for your consideration, and on the motion, carried. Adopted. Merci. Next is item 9, social procurement, economic recovery efforts. This was something I know Councillor Kavanaugh and King have been very interested in. On the report is presented. Carried. Updated. Item 10, motion, light rail transit. We have a direction to staff, so we'll come back to that. Planning Committee report number 49, rapport numéro 49 de Comité de l'Urbanisme, zoning bylaw amendment, part of 2065 Portobello Boulevard. Carried.
Carried.
City 12. Sorry, did someone dissent on that one? No. Item 12, city priorities for community benefits at LeBreton Flats and funding approaches for our city-owned facilities. Carried.
Carried.
Item 13, official plan and zoning bylaw amendments 1 and 19, Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway. We have a deferral motion. We'll come back to that. Item 14, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment 2 Robinson Avenue and 320 Lees Avenue. Councillor Fleury and King have amendments. Do you wish this to be held, Councillor Fleury or King, or anyone else? Councillor Fleury?
No, Mr. Mayor, I just have the technical motion stemming from committee discussion.
All right, so if it's a technical motion, we'll do that now if you want to introduce that.
Kaylin, I wonder if it could, Carol. So yeah, whereas council whereas the council of the city of Ottawa has declared a housing emergency, and whereas the application in respect to 2 Robinson Street and 320 Lees Avenue represents the development of a key TOD site where the provision of affordable housing units is particularly appropriate, and whereas the applicant has represented the Planning Committee on September 23rd, 2021, and further correspondence with myself that they are prepared to provide for affordable housing units. And whereas the applicant has also stated it is willing to explore the provision of affordable family units, and whereas the applicant has described an intent to pursue CMHC funding for one of the 4 towers being planned, which would provide approximately 25% of the units to be affordable. Therefore, be it resolved that planning staff be directed that through the completion of the development application process in respect of 2 Robinson and 320 Lees Avenue, that provisions in the development agreement be sought that would secure the commitments made by the applicant to the city with respect to the provisions of affordable units, and therefore be it further resolved that where affordable housing is provided through the development application process, staff shall seek to include family-oriented units within the development agreement.
Okay, now I see Councillor Gower has his hand up. Is it going to be a lengthy discussion? Should we hold this, Councillor Gower?
I think we should hold this. I think this goes beyond a little bit of technical, and I'd like to get some clarity from staff on the implications of this, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll hold that then. Next is official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment 63001 and 6475 Campo Drive, modification de plan officiel et de règlement de zonage 63101 et 6475 de promenade Campo. Carried.
Carried.
16, official plan amendment 861 Clyde Avenue, modification de plan officiel et modification de règlement de zonage 861 Avenue Clyde. Carried.
Carried.
Zoning bylaw amendment 1330 Carling and 815 Archibald Street, modification de règlement de zonage 1330 Avenue Carling et 815 Rue Archibald. Carried.
Carried.
Item 18, application to alter 65 Stewart Street, a property designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Demande de modification de 65 Rue Stewart. Carried.
Carried.
All right, I dissent on the item. Councillor Fleury.
Councillor Fleury. Item 19, zoning bylaw amendment 65 Stewart Street. Carried.
Carried.
Planning Committee report number 50, rapport numéro 50, Comité de l'urbanisme. This is on the Civic Hospital, so we'll come back to that. There's a couple of motions. Joint Committee of Planning and Community and Protective Services Committee, report number 2, rapport numéro 2 de la réunion conjointe du Comité de l'urbanisme et du Comité des services communautaires et de protection. City of Ottawa, item 21, City of Ottawa Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan final draft. There are some motions on that. The Fleury Moffat, is that more of a technical amendment, or should we hold it?
Correct, Mr. Mayor. It was presented at committee, and there's a typo on the item, so we carried it. I corrected it, and I apologize to the member for the mistakes in that motion.
So it says include the following additional strategy document D that the city recommit to prioritizing the developments of city-owned and city-run gymnasiums as opportunities arise, improve provision levels. On the motion, carried. Adopted.
Carried.
On the report as amended, carried.
Carried.
Right. Excuse me. Transit Committee Commission report number 13, rapport numéro 13 de la Commission de Transport en Commun. Item 22, Transit Operating Capital Budget Q2 Status Report. Adopted.
Carried.
Carried. Transportation Committee report number 22, Automated Speed Enforcement and School Bus Camera at Pilot Zones. There's a motion by Councillor Hubley and Dean, so we'll come back to that. Bulk consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove anything from the bulk consent agenda?
Yes, Mayor. Item F, it's the signs bylaw.
We'll come back to that. Anything else on the bulk consent agenda? On the bulk consent agenda, minus item F. Carried. Adopted.
Carried.
Okay, so we're going to go back to the first held item, which is Ward 4 Canada North vacancy options. Déclaration d'une charge vacante au Conseil municipal, Quartier 4. Councillor Leeper, seconded by Councillor Kitts, has a replacement motion for item number 2. Councillor Leeper, if you'd like to introduce it, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor and colleagues. I think we've all been hearing from residents of Canada who consider that it is important to get a replacement councillor as quickly as possible. We all know that we are going into the budget season, and it will be important for Canada residents, Canada North residents, to have a representative at the table of that. And I don't want to underestimate the importance of the Canada Links appeal that is currently underway, and for having an effective representative who is able to deal with the fallout of that appeal when it comes. The Municipal Act gives us 2 options for filling a vacancy, recognizing that the circumstances for filling those vacancies may change throughout the term. And given the length of time that is left in this term of council, my confidence that an appointment process will find somebody who is able to step into the role and begin working on behalf of the residents of Canada North effectively and quickly. I do want to bring an alternative to the staff recommendation, and I'll ask the clerk to put that motion on the table, please. Or on the screen, sorry. Whereas Councillor Jenna Sudds was elected to be the Member of Parliament for the riding of Kanata Carleton on September 20th, 2021, and whereas on September 23rd, 2021, Ms. Sudds provided the City Clerk with written notice of her resignation as City Councillor of Ward 4, Canada North, effective immediately pursuant to subsection 261 of the Municipal Act 2001, and whereas City Council has approved recommendation 1 of the report from the Office of the City Clerk entitled Vacancy Options, Ward 4, Canada North, officially declaring the office of Councillor Ward 4 Canada North to be vacant as required by Section 262 of the Municipal Act 2001, and whereas Section 263 of the Municipal Act 2001 requires City Council to select one of 2 options to fill a vacancy, namely by appointing a new member or passing a bylaw to hold a by-election within 60 days of declaring the vacancy, and whereas given the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and given the higher cost of holding a pandemic by-election and given the short period of time available between the recommended by-election date, January 24th, 2022, and the candidate nomination period, which opens May 2nd, 2022 for the 2022 municipal elections, City Council has determined that it is in the best interest of the residents of Ward 4 Canada North to approve the appointment process as described in the staff report and as outlined in document 4 to appoint a candidate to fill the vacancy in Ward 4 Canada North as soon as possible, which will allow the residents of Canada North to have full representation during the 2022 budget and a variety of issues in Ward 4. Therefore, be it resolved, the council approve the following as a replacement for recommendation 2 in the report from the Office of the City Clerk entitled Vacancy Options Ward 4 Canada North. 2, that City Council approve the appointment process as described in the report and as attached to document 4 to fill the vacancy in the Office of Councillor Ward 4 Canada North at a special council meeting on November 10th, 2021. Mayor, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. That's seconded by Councillor Kitts. So colleagues, what we have to do is vote on number 1 because we need to declare the seat vacant. And then we have vote or debate on the replacement motion moved just now by Councillor Leeper and seconded by Councillor Kitts. So I don't think there's much debate on item 1. We have to declare the seat vacant on item 1. Carried?
Carried.
Item 2, any questions or comments to staff or to the mover of the motion? Councillor El-Shantiri, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And a question to the clerk, Mr. O'Connor. So, Mr. O'Connor, if we approve Councillor Leeper and Kitts' motion, will that take us to another process? Can you tell us what will that be?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that would take you to the recommendation that we had originally with regards to document 4, which set out about a 30-day process or so for the appointment process. So we're supportive, quite frankly, of the motion.
And appointment process, who can give us a little bit more detail? How would that take place? So there's applicant will apply for the job and then will be job interview. Can you just a little bit for the public to know what process we have or what will be entitled?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, what I'm going to do is perhaps members can tell I've contacted my seasonal allergy with regards to laryngitis. So I'm going to have the manager of elections, Michelle Rochette, give you a brief overview of this. Thank you.
Good morning, Councillor. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Yes, document 4 outlines the process that we would follow. And the first step would be the clerk would advertise the vacancy, and that would start to occur on October 18th based on our process. At that time, the clerk will establish a 5-day application period where applicants will file their applications at the elections office by appointment. And that period will go from October 25th to October 29th inclusively. At that time, the city clerk will then prepare a report that will be provided to council on the following Friday, which is my master's early November 5th, sorry, I'm just looking. And at which time then that would be, there would be a special council meeting following the regular council meeting on November 10th, where the applicants would have an opportunity to provide a presentation of 5 minutes to members of council. And then each member of council would have the opportunity to ask one question at that time of the applicant. So that would be the overview of the process.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Elgin. Councillor Luloff, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you very much. Have we established any caretaker for the ward between now and that appointment date? Mr. Clerk, you're on mute.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, Mr. Mayor, both Councillors Kavanaugh and Councillor Hughley have generously agreed to take over those types of duties.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate my two colleagues stepping up in the interim. Really appreciate that. Can you give us a cost comparison between what it would cost to hold a by-election and what this appointment process will cost?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, by-election, we've estimated around $550,000 because we're still in sort of those COVID areas. And quite frankly, we think it would be nominal expenses with regards to ads in newspapers and some time and effort from my staff, which I wouldn't even put a dollar figure to.
Okay, and is there any legislation in place or anything that council can do to prevent somebody who is filling the seat on an interim basis from running again? Out of curiosity, Mr. Clerk.
No, Mr. Mayor. There have been in the past political promises taken to court. In fact, there was a famous one back earlier in the last decade or so from the McGuinty government with regards to a promise for no taxes. And that was deemed by the court to be a political promise that could not be upheld in law.
Well, that's bleak. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I think that this is the least worst option here. I really appreciate all this additional information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Moffat, please.
Thanks. I don't have any questions for staff. Just some comment. I don't just that I don't support the motion that's in front of us from Councillor Leeper and Councillor Kitts. I think council's been here before. Herb Krelling resigned in September 2005. We immediately went into a process. Not we. I wasn't here, but we went into a process to hold a by-election. Bob Manette was elected in January of 2006. Of course, the nomination period for the 2006 municipal election had actually already begun. It began in January of that. Back then, it was only just changed in the last few years. And then, of course, Councillor Manette had to come back and run again in the fall of 2006. But ultimately, that was his choice, and that was something that the voters of Orleans were able to go out there and put forward as their opportunity, because we live in a democratic society and we elect our we elect our representatives, and that's the process that we should always follow, regardless of timelines. We can't control when people leave office. We have no mechanism to prevent people from leaving office halfway through a term. This is the third time it's happened this term. But the process to replace people is through by-election. You don't let just a few emails here and there suggest who should replace them. I think you do it through by-election. You let the people have the decision on their own, and you have candidates come forward and run and put in the effort, just like Councillor Kitts did, just like Councillor King did, in an opportune environment with Councillor Kitts. But she was rewarded for it, and I think it makes her a better councillor. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Deans, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues. Well, I think that Councillor Moffat's perspective is certainly valid and a reasonable thought. It's not what I would choose. I think, given this case, I tend to agree with the appointment process. A general rule of thumb is that in the first 3 years of a mandate, you elect, and in the final year of a mandate, you appoint. And in this particular case, given that we're in the midst of a pandemic, that the cost of a by-election is quite steep. It's over $550,000 for probably about 10 months. And some of that is in the blackout period as well. It seems like an excessive amount of taxpayers' dollars. And there are clearly candidates that could step in and be available and knowledgeable about the issues in Canada North on day one. And I think that that opportunity is obvious to all of us. We have all received numerous emails from electors in Canada North, from business associations, from community associations, asking us to appoint, and recognizing some of the workload in the upcoming period. It is very important to have a councillor in place sooner rather than later. And we can get a councillor in place sooner through an appointment process than we can through an electoral process. So with all of that in mind, on balance, I think that the best approach at this point is to appoint, and I would support the motion that Councillor Leeper and Kitts have put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brockington, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning to you. I don't want to repeat what Councillor Deans just said, but it's pretty bang on to my thoughts. I think the default that the clerk has to always report back to us is a by-election. I think that has to be our default position when there's a vacancy. And if council wants to say, hey, in year 4 or very close to year 4 of a mandate, if there's a vacancy, then we switch into an appointment process, because that's where we are. We're at coming to the end of year 3. And what's motivating me to support Councillor Leeper's motion is I want someone in place for the budget. I want someone to be speaking on behalf of Canada North residents, advocating for their issues and voting on the biggest document of the year annually before that budget is passed. And we can achieve that with an appointment process. There are other important matters happening in Canada North and across the city that we can argue we need someone for. But I do believe democratically, we should normally go through a by-election. But there are some big ticket items coming that I want to see someone in the seat for Canada North to represent the Canada North residents. And that's why I'm supportive at this time in this mandate for an appointment process. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I will support Councillor Deans and Councillor Brockington's position on this. I view Canada North as it's in a unique position right now with such a short period of time between now and this term, the end of the term in 2022. We are looking at a very heavy caseload from now until the end of this year. And I think it's important that Canada residents have someone that they know is experienced to handle many of these issues going forward. And they can do that, I think, through the appointment process. I mean, obviously, we want to go the democratic route, but if we do that, it's going to be late before someone else takes on, and it's quite possible it would be a very inexperienced counselor. And I mean, even 3 years in, I'm still learning on the job. So I can imagine a counselor taking on this role and trying to get up to steam on everything. I think the voters in Canada North will be better served by having someone appointed, and then we can choose someone with some experience who can perhaps give them the best representation possible. So I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to address a couple of issues that were raised here. Insofar as the budget, lead up to the budget vote, like I believe under this process, we will have someone in place for the actual vote to the budget. But how it's worked in the past for Canada North is Councillor Gower and myself and Councillor Suds would hold joint consultations where our three communities would come together to give us input into the budget, and we would give the whole explanation about the draft budget and so on. So the only change that will take place this year will be that we add Councillor Kavanagh to come and observe and participate in that dialogue with the community. But if this year is any indicator or can go by the indications of the previous years, the three wards in particular, Stittsville and the two Canadas, have been very aligned on what we want to see in the city budget and so on. So I'm quite confident to say that the views of the North will be represented coming out of that process. I like the idea, Mr. Mayor, of Councillor Leeper's motion to go to the appointment process and have a call for interest, or whatever we want to call it, to get any interested parties out of the community on the list, because quite frankly, there's been some pretty heavy lobbying from one or two individuals at the start here. I'd like to make sure that everybody in Canada North knows that this is an opportunity that they can participate in, that we're not going to just go with one candidate and run with it. We want to get the feedback from the community. We want to try and open it up to everybody. And so I will be supporting this option, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on the item? So on the Leeper Kits motion, carried. Dissent, Councillor Moffat.
Dissent.
Here.
And
The dissent by Shirelli, Moffat, and who else? And Kavanagh. Okay, thank you. We did already, yes. Next item held is item 7, page 7, request for Government of Ontario to develop and implement plan to phase out gas-fired electricity generation and call for consideration of alternative sources of energy. I know a number of members wanted this held. Who would like to speak now?
Actually, Councillor Kitts, who asked to be held.
Sorry, Councillor Kitts, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just was going to ask staff, since this passed at committee, the IESO came out with a report saying that phasing out Ontario's natural gas power plants by the end of the decade is not feasible, and identified some concerns like rolling blackouts and higher electricity bills. So I was just wondering if staff could comment on that report.
Mr. Mayor, staff can't offer significant comments on the report because there's a lot of questions about the report and the background information they provided. We've submitted further questions for the province to clarify it, but at this stage, I don't know that staff can offer a meaningful comment on the report without the provincial agencies to respond to the questions we provided.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Willis. Would you say then perhaps that this motion is premature since we're still waiting on additional information?
Mary, if we go back to the origin of the motion, which was not a staff initiated through a staff report, it was a motion of council taking a position with respect to the relationship of this report and our energy evolution plan. Council has the privilege to express its views to the province at any point in time, and I don't know that I don't know that staff actually can offer a response to that question. It's council's will. What position would council wish to take with the province about the future of the energy supply? I think staff's position with energy evolution is we're very dependent on introduction of alternative sources of energy that are not carbon-based in the electricity supply to achieve the targets we've reached. If we don't have that in the electricity supply, the targets in our energy evolution plan would not be reached. So I think that's the extent of what staff can offer to the conversation.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your response. I will be dissenting on this item today. I feel that the motion is a bit premature. I'm not discounting the need to retreat from fossil fuel power generation, but just, given the IESO's recent report, given that staff have additional questions, that they still need to come back to council with additional information on the efficiency of specifically wind turbines, as an Ottawa specific solution. I had requested a briefing with staff. They had not yet reached out to key stakeholders at gas power plants located in Ottawa to establish a transition plan. And, I know all rural councillors have heard very loudly from our rural residents that there are real concerns about the impact that specifically wind turbines would have on the rural area. I know Chair Moffat and staff have been very clear that those concerns would be addressed during the public consultation period for new zoning bylaws. But I think if we're going to move forward with these policy directions and asks to the province, we need to make sure that we are engaging in, or real engagement is had with rural residents that will be primarily impacted by these kinds of installations. So thank you very much for the time, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harder, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that it's important for us to remember that Ontario's electricity grid is only responsible for roughly 3% of the province's total greenhouse gas emissions, and is well positioned to support the electrification of other sectors. And it's almost like back to the future. If I think back to the early days of renewable energy, I happened to be the chair of Energy Ottawa on the Hydro Board at that time, back in, it was 2005, around that time, 2006. And we were, everyone, well, probably not everyone in the province, but certainly the collective will of the province, the provincial government, and supported by many municipalities, was to move forward in a very aggressive fashion with regard to renewable energy. And we had lessons learned from that. We did realize that completely phasing out natural gas generation by 2030, that's only 9 years away, would lead to blackouts, and the system changes that would be required would increase residential electricity bills by 60%. You cannot forget that as well. I mean, I think the last election was, was largely about hydro. And there was a real statement made in this province about the cost that had just escalated and escalated. And again, I go back to the fact that only 3% of Ontario's electricity grid contributes to greenhouse gas emissions. I think if we're doing this because other municipalities are, that's absolutely the wrong reason. And I suggest, if you want, I would get a position from Hydro Ottawa's board. We have that. We're the 100% shareholder, the City of Ottawa, of Hydro Ottawa Holding Inc. Instead of going this route, if you want to know the opinion of our excellent Hydro Ottawa Holding Inc. company and what their thoughts are on this and their experience, as I said, I was the chair of Energy Ottawa. At the time, we harnessed the methane gases at Trail Road and we put in a plant, and we've expanded that. And you know what? It's we were very early participants in the program, because you can tell by the amount of money that we actually get as a revenue stream at how early the days were, and then how crazy that went. I don't think we should be just, because often, somebody comes up with a motion and we all go, oh, well, it's just a letter to the province. You know what? This is a bigger deal than that. And think back to the way things were when people were just so outraged about the cost of hydro. And I think change in provincial government happened in no small part because of it. So let's find out more information. Let's listen to the IESO. They're doing their job. I don't think we should cross the line here. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Menard, please.
Thanks very much, Mayor. We had a good debate about this. Several of the points that are being raised now were raised at Environment Committee when we discussed this. We know the IESO report was going to be released, and we knew that there would be difficulties in meeting the 2030 target. And that hasn't changed. What the IESO report has said is that implicitly, we can achieve a 99.7% phase out by 2030. There are factors in there which Mr. Willis has talked about, which need to be looked at, with questions around, why the IESO has ignored the carbon tax savings from phasing out gas. We are going to assume a carbon tax of $170 per ton, and that all gas generation is subject to the carbon tax, and that there'll be savings achieved as a result. And other issues with the report persist, but it's really not about that. The phase out of natural gas is going to happen. In terms of our gas power plants, it is a matter of timing. And it's a matter of exactly those years. So, whether it's 2030 or 2031 or 2035, these are the things that are occurring now for a reason. And our municipality turning its back on that sort of priority, whether it is 2030 or 2035, doesn't make sense at this time. This is the priority that we're addressing to meet the targets that have been set in our own strategies around climate change and energy evolution in our city. It is about the joining of municipalities across the province who are also expressing these issues. 31 of them, including all the large municipalities in Ontario, have passed this. We're one of the last. And the reason why I think it's important to move ahead with this advocacy is that the same concerns were expressed about coal by the IESO. The exact same concerns were expressed about coal by the IESO previously. And you've seen a coal phase out. And the reason you've seen that coal phase out is because people got behind it and pushed for that initiative. So whether this is 2030, 2031, or 2035, having our municipality not sign on to something that is implicitly in our objectives and our targets, joining with other municipalities across the province to meet our own goals would be a disservice. And so I'd urge you to, ensure we're on the same track here, that there is a phase out coming, the amount of time that is going to take, and to pass this so that our staff can get back to IESO and the province to make sure that we've got the information that we need to proceed in this fashion. So I do hope that people do support the motion as was supported at Environment Committee, and that we move forward in this direction. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Brockington, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The sentiments of every speaker are correct. And what I mean by that, I'll say this. What do we want? We want the safe production of electricity, reliable service or supply of electricity. We want affordable electricity. We want clean electricity. That's, I think, what we all want. And when you look at, I think Councillor Kitts referenced a report, same report, we get about 7% of our supply right now of electricity that's from gas-fired sources. Demand fluctuates, and those sources fluctuate as well, up to 25%. The report says at times throughout the year, heavy demand in the summer, 25% from gas powered. And the concern is if a nuclear plant gets decommissioned in Ontario, how do you fill that void? So people rightly have concerns about the supply of electricity in this province. But what are we asking? What does the motion ask? Simply that the City of Ottawa is asking the province to develop and implement a plan to phase out gas-fired source electricity generation in this province. And we're saying by 2020. So the onus is on the province to get there, to analyze if it can be done, to maintain reliable electricity in this province. But we have climate emergency. We've said we need to tackle this from every avenue possible, including how electricity is generated in this province. And this is one way of many that we are tackling that issue. So I agree with the letter. I agree with asking the province that there are multiple ways to generate electricity in this province. We've listed some of them, and we want to move in that direction. So are there risks involved? There are risks involved, but I'm not sure where that background is.
Someone's microphone is on. If you could put yourself on mute, because we're hearing it as Councillor Brockington is trying to speak. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. So yes, there are risks, but that has to be taken into consideration by the province when they phase out the gas-fired generation. So Mayor, all this to say that I will be supporting the letter that the city will be writing to the province, because this is the direction we need to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moffat as Chair of Environment.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to address a couple of comments. So this motion was initially brought forward as a notice of motion at our June meeting of Environment Committee. Subsequent to that, actually the same day, I shared the motion with several individuals, including Hydro Ottawa. We had ample time to hear back from individuals who were concerned about the motion. Of course, we didn't discuss the motion until September 21st, 2.5 months later. I never heard back from Hydro Ottawa, oddly enough. So it's, I think the intent was there. We wanted to know, we wanted to get feedback. Of course, I was interested in feedback. I had spoken to Hydro Ottawa before this motion came forward, but I wanted to get feedback before we discussed it. So sent it out. Again, I have the sent email here, June 29th, 2021, and unfortunately never heard back. So council committee didn't get a chance to be informed of any considerations by Hydro Ottawa because they chose not to respond to my email and their update on the motion that was coming forward from Councillor Menard. We did have discussion at committee about renewable energies. Obviously, we hear a lot in the rural area about wind turbines. We had a conversation about that at committee. I think it was a healthy conversation. I think it was an educational conversation. I think we had staff respond to that. I know Janice Ashworth and Andrea Flowers within our climate resiliency group have worked on this issue and responded to constituents about that. The city of Ottawa isn't building a single wind turbine. You can't even apply for a wind turbine in the province of Ontario today. So there's a lot of stuff out there, but we have to also recognize that while the province has said wind turbines can't be built, they haven't replaced it with a policy to say how they could be built or that they're not to be built. So we're kind of hanging in the air. Rural communities across this province are hanging in the air because there is no policy right now surrounding wind energy in this province. We'll just wait for another government to come in and maybe make a policy that might be very similar to the one that we had before, in which municipalities had no say. We want to say. The province hasn't let that happen yet. They've indicated that they would, but municipalities across this province have said they want to say on siting wind energy. We have the opportunity through the zoning bylaw to say, to address concerns about setbacks and where they could be located and how that can fit. And it's our obligation to do that. We need to do that. We can't be silent on wind energy in our official plan and our zoning bylaw and pretend that the issue is going to go away and that it's not actually going to come about and that we won't end up with wind here at some point. The reality is there's an environment in this province for this to happen and we have to prepare for it. And we can't prepare for it by not talking about it. So the official plan has it in there. And the zoning bylaw will discuss it as well. And it's going to be an opportunity for communities to be able to engage on that. Yeah, there's going to be no wind turbines in Brewer Park. We know that. We know where they go. But we need to have that engagement. We can't pretend that it won't happen. We can't pretend that it's not going to happen here. The Nation Rise development is not too far from here. And that was approved under the previous government, and the current government has not been able to stop that. So we know it can happen, but we need to have the conversation. And it's a good conversation to have. And I think this motion speaks to potential energy opportunities in the future. And that's where our energy evolution and our climate change master plan goes. And that's what we set it forward as the path when we approved that in 2020 to move in that direction. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak or ask questions? So we have a recommendation before
Like
us.
yeas and nays, please, Mr. Mayor?
Yeas and nays, okay, have been called on the motion from Environment Committee.
Counselor Luloff,
No.
Counselor Hubley,
No.
Counselor King,
Yes.
Counselor Cloutier,
Oui.
Counselor Brockington,
Yes.
Counselor Egli,
Yes.
Counselor Tierney,
Yes.
Counselor Gower,
Yes.
Counselor Deans,
Yes.
Counselor Moffat,
Yes.
Counselor El Shantiri,
No.
Counselor Menard,
Yes.
Counselor Shirelli,
No.
Counselor McKenney,
Yes.
Counselor Harder,
No.
Counselor Leeper,
Yes.
Counselor Dudas,
Yes.
Counselor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Counselor Meehan,
No.
Counselor Kitts,
No.
Conseiller Fleury,
No.
Oui. Oui.
Counselor DeRusse,
No.
Mayor Watson,
Yes?
15 yeas, 8 nays.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me. Our next item is item 10, motion light rail transit, Rideau Transit Group defaults. We have first a direction to staff by Councillor Egli.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank our city manager who I had discussions with about this, and I just want it confirmed on the record and for the public. The direction is that the city manager ensure that the final report on the full end-to-end technical review of both the infrastructure and vehicles by the city's independent technical expert, Mott McDonald, will be released to city council and the public when complete. So the direction is that this report not be treated as confidential, that the public receive the information at the same time as council does. And I believe, Mr. Kanellakis, that you as the lead on staff, so to speak, are supportive of this approach and will confirm that.
Kanellakis?
Mr. Mayor, yes, I am. We will be releasing the report when it's complete.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we're going to ask Mr. Kanellakis to bring us the most up-to-date information on the situation with LRT, and then we'll open it up to questions and comments. And then Mr. Kanellakis, you could also refresh everyone's memory why these 3 points listed in the FEDCO agenda are important for us to pass. The floor is yours.
You're on mute, Steve.
Sorry about that. Yeah, that happens way too often. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll address that question about the actual motion that's before council coming out of FEDCO, but I want to take this opportunity to provide an update on the Old Train Confederation derailment and the safe return to service plan. As we all know, LRT's been out of service since we had that vehicle derailment near Tremblay Station on Sunday, September 19th. And in various memos, media releases, and several public forums at committee, I basically told you that Rideau Transit Group is undertaking a root cause investigation and is investigating and developing a safe return to service plan, both for the infrastructure and the vehicles. That on October 1st, I hired an independent third-party rail safety expert to review RTG's plan and provide recommendations to the city prior to relaunching service. And TRA, as I've advised you, is fully engaged in this assignment, has been on site since Monday, October 4th. As you also know, Sam Barata, who's our independent regulatory monitor and compliance officer, reports to council, is also heavily involved in the oversight of the safe restart activities, and the Transportation Safety Board also remains on site and continues to provide updates on the progress of their own investigation. I also indicated that we were expecting information from RTG on their preliminary root cause analysis into the LRT derailment last week or early this week. And I can confirm that this was provided on Friday, October 8th. Their investigations conclude that, quote, the bolts that secure the gearbox to the LTV were not torqued properly or verified, according to Alstom. So effectively, the gearbox came loose, dislodged, and was dragged along the track that caused the infrastructure damage and ultimately the derailment of the wheel of the train. As I told you, the city will get independent verification of everything we get from RTG, and as such, we're in the process of reviewing their findings and hope to provide an update to council by the end of this week. We have yet to receive an estimated return to service date from RTG. Actually, the return to service and the infrastructure repairs will be validated by TRA, which is the firm that we hired, and the rail monitor and compliance officer, Mr. Barata, the TSB, and city staff. I can advise that the infrastructure repairs should be completed by this week. I know there was a lot of information on missing parts and delays, but they are very close to completion, but that also has to be validated and inspected by TRA in addition to the root cause analysis. Once the return to service details from RTG are provided, the next steps have TRA overseeing the work, reporting on the readiness of the entire Confederation line to re-enter service after the extended outage, and RTG's ability to minimize the likelihood and severity of future safety events. I will continue to provide you with regular updates on the LRT, and once the TRA firm provides recommendations on a safe return to service plan and potential restart date, I will share news with members of council. We need this system back up as soon as possible, but it must be both safe and reliable. So in short, once we receive the date from RTG, the city will not accept, as I've said previously, the return to service for the Old Train Confederation line until TRA completes a review and provides its recommendation to the city for consideration and acceptance. And as far as the motion before you, Mayor, obviously you received in-camera advice from our legal counsel, Sharon Vogel, and that advice was provided so that we would not prejudice or harm our legal case as we enter into this dispute with RTG. And it's very important that it remains in camera and that we protect our legal rights and protect and ensure that we don't signal to the other side what options council is considering to move ourselves forward in this contractual dispute. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, and to follow the same practice that we had it out of FEDCO, we're not going to be able to have a discussion on these 3 points because we had that discussion in camera. We don't want to show our hand to those who we may end up in court with. So on items 1, 2, and 3, carried. Adopte.
Carried. To carry the mayor, I just have a quick question to city manager.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for that update. The timing issue has become a concern. Obviously, safety is of utmost importance here. It would be helpful to be able to give some estimates to residents that are asking and that plan their routes around this and have had very difficult experiences on our R1 replacement service, what the city's estimate of timeline is. And whether you're looking at weeks here, months, the new year, that sort of thing. And so can you be more precise about the dates that you're anticipating or estimating for a return to service, given the timeline you've laid out for us in terms of what goes first and what happens next with the checks and balances on that RTG plan for return to service?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yeah, that's a question we ask every day, and we can not make that assessment until we receive the return to service plan from RTG. We were hoping we would have had it by now. I was hoping to be able to give council an update on what they're saying the return to service date is. But even when they give it to us, we still need to validate it with our independent safety expert that we hired and our regulatory monitoring compliance officer and TSB and ourselves. So depending on what their plan is and whether the plan is reasonable and to the extent they have to go to mitigate what caused the derailment in the first place, will determine how long it will take. We have not been able to guess We've been hesitant to guess because it will be dependent on the quality of the plan they give us. When we receive that and we validate it, we hope to, because we know everyone's waiting for that, and the inconvenience and hardship it's caused for many of our riders, our customers, our residents. We plan to give that to council as soon as we have a sense that we're confident in a date of return. But at this point, Councillor, I do not even have an estimate in terms of when that will happen.
Okay, given that, Mr. Mayor, I am wondering about our capacity issues on the R1 and other route service, because we, as you know, we switched off some local service over to the R1 routes. And from what I can tell, there are still some capacity issues there. Are we thinking of purchasing any used buses at this point to put into service to help mitigate the issues that we're seeing?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure. I know Mr. Morgan's on the call. I know Pat Scrimger is also on the call. Michael?
Yeah, so I'm happy to provide some feedback on that. So, we are working with Mr. Jim Greer, who's leading our transit operations, especially on the bus side right now, to look at any and all options to supplement the service and to ensure that we have a full fleet availability, to make sure that we have as many high capacity buses on the R1 service as possible. Obviously, procuring buses on short notice is a difficult task, but he is looking at everything. Right now the priority is to ensure the double-decker buses and all the high capacity buses are assigned to R1 to ensure that we minimize any crowding on the R1 service. There has been some challenges with parts and a few things due to some consolidation in the marketplace between Alexander Dennis and New Flyer. That has had some impact on our ability to make the double-decker buses available. And so we're working on that and looking at all the subcontractors and suppliers on the marketplace to make sure we can keep the bus count up as much as possible. But I think it is a challenge to procure buses on a short-term basis for a fill-in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Actually, this piggybacks on what Councillor Menard was inquiring about. And I'm told after talking to the union that some of the drivers, I'm not sure what percentage of the drivers are going to be unvaccinated after November the 1st, which means that we may be down drivers after November the 1st, which worries me because of the capacity on R1 right now. So I'm just wondering if we have parts problems with some of the buses and we have fewer drivers, what's our plan going after November the 1st? Because we're already raiding routes and causing an awful lot of inconvenience and worry for our transit users. That's it.
Michael?
Mr. Mayor, so we are working closely with Ottawa Public Health. As you know, we rolled out Ottawa Public Health rolled out the vaccination application recently to have employees sign up and provide their vaccination information. So we are planning on using that to essentially inform and understand what the impacts are going to be after November 1st, if any. At this point, early indications, we don't believe there are any, but that's, we need to wait until all the information is provided and uploaded, and we'll have a better sense of what the impacts could be on the driver population as of November 1st.
So what's the deadline for the bus drivers to tell you if in fact they are vaccinated and will be working?
I believe it's this upcoming week, because we should have some preliminary information on the number of people who have uploaded their information, but obviously November 1st is the hard deadline.
Okay, it's just because the union boss, the head of ATU, is saying that he figures about 20% of drivers will be unavailable to work because of their vaccination status. I'm hoping he's wrong, that all of them will be working, vaccinated and working, because we need them. So, okay, you'll evaluate it coming next week. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Good point, Councillor. Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for this update. My questions are around both, certainly around capacity, but also availability of buses. The R1s are crowded. We see them, they go right behind my house, actually, so I see them frequently. But we hear from riders who are still on the bus, on the R1, that for the most part they are crowded. Sunday I tried, or Saturday rather, I tried to get down to the Rideau Center on an R1. Didn't show up for about 23 minutes. So rather than a train that comes every 4 to 5 minutes, it was well over 20 minutes before an R1 came along, Scott and Albert. So, I think that, and then it's not just the R1s, but the local routes that have been pulled mean that when people take the R1 somewhere, they have a much longer wait than to connect to a local route. And I think that that's why we see the congestion that we're seeing 7 days a week, really almost any time of day on the roadways. People have abandoned transit unless they absolutely have no other choice. So I wonder, I guess this is to Mr. Morgan. I know that we have a motion for a little later on to look at free transit for the month of December. And I'd like to ask you, do we have the capacity in the system on the few buses that we have today? And we've heard we don't have enough to add capacity in December.
To the extent that there are bus availability issues, I think there's some capacity that could be increased, but I agree with you, Councillor. The replacing a train that takes 600 people and moves every 3 to 5 minutes is very challenging given the current availability of buses. So there may be a possibility by December to make some improvements, and the team is absolutely every day spending time looking at improvements and making sure that they can improve the bus count, but it is a challenge to replace the train service.
So just to be clear, unless we improve our bus count, we really don't have the capacity for additional ridership at this point.
There would be limited surge capacity with the current bus count.
Okay. Well, I think that that's really important. And I think that we all have to consider, again, who is taking transit today. It's not, some of us do continue to, and some people do continue to, even though they may not have to, but the vast majority of people taking transit today really have no other choice. And we have to consider the capacity, not just the availability of buses, but the capacity on those buses to ensure, and we are in the middle of a pandemic still, to ensure that people can stay safe, but that they can also travel to where they need to and not have to take, double the time to get to work, to get to jobs, to get to school, where they can't afford to be late. So thank you. I appreciate the update.
Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions following up on Councillor McKinney's points, and I just want to understand maybe OC Transpo's approach to deciding which routes are selected or canceled to cover for the LRT not being operational. I'm not sure there's ever been a policy decision on that, and I'm not sure OC's exposed their approach, and I obviously have come out and publicly sharing what I've seen in my community and what I've seen on the memos that were shared with us. So could we maybe understand a little more the reflection of how a particular bus or bus numbers are selected to backfill what is needed in terms of volume on the R1?
So generally, I think the strategy has been to reassign all of the high capacity buses to the R1 service. And then for operations, as much as possible in real time to make decisions about the routes that can be where other buses can be redirected to R1. So there's a bit of a mix of real-time decision making as well as some advanced planning. Unfortunately, I think that the planning department is hampered a little bit by the fact that this was kind of short notice. Obviously, if you were to plan this for a future bus deployment and future service level, you could make those decisions in advance. But this was kind of a last-minute effort to do the redirection, and so there's a balance between service planning, identifying routes that are perhaps under capacity, are not used as much, and looking at where they can redirect the high capacity buses. So there's a balance that between service planning and operations. They try to do that as much as possible in advance, but they also do it in real time.
I guess I just want to understand. Oh, I'm getting a feedback here. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I guess what I was trying to understand a little better is my understanding is OC doesn't have real-time data of who's on the bus. So the assumption of ridership on a bus is made how to figure out which buses are preferred or less needed, if you will, to be taken off.
When you say, Councillor, real-time data in terms of like active real-time passenger counts coming from the bus, a data stream, you're right. But there is obviously, we have on-street supervisors who are making decisions about buses. They're, calling into control. We've got boots on the ground essentially who can make those decisions in real time. And so rather than relying on a data stream, they're relying on, feedback from the operators, feedback from control, and feedback from supervisors on the street.
Okay. To run the R1 to the level that the volume matching the LRT means how many buses daily? How many how many dedicated buses would have to be to meet the LRT expectation or volumes?
Councillor, I don't have that specific number, but I'm happy to kind of message with the team while we're on this call to try to get that for you.
Okay, I guess that I appreciate that. I'd have two questions. How many buses, and what does that mean in terms of cost yearly, just so that we have a figure and understanding of what that discussion means? Because right now we're shortchanging some.
Councillor, Mr. Morgan will get you that information. He doesn't have it because it wasn't on the agenda, so he'll get that for you. Thank you. Councillor Ruloff. Councillor Ruloff.
No, thank you very much. Mr. Morgan and Mr. Kanellakis, thank you very much for your update. I truly do appreciate it. Would it be possible to, on a weekly basis, get an update from OC Transpo as to which routes had to be canceled in order to fill R1 service after the fact? I understand that you may not be able to do that planning ahead of time, but it seems to me from the update that we've gotten today that this R1 service will be in for a prolonged period, which means that some effort, I believe, should be put into planning for future events and for the end of this event. Service in my area, frankly, since we've spoken about this before and I've spoken about it in public, since service optimization has been deteriorating, and last winter was pretty close to abysmal. So I'd like to know how many times Route 38, Route 39, for example, have been canceled in my ward throughout this. So if you're prepared to take that as direction, I would like a weekly report on which routes by number had to be canceled and the times to support R1 service.
Mr. Morgan, you'll take that as direction. Thank you. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I had a question because, so I took the bus in today. I take it often. I don't always document it on social media, but I take it often and I try to take it around the neighborhood too. And I think that the consensus is, anyone I've talked to, is that it sucks. That's what I was late to council. It's not great, but we all get it. There's no other option because line 1's down. Like really, there's nothing else we can do. And there's no way the buses are going to catch up to the speed of what the train was giving us. So my question though to staff, and I need to stress that we can't take all of the community runs and move them onto R1 because we still have to get to R1. I had to take the 28 just to get to R1 today. My question to staff though is you only have so many resources. So Michael, when you're looking at the planning and the current situation that we're in, how are you maintaining the staff level that you still need to make sure that we're also getting the train back up and running? Because I'm assuming that you're not adding more staff to do that too. Like my whole focus is to get that train going. So how are you doing with resources? Are you able to juggle both of these requirements and still make sure that we're getting the buses to the R1 service?
Councillor, I don't fully understand the question. In terms of resources assigned to line 1, getting that back up and running, there's a team, a rail operations team that's fully dedicated to that. We brought in outside support through Mott MacDonald, as well as the city manager has engaged TRA to provide outside support. So there's a team dedicated to that. on the rail side and operations, and then separately on the planning side, there is a group that is focused working with bus operations, a different group to do as much as they can to make sure that they're minimizing the impacts to the customers, maximizing the availability of buses for R1, and continuing to provide the service that is expected on the local routes and the other routes.
Well, and I'm happy to hear that, because I want to make absolute sure that we're not taking from one just to take from another. Because as I said, I know how important our community routes are in the short term, as the R1. So once again, taking the bus isn't going to be fun for a long time. And I'm disappointed to hear that we don't know when the train might even be ready, even an estimate. But I do appreciate the work of all your frontline, the operators, and everybody's been putting up with this awful situation, because it's not fun. It's not fun. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. My question is with respect to the amount of time the R1 takes. Obviously, because of the fact we don't have straight shots to these stations anymore. We can't serve the trenches or serve the stations as directly using the trench as on the roads. Are we looking at creating traffic restrictions on cars, for example, in order to help speed some of these buses through and reduce the amount of time that it's taking? I'm thinking particularly of Rideau Centre. The R1 to get from Rideau at peak to Parliament Station takes as long as it does to get from Parliament Station to Tunney's Pasture. And I can only imagine, with all the twists and turns that the R1 is taking to serve all the different stations, there's got to be a lot of delay in there. Are you looking at traffic restrictions in order to prioritize those R1s?
So I don't know that I'm not aware of the specific how much exploration is done on traffic restrictions in particular. I know the team has looked to optimize the routing that in part resulted in the Cedarville shuttle going back and forth and trying to kind of minimize the the additional stops along the way. And there has been consideration to some other kind of shuttles of that nature to kind of shorten up the travel times. That's definitely something I could take away with the team and consider with Phil Landry and traffic to see if there's other things that we should be considering in terms of just keeping the buses flowing. I know yesterday there was an accident on the highway, and that definitely backed up R1 service. There has been some challenges as the minute you get a traffic challenge in the downtown core on Rideau Street or on the highway, you're affecting R1. And so that's, we didn't see that with the train service, obviously, but that's definitely something we can put back on the table in terms of revisiting and making sure that we're considering all options to keep the R1 flowing.
Yeah, I'm looking particularly at Rideau Street during peak, especially, and whether or not it might be worth making that transit only again, just to save some time there. And I'm sure that every councillor can probably provide bottlenecks where we should be considering the same. With respect to route cancellations, I have it asserted to me from time to time that this route or that route has been canceled in order to fill an R1 need. Rather than just focus on Councillor Luloff's ward, is it possible for all of us to get those cancellations where they're required in order to fill the R1 demand?
Yeah, I assume that we would just take that request and apply it broadly across the city.
Perfect. That was my intention, Councillor Leeper, yes.
Yeah, no, perfect. Thanks, Matt. Okay, that's great. And I'll be back in touch with some of the bottlenecks. We're really fortunate in the West End, right? Scott Street, Albert Street still serve Bayview, Tunney's, Pimsey in a straight shot. But once you're out of downtown and start twisting and turning, you hear from the students who are trying to get to Canterbury. You hear from Orleans students who are trying to get to De La Salle, and they're facing near 2-hour trips. It's crazy, and anything that we can do to minimize those trip times would be gratefully received. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much. The timing, of course, is not great when it's September and one of the biggest users of transit is students. And there have been a lot of concern about those special bus routes to the schools. And I've been very concerned about how that is going with the need for more buses on the R1 route. That's something I'm concerned about, is how is that being resolved?
Councillor, I agree. That's certainly adding to the pressure. Obviously, working closely with OSTA, our customer service planning department, trying to fill in as much as possible, make sure the schools are served as best as possible. But that's certainly the availability of buses for school buses generally, and then the impact of the line 1 being down, redirecting OC Transpo buses. That's all kind of a compounding effect, and so this is kind of an imperfect or a terrible situation for our customers at the moment.
We were talking about buses, but shortage of drivers. How are we doing on that? Especially when one of the big problems with Austin, of course, is they can't get school bus drivers. But if we're putting on more buses and talking about extra buses, they need drivers. How are we going to manage that?
Yeah, so the team is working closely with internally to make sure we've got the people available and continue to be available, looking ahead obviously to the November 1st deadline, trying to understand and make sure that that there are no gaps and shortages due to bus drivers. That's something that the team is managing on an ongoing basis, working with the unions and others to make sure we fill as many trips as possible. So right now, it's actively on our mind. The same, we manage the bus availability, we manage the operator availability. Both, you need to do both at the same time.
Thank you. One of the bigger users of transit on a regular basis is not people going downtown. In my ward, it's seniors, and which is why I fought for the number 11 to have a route to places like Bayshore. These are the people that use it more daily for their chores, etc. I just want to sort of make a point that it's important to keep those routes regular. I'm concerned about when the temperature changes. We're kind of lucking out right now. But if we have missed buses for routes where the primary users are seniors, this is going to leave a lot of people out in the cold. So can we make a special effort to watch for that? Because they're the ones that you don't think are being heavily used, but they actually are being used by our seniors. Can that be taken into consideration?
Yes, absolutely, Councillor.
Anything else, Councillor? Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Mr. Morgan. You've been the acting GM for 2 weeks, and I know that you're taking questions that probably weren't expecting today, but thank you for stepping in. I just want to better understand. I mean, we never had the plans for the line to go down. So it's not like we have a big fleet of buses ready to go. That's why we've had to cut from routes across the city to fill in that gap. So in the interim between today and when the line opens up, is there any more capacity to free up from the system? No one here is offering routes in their ward, and no one will, but is it possible that we can add capacity to Route 1, or is it completely capped out? And you said you were looking at other interim, short-term, maybe lease or rental options from other transit service providers. But what do we tell the people of Ottawa? We just have to, to bear it for the next couple of weeks until the line opens, or what can we share with the public that can service be added to line 1?
Right. I think in terms of the primary tool that we have in the toolbox right now is to make sure the availability of the high capacity buses is as high as possible, so that we can, the challenge I think is when we run a 40-foot bus on the R1 service, it fills up quite quickly. And so to the extent that we can keep those buses available, that's where the capacity exists, I would say, in the next kind of week or so, to be able to make some significant changes or inroads to capacity. But otherwise, it's going to be a challenge going forward.
So, Mayor, I did hear the city manager's opening, and the infrastructure he said should be fixed by the end of the week. No one's committing to a date, but again, are we? There was a rumor February of 2022. Can we at least share with the people of Ottawa that we think that this calendar year the line will be reopened?
And Mr. Mayor, yeah, I heard that rumor too, and I actually received in writing from the CEO of RTG that they were not going. The rumor was that they were going to ask for a 3-month shutdown to be able to make the repairs, and that's absolutely false. It's a false rumor. I have it in writing from Mr. Toujon that he is not going to, or they haven't been contemplating to ask for a shutdown. There were rumors apparently within RTG of people talking about that, but as the executive in charge, and we also spoke to the president of RTM, the maintenance firm, that they had no intention of their senior executive asking that for the city. We will know, I believe, this week on what a plausible date might be that they submit. That's where I think we're headed. We're supposed to get a report this week from them. As I said, though, we have to validate that. We're not going to accept, we just don't believe them when they say, oh, it's going to be 2 weeks. Our safety people are going to validate that. We cannot afford to have another incident, and we're going to make sure that it's safe. But I believe quite strongly that we're going to have an indication this week of when they think they can expect a return to service, and I will share that with council and the public as soon as I find out.
Last question, before the line reopens, can council have a briefing with the safety expert you've just hired, and they go through the steps, what they've done to ensure, prove to us that the line is safe, that we can share with the public? Just go through, here's the review and inspection of the carriages, they passed the test. Here's the review and inspection of the actual line, passes the test. We have that assurance and we can go forward.
They're supposed to, TRA is supposed to get it today. I'm hoping the work plan that they're undertaking to be checking what they need to do to validate for us to make a recommendation about whether to put it back in service. I'm in the hands of council. They would be prepared to do that. If council wishes to get a briefing on that before it goes back in line, we can make them available.
I think what we can do is, Mr. Kanellakis, commit to technical briefing for members of the media and members of council that would be broadcast prior to the relaunch, so that everyone gets their questions out first and foremost about safety and reliability. So thank you for that suggestion, Councillor.
Thanks very much.
Okay, so on the 3 items from FEDCO, carried. Adopted.
Carried.
Next item that was held was the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments 1 and 19 Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway. This is the embassy issue. There's a motion of deferral. Councillor Tierney, seconded by Councillor Kitts. Councillor Tierney, if you'd like to introduce the motion, please.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, again, there's still some other things taking place here, and I'll just read the motion. Be it resolved that item 13 on the council agenda, official plan and zoning bylaw amendments 1 and 19 Sir John A. Parkway, be deferred to the city council meeting of November 24th, 2021.
Okay, thank you. Questions, comments? No, on the motion to defer? Carried?
Oh, carried.
Okay, thank you. Our next item that was held is master site plan approval and lifting of the holding provision, part of 930 Carling Avenue and 520 Preston Street. This is the new Civic Hospital proposed site. We have
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I believe you forgot item 2 Robinson, which I believe was before.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that. Okay, my apologies. Go ahead.
Well, I read the motion, and I believe it was Councillor Gower who had a question.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize. Councillor Gower, your hand was
Yeah,
up.
thank you. So I from the motion, it appears that Councillor Fleury is looking for staff to negotiate more variety in units to be able to better accommodate families. I'm just trying to understand, I guess, first from staff, we have, I believe, some Section 37 benefits that would apply potentially to this property. Is it the intention of staff to seek these affordable units through that Section 37 in the site plan, or is it through the through the CMHC financing that this applicant is seeking. Just looking for clarity from staff on what we can direct or what is planned through the approval process at this point.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask Mr. Doug James to respond to the question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With respect to the OPA and rezoning for this site, there is no Section 37, and it did not qualify for Section 37. But through the site plan control process, that's the process we'll use to try to obtain the direction that was presented for affordable housing and family units in the motion today before council.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Can you comment on the motion in front of us from the council?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. We helped with the councillor in preparation of that motion, and staff are in support of that motion. And through the site plan control process, we'll work with the applicant and the councillor as well to come up with conditions to provide the affordable housing and the family units. So we're in support of the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I have just some questions on the motion as well. When you refer to CMHC financing, are you referring to the co-investment financing, which actually could provide some affordability? Or is this applicant looking at rental construction financing?
Mr. Mayor, that's something actually, one of the, there's those two options, Mr. Mayor. That's what we would sit down with the applicant to discuss as part of the site plan. And also even other options for affordable housing on there beyond what CMHC might provide. We'd certainly have those discussions with the applicant as well, but those would be done through the upcoming site plan control process. So it could be either or. We'll look at it at that time.
I'll tell you what my concerns are, is that it is a private developer, likely looking at rental construction financing, because that's the route they go. And when that's supported by the city, their chances of getting that financing, which is very favorable to them, their chances of getting it increases. However, the housing that's provided is simply not affordable. It's actually well above average market rent. So I really struggle, it's all good and well to say, let's go back, talk about affordable housing. Let's go back, talk about an agreement. But, there's nothing here that tells me we're going to get any level of affordability here. And my concern is that as a city and as a city council, we're going to be adding our support to this, which only gives this private company a favorable loan of a very low interest rate. And there's a lot of competition for this rental construction financing loans, and having council kind of approve this, I worry that we're saying, go on out and get rental construction financing and use us as that support. And I just can't support that. I cannot support advocating for a private developer to get a loan based on our recommendation to build luxury apartments. And that's what happens. Call them family units. I mean, they come to me a lot, developers, and pitch this. And I always tell them, no, not until you come back and give me the exact terms of what we're looking at here. So I just worry that there's no exact terms. So I'll leave it at that. I'm not so certain I can support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Cloutier.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. And just picking up on the perspective on the comments by Councillor McKenney, and I appreciate their perspective. I guess the ultimate question is going to be, how close is the city now? We've passed the Heron Gate file with the memorandum of understanding that was included with that. how close is the city now to getting better definitions that councillors can use for affordable housing when these applications come up? I guess that's to planning or housing staff or Mr. Willis.
Mr. Mayor, I will begin to answer it. Ms. Gray and Mr. Saya, if he's on the line, may also choose to add to this. So in the official plan, we're providing some additional clarity to the definitions in accordance with the provincial policy statement. We're also doing a report to you soon, which is a background study related to the inclusionary zoning project. And if the inclusionary zoning was in place, it would actually, this site would be within an area that would be eligible to be for inclusionary zoning regulation. That will provide even more meaningful advice to council on what we're actually looking for in situations like this. This application predates inclusionary zoning. They're in ahead of it. We don't have the same tools we would normally apply. We also don't have Section 37, which many councillors on the call have used quite successfully to secure certain benefits. So we're in a situation where our negotiating tools are very limited. Site plan is the only tool we have, and we acknowledge the concerns several councillors have with some of the CMHC programs. And really what the motion before you direct staff to do is to secure the best deal possible within the tools that we have available right now with this application. So it is our intent to bring further clarity forward with the inclusionary zoning report. And I don't know if Ms. Gray or Mr. Saya have additional comments they'd like to add on that.
No, I don't think so. You've captured it very well, Mr. Willis.
Thank you. So were there any steps taken in the context of what we've got? No inclusionary zoning, no Section 37, a little bit like Herringate. I guess my question is to staff or perhaps to the councillor, what steps were taken to consider establishing an MOU or a social contract for this application?
Mr. Mayor, I'll start. Councillor Furey wants to add as well, but that's in terms of the affordable housing that's going to go in there. And I understand and I appreciate Councillor McKinney's comments, and certainly through that site plan process, and it'll be a negotiation, as Mr. Willis has said, we don't have the legislative tools to do it. It's all 100% negotiation. So what ends up being done will be done through that site plan control process, and certainly as part of that, we'll try to get affordable housing that's, I'll just say, call it a deeper affordable housing, something that we've been able to obtain when we do have something like Section 37. And then I can see that perhaps at the end of that site plan agreement, there'll be a condition that they will enter into some sort of agreement, some sort of condition that relates to that. So that's really still to be done, Mr. Mayor, in terms of what's going to come out of this. As Councillor Cucce has mentioned, perhaps some sort of MOU or some agreement that'll be done as part of the site plan process, and we haven't undertaken that yet, but we'll do so as part of that planning process.
But this application won't come back before committee or committee on site plan unless the delegated authority is lifted. Is that correct? Or?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Does perhaps if I can ask the councillor, does he have any intention of lifting delegated authority so that we could consider the affordable housing that will be established on this site?
Thank you, Councillor. And I'm absolutely open and glad to do that. I think that's the best way to expose the negotiations that have happened and ensuring that there is a satisfactory target that was achieved. I raise and fear the same as you do, and Councillor McKinney. The applicant has informed us, and we did have 3 working tables, one which was in relation to active transportation, one which is in relation to community spaces, and one which is in relation to affordable housing. The applicant, to begin conversations with CMHC, requires the zoning is what they informed us of. So they once today is approved, they will begin negotiation. They have already met with the housing staff at the city as well, and are looking for options within what we have in our program. So we can only be optimistic with limited tools, but I'm glad to expose the negotiations and outcome by lifting site plan delegation for committee and council's oversight of this.
Merci, Councillor Fleury. So you will lift delegated authority and we'll have this before committee and council?
Yes.
Thank you. Merci. Yes,
Okay.
merci,
So
Monsieur Maire.
we have Councillor Fleury and King's motion carried.
Carried.
A dissent, Mr. Mayor McKenny.
Okay. And on the report as amended? Carried.
Carried.
Okay, thank you. Now we're on to the Civic Hospital. So we have the master site plan approval, 930 Carling Avenue and 520 Preston Street. So we have two amendments that I'm aware of, or motions rather, that are amendments. Councillor Brockington, if you'd like to introduce yours, second by Councillor Gower, and then Councillor Fleury and Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a technical amendment. I'll just read it. It's fairly brief. Whereas the notice of the council meeting for the lifting of the holding provision of the I-2 2491-H zone was identified as part of 930 Carling and 520 Preston Street. And whereas the city-owned O-Train corridor is part of the land where the holding provision is to be removed and represents a separate parcel of land at 850 Carling Avenue, which was inadvertently omitted from the list of addresses in the required Planning Act notice and omitted from document 7 as an address for the lifting of holding provision. And whereas proper notice was given on the 9th of October for the address of 850 Carling Avenue, therefore be it resolved that council amend document 7 to include 850 Carling Avenue in the list of addresses for the removal of the holding provision.
Okay, so that's purely a technical amendment. I think we can agree on carrying that. Carried?
Carried.
And the next one is by Councillor Fleury, seconded by Councillor Brockington. Councillor Fleury, if you'd like to introduce it.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll ask the clerk to put it on the screen if possible. So this, Mr. Mayor, stems from late night questions. I believe we were Friday night with the hospital, and they acknowledge and want to advance a UPass format for their current staff and the future planning. So the motion reads as, whereas since March 2020, OC Transpo staff and the Ottawa hospitals have been engaged with discussions on offering transit services and fare options. And whereas these discussions have included the existing hospital sites as well as the expanded site on Carling Avenue. Therefore, be it resolved that Council direct transit services staff to enter into discussions with the Ottawa Hospital with the view of developing a potential fare strategy for the Ottawa Hospital similar to the city's UPass and report back to Transit Commission and Council in Q2 of 22.
Okay, just on that, recognizing the hospital's not opening until 2027, I'm not sure of the timing of having a recommendation back in 2022. It seems a long way out. But anyways, we can do that when we get to the main item. Okay, so we have before us the Fleury-Brockington motion and the main report from Planning Committee. Questions and comments? Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I am pleased to see the motion from Councillor Fleury. I did raise this at committee as well. I'm pleased that the motions that we put forward amending this were also approved at committee. Thank my colleagues for approving those amendments. And I think it's important to note that we all want a new, innovative, forward-thinking hospital in our city. But we have a role as council, and we are charged with one thing in this regard, and that is ensuring an appropriate site plan that meets the specifications that we've set out. And on that score, there are areas where we should be seeing improvements on the site plan. And we're falling short, I think, of that duty based on what council have previously passed. And so, the changes that we've made, I think, are positive at committee, but the modifications to this plan, particularly given, how it was selected, which has caused a lot of the cynicism that we're seeing in that undemocratic fashion, behind closed doors with no minutes or delegations. We're in a tough spot as a result of that. And when I look at it and I focus back in on the site plan, which is what we're charged with, I think as a city, we need to be asking for better in this case. That doesn't mean delaying anything. The timelines will be intact, but it does mean we should be, pushing to say, come back with some amendments to the site plan, which is our role. And that's the proper process here. That's how it works. And I say that for 4 reasons. The first is that there is no estimated cost for the city presently. We do not know how much this is going to cost the city, and we should know that. Of course, can be expected to pay something for a hospital, but how much is that going to be, and what is the city going to contribute? That hasn't been answered. It's not in the report. It wasn't answered at committee. The second is that we are currently, from my reading, not complying with what was set out in the 2018 conditions that council had set for lifting the hold condition. So those conditions were set out clearly. And I'll go through them right now. One of them was the integration of the Carling O train, future LRT station, into the hospital and research facility. We don't have that here. There was a condition that was set out by council for the provision of parking on site, including underground. And we have not achieved that condition either. There is a condition set out by council to implement a parking strategy for the purpose of the impacts of off-site parking. And we don't have that. Those were the conditions set to lift the whole condition, the holding provision, which is what we're doing here today. And there's other concerns. We're not fully utilizing and taking advantage of our multi-billion-dollar investment in transit directly across from the site. This should be something that we compel the site plan to say that the buildings are close to Carling. There are better alternative concepts that would allow for the main buildings to not sprawl as they do into the site so far, which would reduce the number of trees that have to be cut down and the green space loss, and would better meet the transportation modal share we're trying to achieve. So my comments are strictly on site plan, and that we should be asking for better on these scores. The main issues that have come up in my community are the ones I have mentioned, in addition to the process. And so I'm trying to focus on what I can change, which is those conditions on site plan. The accessibility advocates, for people who have spoken on behalf of people with disabilities and seniors, have said that the distance of travel from the street, from our public transit, and the parkade to the main entrance is a barrier for people with disabilities and our seniors. And that we are losing precious, declining, open, and beautiful green space in our central core that you can never get back. And so shifting the site plan could really have made a difference in preservation, but we're not asking them to do that. And so I think today we should say, look, take the months that it's going to take to come back with a plan that does those things. Let's get a better estimate of the cost. Let's make sure we're integrating the O train right into the hospital or next to it, and to see those buildings move towards Carling for accessibility purposes and our seniors. Sorry if I was lagging.
Councillor McKenney, is the floor now?
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Councillor McKenney, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, thank you. Just came off. I also just wanted to express my concerns around site plan. I know we're not here to talk about location, and I've been clear in responses to any residents that that decision was made, not by us, and it's not our decision at this point to make the location, the site location, but it is our responsibility to ensure that the site plan works for the surrounding communities, but also the city as a whole. And you know, when this site was first presented, I have to admit that I did not initially get a lot of letters of concern. It's probably not people's favorite site, but the ongoing discussions with the hospital that my community certainly was involved in initially, and the site plan requirements by us indicated that we would likely get. Sorry, it's my dog barking.
I think if someone could turn their mic off, we hear
It's me. It's my dog. I'm going to yell at her. Just very sorry. Somebody was breaking in. So the requirements of the site plan did not raise alarm. What rose alarm was when we saw the presentation, when we saw the final plan. And it really just didn't do what was expected, what we asked. And Councillor Menard has already gone through that list, but really to have light rail not connected to that hospital, to have a cycling and transit system not really connected to the site, to have an above ground parkade, which really had been, the hospital had assured people all the way along that that wasn't going to be the case. That meant, taking away green space. And we know that Carling, Preston area, we know that we're building 45, 55, 60-story buildings, and we're taking away green space by putting in a parkade with, I know we're talking about some green space on top of a roof, but it really does not suffice for a community and for a healthy neighborhood. We don't have the plans that we need for the spill out parking and traffic impacts that are going to occur, and really to lose 500 trees as a result of the parkade is really what kind of incited residents, at least from my perspective. That's when people started to come to me to say, hold on, this is not what was agreed to. So I cannot support what we have in front of us. The notion that, if we sent it back, it would take 3, 4, 5 years. Any rational person would know that a site plan doesn't take that long, that they could come back in a few months. What did take a long time was the site selection and the kind of the political maneuverings of that took years. But sending back a site plan as a serious city to say, you can do better in the downtown of a city. This is not about not wanting this hospital. People want this hospital. I want this hospital. And so that argument that has been set up, that kind of dichotomy really is a false one. So it's not a good plan. We really should send it back. They can come back to us with something better. And I, for those reasons, cannot support what's in front of us today.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate all the work of those who proposed motions, particularly on tree canopy, because that was a very important issue to a lot of residents. So that was very, very helpful to have that. I think we need to hear one more time regarding the transit system from Michael Morgan, because I think that is a big stickler. I've talked to the representatives of the hospital many times, but I would like to hear one more time from Michael Morgan about the possibilities of the connection on this of this hospital to the system. I think it's very important that we consider it again.
Mayor, if I may, I know Mr. Morgan would be happy to back up my answer on this, but he has assisted me in the direct negotiations with the hospital. And since I've had a responsibility, I'd like to take first crack at this. For all the residents in the city who want to understand why the station itself cannot be moved to the south side of Carling, there are very clear engineering and technical reasons why it cannot be on the south side of Carling. The station needs to be located on a flat and straight stretch of track, and that's true for our entire LRT system. And south of Carling, the track begins to curve and then go downwards to get below Dow's Lake. So it technically cannot be located on the south side of Carling. And that wasn't understood in 2018. It's better understood now, especially as we have the functional designs of stage 2 available for us for the Trillium line. Secondly, the site plan protects for the possibility of either an over Carling or an under Carling connection to the Dow's Lake station. And we will be pursuing that through the next steps of discussions. It will require an amendment to the transit environmental assessment for the Trillium line. And we will work with the hospital to initiate that to get that connection as per the council's motions and directions from the joint committee. And Mr. Morgan can elaborate on anything I've said if I have not stated it correctly.
No, he did an excellent job of summarizing the issues. Thank you.
And I think it's important for people to hear on how that's going to be paid for, because we know how expensive transit construction is for the system. And we have already voted on this entire system. So I want to hear, I think it's important for people to hear how that's going to be paid for, because that's important as well. Making a change at this point in time is difficult, and I think it needs to be expressed how that is going to be dealt with. Not just wishful thinking, how is it really going to be dealt with?
So, Mr. Mayor, the hospital approval is through a sequence of decisions made by all 3 levels of government in this situation. Probably one of the few hospitals has to get approvals from all 3. So the next decision in the sequence after council makes this decision today is the province who has to approve the final functional plan and approve the funding for detailed design. With council's direction for protecting for the possibility, our hope is the hospital will submit the connection as part of the funding package to the province of Ontario, and we'll all need to work together with the other levels of government to get this financed and funded to accomplish what council wants, and which all 3 levels of, certainly the federal government and the city have taken the same position that this is the most desirable outcome here. So we'll need to work with them to get that financed as part of the overall construction package.
Okay, but we don't have that in hand today. This is what we're looking to do. Okay, I think that's important to know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm definitely happy that a number of motions were moved by area councillors at joint committee that work to mitigate some of the site challenges that we heard about at that very long joint committee meeting. And I believe, however, there are still issues that require resolution before the holding provision should be lifted, which include, as we heard from some of my other colleagues, examination of campus scale in conjunction with green space considerations, traffic and modal share considerations, convenient access to rail by pedestrians and by active transportation and persons with disabilities, as well as heritage considerations, which I'm glad that the city will continue to work on in conjunction with the Ottawa Hospital. While we all recognize the need for a new location and a new facility for the Ottawa Hospital, I agree with some of my colleagues around the table that we need to ensure that we get this right. So as a consequence, while I'm very supportive of the amending motions that we saw at the joint committee, I will not be voting in favor of this report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gower, please.
Yeah, I wasn't going to weigh in, but I do think we need to hear a little bit of balance on the other side. Let's not forget that this hospital, the master plan that's in front of us, is the culmination of planning that goes back, I believe, to 2007 or 2008. That's when the first discussions by the Ottawa Hospital Board were initiated about finding a new location. It's been refined by medical experts, by architects, many, if not most of them here in Ottawa. I think they do have an understanding of our city and how our city works and how we want our city to grow over the next few decades and how that hospital needs to serve our growing city. Let's also not forget the significant work that our staff has done over the past few months to help refine this plan, identify where there are issues, and work with the hospital to address those. And a number of my colleagues have mentioned the important amending motions and directions that were introduced at the Planning Committee meeting last week. These are important as well. I mean, there's still refinements that can be achieved here. And we're also going to get more detailed site plan work as each phase of the hospital goes forward. It's a master plan for this hospital. We heard extensively through the 12 hours of committee, the pros, the cons, how we got to where we are today. And I'll certainly be supporting the report and the recommendations in front of us today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. No, the same as Councillor Gower, I wasn't going to speak on this plan at all. But you know, I've got to, because this has been stuck in my craw and a lot of people's since the initial location across from the old Civic Hospital was discarded by a federal Liberal member of Parliament. I think that was an abysmal decision. That should have been across the street from there. I realize it's the experimental farm, but this new location, this new hospital, this facility that we require so desperately in our city should have been across Carling Avenue. And we wouldn't have any of these issues right now. We'd keep the Arboretum, Dow's, everything would be there. We'd have easier access by transit on Carling Avenue. People could get in and out faster. Yet we are stuck with the next best thing. And let me tell you, I think the architects who have been working on this have been bending over backwards. They have tried to make a sow's ear into a silk purse. This is not the ideal location for our new Ottawa hospital, but it's what we have. And they have tried to move mountains, getting this to sit on this piece of property as best as it possibly can be. And I appreciate that. We can't have it on the site it should be sitting on, but we cannot go back right now. We cannot go back. We can just say lessons learned, lessons learned. We'll have to do everything in our power to make sure that that people can access the transit and that people can get into that hospital and out of that hospital, because sick people don't take bikes and transit. Okay, we need cars to go in there. We need parking. So I want to thank everybody who's done their due diligence to make this as the best possible plan that we have. And I think that we have to get behind it. But I'm going to get behind this plan. But I had to say, shame on those who allowed this to happen. This is our Ottawa hospital for the city of Ottawa, for the people in this region. And we should have tackled this years ago and said we're not accepting a second-rate location that's going to jeopardize our green space. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Willis, the councillor just referenced the Arboretum being impacted. Is the Arboretum impacted with this plan?
No, Mayor, the hospital proposal is not on the Arboretum plans.
It's in the general vicinity. It's all, to me, it's all one.
Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Fleury, do you want to bring your motion forward then? Maybe just talk about the time between 2022 and 2027.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. I see no objection of moving the timeline other than the hospital, when the item was presented and discussed, did share that currently their current staff in their various locations could benefit from such a program. So if there's a better window of time, I'm glad to amend it, but it is in reference to all discussion relating to the new site, but could have benefits earlier.
I think maybe if you just put with recommendations prior to the opening of the hospital, as opposed to pinning down one date, because things will change obviously between now and 2027, I'm sure. Are you agreeable to that? I think it just doesn't box you or the hospital in.
Sure, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I don't have a particular, again, for me, it was intended to be the new hospital. They referred to their existing staff, and that's how this came to be on a date, but I'm glad to amend it.
Yeah, no, it's a great idea. And if we can strike a deal for, a similar pass for hospital workers at that site, it's even better. So, okay. So on the motion, carried. I'm going to offer some comments if anyone else has, sorry, Deputy Clerk. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Moffat, I apologize. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, no worries. It's the motion clearly, as Councillor Fleury just said, is not necessarily about the new hospital. I just wonder if maybe the conversation actually belongs elsewhere to be a bit more encompassing of other hospitals, and that we're only focused on the new civic hospital, but he himself said that this was about the existing staff. So if you want to have a conversation with hospitals about a UPass type situation, would you not also want to include other hospitals in that discussion? I just wonder if the conversation actually belongs better at Transit Commission, where you can have a discussion about this more holistically citywide.
Mr. Mayor, if I may be helpful to council here, Councillor Moffat's comments are quite valid, and Mr. Manconi had prior discussions with them about a comparable program related to the entire Ottawa hospital network. So if I can be helpful to council, I think it's fair to say that we have direction from council that I'll talk to my new colleague, the new general manager of transit, when she gets settled in, and we'll start those discussions on a more broad basis, but meet council's objective to the Fleury motion as well. I think it's a fair task for us to take on.
All right, thank you, Mr. Willis.
Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. I did speak at length at committee, and I just want to summarize my thoughts on this as well. And first, to piggyback on Councillor Meehan's comments, I think that a lot of the wind in people's sails would have been taken out if the federal government had clearly articulated their preference for the site that we're talking about now. People have referenced the NCC review that was undertaken, and a new site was selected. And a lot of people referenced the fact that there had not been a clear explanation to the public why that had happened. So whether or not this is the perfect site, because no site is perfect, there was strong objections to the other Carling site that would have taken agricultural land. There were concerns about the location at Tunney's. Every site has flaws. But if that had been clearly articulated by the feds, I think people would have at least a better understanding of why. That didn't happen. So that adds the fuel to the fire that we've seen. And I appreciate the fact that there's a new MP. Yasser Naqvi is the new MP for Ottawa Centre, and he has been good to work with when he was an MPP and I was a school trustee and then councillor. And I know that he will work well together with the city and others going forward. So I'm very happy to see him in place there. Mayor, there have been some questions. I just want to go through them real quick. So we heard some questions about the placement of buildings in a site plan. And I want Mr. Willis to just go through the types of conversations that happen before this comes to committee and council, the types of discussions that you've had. We've heard placement of buildings, the scale of buildings, proximity to the transit. If you could generally comment on that, Mr. Willis, that would be appreciated.
Mr. Mayor, there are a number of considerations when the architects developed the site plan for the hospital, and they did go through multiple iterations of different layouts and site configurations. Some of the key considerations, which they did summarize at committee, were you cannot locate certain specific functions too close to a rail line because of the interference the rail line might have to medical instrumentation. So there's a required setback. There is a ridge running through the site with some geotechnical issues, and it's also where we're trying to preserve as many trees as we can. That was also another constraint they worked around. The hospital has a very large floor plate because of the interrelationships of different medical functions. And the hospital worked with Ministry of Health and internal committees within the hospital for over 2 years to look at what synergies would happen on, what's beside what on what floor. And that led to very much the large floor plate configuration, which is a common design in Ontario hospitals. So the hospitals, I'm not a hospital planning expert, nor are my staff, but our staff did challenge them on a regular basis, as did NCC staff, about their configuration, and they presented this as the best arrangement for the needs of the healthcare provision in the facility.
And I accept that, look, your initial concept or vision of a development changes as you start to do your reviews and assessments, and you start to evolve the project further, and you realize, well, it's going to be better to build it over here, or this height, or mass buildings in this location, because of all the things you're now working through. And as we go into final design, likely there will be other changes. So I accept that, but again, there has to be that clear, transparent explanation to the public about how we went from A to B to C. And again, I think we are all responsible for that. So I appreciate that. Just on transit connection, I worked at Town East Pasture. I got off the transit station. I walked to buildings. I worked in 3 different buildings during my 16-year career. I went to the University of Ottawa. I got off at a station. I sometimes had a 15-minute walk to get to my buildings. So this hospital is on an LRT line. I'm not debating that. It is on the LRT line. The main front door of the hospital is not beside the station. Okay, I accept that. We have, I believe, an obligation to connect the station from the north side to the south side and have a accessible pathway system, whether it's those movable sidewalks you see in airports, covered, that's easy for people to get from Carling to the front door. Can you comment on that further? Just take that step back. The NCC, from what I understood at their meeting, made this a requirement. Could you comment on that they wanted to see a connection from the transit station, but also that the connection from Carling to the front door was, perhaps you can discuss further exactly what they committed to.
So Mayor, first of all, this is a site with multiple buildings on it. So we've been talking about the initial buildings, so including the main hospital building. There, I should remind council, there are 3 towers that are part of the research and scientific functions of the hospital that will be built right at the station location, right on Carling Avenue. So there are components of the facility that will be built there, including possibly some outpatient services. The NCC and the city are jointly concerned that we provide the most accessible route possible for people getting in. That includes providing weather protected enclosed structures to get from the station into the building. That could be through extending the platforms or a tunnel from the platforms below Carling, or it could be elevators and escalators to a bridge that goes over Carling to the higher level. There are grade changes regardless of which option is chosen. So an elevator and escalator is required. And then we're working with the hospital so that they design an enclosed protected covering entrance to the main building all the way from Carling Avenue from the corner. And as the councillor mentioned, moving sidewalks are likely part of that solution, as they are in other big facilities as well. Accessibility is absolutely a mandatory requirement for the hospital. You could not get a hospital in Ontario approved if it was not meet accessibility requirements. So this is something we will be doing much more work with the hospital, as will the Ministry of Health when they're reviewing the plans.
Thank you. The last thing I just generally want to talk about are the trees, because that's another main theme that we've had here. I don't condone, I don't cheer when trees come down ever. I want to see mitigation initiatives approved to lessen the impact on trees. We at committee talked about a number. First of all, we talked about whether we can pre-plant before construction happens to actually get ahead on trees that have to come down. We talked about whether we could actually physically remove some of the trees and replant them so the trees actually don't get cut but replaced. We wanted a direction to staff to guarantee that if trees died after they were, the new trees were planted, that they would be replaced, the responsibility of the hospital. That if again trees were cut, that we could repurpose the wood and the wood could be used inside the hospital for various purposes. But I don't cheer that. I don't cheer trees coming down. And you weigh that and other factors against everything else that is going on here, and you have to make those decisions. So I don't want developments to have that type of impact, but again, you have to factor in everything else that we have going on with this decision here. So I appreciate that, and I know that we will be following that matter, particularly the trees and transit, to see that happen before the hospital gets built itself. So Mayor, it's been a long journey. As I said, 6 days after I was first elected, John Bear's surprise announcement caught us all off guard, and have literally been working with the hospital planning staff, the community, and various community groups and my local colleagues since then. I will be supporting the staff recommendation to lift the holding provisions of this and to approve the master site plan, knowing that there are other site plans coming before construction begins. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on the item? Well, I'll offer some comments. Obviously, today we're voting on the next phase of the master plan for the Civic Hospital, and staff have recommended, and Planning Committee as well as Built Heritage Subcommittee have endorsed the master site plan to permit the development of a multi-phase state-of-the-art hospital on Carling and Preston. Now, this is a 50-acre parcel off Carling Avenue. We've heard from some residents from adjacent neighborhoods, Civic Hospital area, Dow's Lake, Preston, and Glebe, regarding legitimate concerns on traffic and active transportation and parking. We also heard from the Ottawa Hospital their unwavering commitment to proactively working with the city and the communities to mitigate these issues. Now, I invite you to remember that the current Civic Hospital is approximately 800 meters west of the new location, and these local traffic and parking issues have been well managed for over 100 years. I want to pull out a note here from the history repeating itself file. This is from the Historical Society of Ottawa. Let me quote it. Mayor Harold Fisher was chided and ridiculed for his relentless campaign to have a new Ottawa, quote, Civic Hospital built in the middle of nowhere out in what was then the countryside. Fisher's Folly, they had been calling it when the Civic opened way out in the West End in 1924. But the mayor, during 1918's deadly pandemic, Fisher had seen firsthand how sorely adequate Ottawa-aged community hospitals had become, hopelessly struggling to meet the needs of an increasing number of afflicted. Fisher knew Ottawa needed a modern hospital. During the 1918 outbreak, Fisher had no choice but to throw together temporary hospitals in Lansdowne's Aberdeen Pavilion and vacated schools around the city. And he needed to close not only schools, churches, taverns, concert halls, and theaters, as well as ward off the lethal contagion. Offices and shops were shut early. Harold Fisher was determined that the citizens of Ottawa would never be caught in this desperate situation again. And back then, the hospital construction was pegged at $1.5 million. Now, we know that this site will replace the existing 200-space NCC parking lot. It will cover the trench for the O train. It will reimagine what is known as Queen Juliana Park. It will preserve the ridge of trees before you rise to where the Sir John Carling building was once located. It will preserve the Dara Tennis Club and replace any lost trees within the hospital site, a 5-to-1 ratio. I saw lots of signs at various protests saying that it was going to be clear-cut. In fact, for every tree lost, 5 will be planted. And once completed, the new Civic Trauma Center will be the single largest healthcare investment in the history of the City of Ottawa. Although we've heard from a wide range of competing positions from residents, including many compelling stories of life-saving treatment from patients, we also heard from Dr. Jeff Turnbull. Many of you know Jeff as being such a great community leader as director of Ottawa City Inner Health, an organization that works on the ground with some of the most vulnerable residents. I'd like to quote Dr. Turnbull when he said, "I'd like to encourage all members of this committee to think about what is the most expedient way to move ahead to a new high-quality healthcare system. The proposed site would provide access for high-quality care and would allow for recruitment of top-notch doctors, researchers, and healthcare providers." I agree with Dr. Turnbull. This is the time for a new hospital in Ottawa. I also agree with another former Civic board member, someone well known around the council table as one of our great citizens, Jamie McCracken. And I quote from the Ottawa Citizen, "As Mr. McCracken reminds us, we are not building a big box store here. This is a once-in-a-generation public health care facility needed to support growth across our city and to address the needs of our aging population. I agree this is a project that the city should be proud of. We must work collaboratively with our federal and provincial partners to make this a reality. Now, today's decision really is about collective leadership. I'd like to remind members of council that the people of Ottawa Centre, where the hospital is located, had an opportunity to make their views known on this issue in the recent federal election. Liberal Member of Parliament Yasser Naqvi supported the hospital and promised to work on legislation to protect the experimental farm moving forward, and he easily won, defeating his opponents who wanted to move the hospital. So it was a pretty good sounding board just a few months ago. The site is surrounded by a traditional main street and an arterial main street that can support a facility of this size, and is also on a transit priority street along Carling, adjacent to the Trillium line that runs north-south through the site. We've also heard that staff are exploring all options to improve the connectivity to transit, both on the site and in the interior of the site. They will be strengthened by a motion that strengthens the cycling and pathway connectivity to this new regional hospital. We all know that this master plan has been the subject of extensive consultation, and I'd like to thank members of the public that have taken the time to engage in this important file. I also want to remind you that there will be many more opportunities to engage as the hospital moves through the planning process over the next several years. The Ottawa Hospital has been an open and collaborative partner with the community to date, and we've heard at the Joint Committee their continued commitment to working with the community to improve the integration of this cutting-edge research and treatment facility into adjacent communities. And just to remind us all, this is not a local hospital. This is not a regional hospital. This is a trauma center, state-of-the-art facility that will serve residents of Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec, and Nunavut. Over 28 operating rooms, a world-renowned neuroscience center, over 641 single beds to treat patients, and eventually a new research wing along Carling, and the future integration of the Heart Institute. We also heard the sensitivity to cultural heritage impact statement required as part of the federal process. I'm also happy to see a motion that seeks to strengthen the federal protections towards the experimental farm moving forward. The site is truly multimodal in that it does not only benefit from the proximity of the LRT Carling station, the site benefits greatly from cycling, the Trillium bike pathway, walking from Preston and Carling neighborhoods, which will see future density. And the Transportation Impact Assessment recommends a shift in the modal share away from car traffic. And the plan includes a neighborhood traffic calming study, off-site parking strategy to deal with off-site parking impacts, transportation monitoring to truth test the finding of the Transportation Impact Assessment, a transportation demand management plan, the LRT connectivity to be direct, weather protected, clear wayfinding, and universally accessible. The key to this transportation options work and the detail of the best options can come forward in the implementing site plans. It is certain that this work will be ongoing through the construction phase and once the hospital is built. So in conclusion, as part of the design of the site, the Ottawa Hospital has demonstrated a commitment to a 40% tree canopy coverage, including the designing the site to preserve the mature trees within the ridge. 500 trees are being retained on the site, and we've heard a strong commitment to replant 5 trees for every 1 tree removed. We've also heard a lot about parking on the site, and I think we can all agree that parking is the least favorable part of this debate. Common sense also tells us that we will not be taking our aging parents for cancer treatment on the bus or the train. We've heard about the challenges on the site in terms of water infiltration, limestone, and other rock materials that will require blasting, difficult excavation, significant truck traffic over many, many months, and not to mention the staggering additional cost of putting parking underground. All of that money, by the way, is not covered by the province, the federal government. It would have to be raised locally. Good luck having a campaign to raise money to pay another $300 million locally to have parking underground. To quote 2 doctors, Dr. McKillop and Fullerton, in an opinion piece in last Friday's Citizen, quote, "When you're coming to the hospital, parking is something you don't typically think about right away until you get there, and it's all you can think about. The stress of finding and paying for parking at the hospital is something many parents, patients unfortunately must deal with when they arrive. It is the most common complaint we get from patients, and we believe it should be the last thing on our minds." There's much more I could say about this. Cycling connectivity, protection of open public spaces, the inclusion of an urban plaza at Carling Champagne, the 5.5 acres open space above the parking garage that may include tennis courts, playground, a passive park, and community gardens. However, I think I'll leave it there because I know that the majority of you do in fact support this. I believe that after 14 years of planning, we're finally able to move this file forward, and to help bring this new world-class hospital facility to Ottawa. I'd like to close by reminding members that there are municipalities across Ontario who would be happy to receive these coveted and scarce health care dollars to build a hospital in their community. And on top of that, the funding for the hospital grounds itself is $1, I believe, a year for 99 years. I'd ask members not to abandon your responsibility towards our residents and to plan for future residents of Ottawa so that we can build a facility that can deliver world-class care for the next 100 years. This vote is very much a litmus test of our individual and collective leadership responsibilities. Let's support our local hospital. So on the Fleury motion.
Yeas and nays.
And yeas and nays on the main report as amended.
Point of order, please.
Yes.
Mayor, there are 5 items being voted on in this motion. The first 3 are related to the master plan and holding provisions. I would like those to be voted on first. And D and E are not related to the master site plan. I'd like to those vote on separately. That way, if people are going to be opposing, they won't vote against writing a letter to the NCC and minister.
So you want A, B, and C voted on separately, and then D voted separately, and E separately?
Well, D and E can go together as a package.
All right, so we've been asked that so we'll just vote on overall support for the project is A, B, and C, yeas and nays.
Mr. Mayor, could we have it on the screen? Sorry, we asked for Councillor Brockington's amendments.
Well, it's endorse the master site plan, reinstate delegated authority, and approve an amendment to zoning map of zoning bylaw 2008. The Fleury motion carried with that friendly amendment I offered. So we have, we're going to vote now yeas and nays on A, B, and C.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor King.
No.
Conseil Cloutier.
Oui.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Egli.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Deans.
Yes.
Councillor Moffat.
Yes.
Councillor Shantiri.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Shirelli.
Yes.
Councillor McKenney.
No.
Councillor Harder.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor Meehan.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Conseil Fleury.
Oui.
Councillor Derues.
Yes.
Mayor Watson.
Yes.
19 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, and now on D and E, carried?
Okay.
Carried.
Carried. Great, thank you, and thanks to our staff for the great work that they did. This was a big file for them, and to all members of the Planning and Build Heritage Subcommittee, thank you for your long hours as well. Next item is Councillor Menard asks that election signs bylaw review be removed from the bulk consent agenda. Councillor Menard.
Yes, very quickly, Mayor. Thank you. I support the report overall. There's one aspect, though, that I have concerns with, and I just want to raise it, and it's the continuing ability for people to put signs up all over our public areas. In the report, staff have outlined many different municipalities across Ontario which either restrict this completely or have sections where you have outlined areas that you can put up signs in the public, but they're specified. I take it, the point was made earlier about disadvantaging potential candidates that are not incumbents. I understand that's a concern. That's not the thrust of this. And of course, if there were individual placements of signs in the public area, we would be able to ensure that that was not the case. And so I guess to staff, can I just ask if we didn't have that legal opinion that says that there is a potential Charter of Rights issue with not having public signs available, because you can still put them on lawns, that sort of thing. If you didn't have that legal opinion, would you be recommending that this practice be done away with, given the environmental costs, the hassle, and the views of people when they're driving, when they're walking, which are often obstructed by the amount of signs, the plethora of signs we see in every election right across our public spaces? So just get staff comment on that.
Mr. Mayor. No, the answer would be without the legal aspect, there'll still be operational challenges with regards to implementing such a practice. The enforcement challenges that would be before us would be significant.
I appreciate that. Would those enforcement challenges still exist if the other municipalities that have said, and actually if you could specify how many other municipalities in Ontario do not allow this currently for the public signs first? And then if that was the case, where there is not just say 20 spots per ward, would there still be those impediments that you mentioned?
Mr. Mayor, the size of our city does make that a challenge. If there was clusters, the size and placement of the signs would become a challenge. Which sign was placed first, what sign came afterwards, it would be a difficulty for bylaw staff to inspect that effectively. As to which municipalities, I don't have the number right in front of me. I know for a fact Toronto contemplated this and did not go down this road due to the reasons we just outlined.
Okay, can you not name the other municipalities that don't have this? My understanding, there's 10 or 15 of them. And so this is the type of thing that I think we should be just having. We didn't have any discussion about this at FEDCO, and we're approving these sign bylaws, provincial election coming up, municipal election coming up. So ideally we start to push and say, look, we can't just put signs everywhere, which always happens and litters our areas. We should start trying to rein this in a little bit so that there's not all this environmental waste that we see and these other issues. So maybe if staff could, while there's other questions happening, look at the other municipalities and make sure that City Council and the public has a good view of how many other municipalities do not allow this currently, if that can be done. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Tierney.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And it's odd. I thought if there was a discussion about this, it would have taken place at FEDCO. And, with all due respect to my colleague, we have 444 municipalities across Ontario. Some are, we're a single tier municipality. When people want to run and try to defeat an incumbent, it's already a challenge. So I feel it looks like we're stacking a deck. Do you think I enjoy running around putting up these arterial signs when they get knocked down all the time? Wouldn't it be easier just to plop them on lawns? Hell yes. But at the same time, we already have an incumbent advantage, a super incumbent advantage, really is a spitting in the face of democracy at best. So I will not be supporting any amendments. I just want to thank the work that has been done. Getting it harmonized to 45 days at least makes it that much more of a blight on our city, with even private and public. And again, great work by the clerk's office on trying to get something that makes more sense. I always felt the 60-30 was crazy long. This makes a lot more sense, and at least will only clog up and create a bit of sign pollution for that 45-day period. I do understand what the councillor is trying to achieve here. It's just, again, I never would have beaten my incumbent if I didn't have those arterial signs for areas that I wasn't known within my ward. So on that, I hope councillors support the recommendation today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councillor El-Shantiri.
Without repeating what my previous speaker said, my colleague, this didn't happen, that debate on committee. And I'm surprised why it's happening here, Mr. Mayor. Secondly, I'm the one, I think, initiated the first motion in 2019 to look at the sign, because we have so much problems with the 60 days on private property, 30 days on public, and half the people don't even know where the public property line is and where's the private property line. We have so many bylaws issue coming out of it. So when we begin this term, I had asked the clerk if we can revisit this the sign bylaw, and I do believe in my heart this bylaw recommended by staff is the way to go. So instead of having two, which is we were the only municipality with two separate dates, now we have 45 days on both private and public property. That is clearly where the sign. And folks, don't forget also the challenge when we don't have a clear messaging. The challenge on our staff, how many bylaw staff they were called in the last election to bring a measuring tape and measure where the sign should be relocated. So please, let's move on. But when I'm still speaking, I would like to thank staff, Mr. Mayor, especially Mr. Bursbois, Dan, and Michelle, for doing, and the clerk's office and the election office, because they reach out to a lot of us and during the process, and we met with them and we talked to them, and we get to the report where it is today based on consultation with council as well. So I caution any changes, because I will not be supporting any amendment to what's on front of us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shirelli. You're on mute. Councillor, you're still on mute.
Still on mute.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. I've been through many elections and I've noticed a pattern, and that pattern is that there's sort of a race to see which candidate is going to be the first to raise an issue of their opponent's signs going up at the wrong time. It happens every election. There's always one story like that at least. And this has an opportunity to reduce that. You also hear from the public at election time about their distaste for seeing all the signs. I'd like to make sure everyone realizes right now that, I was in law school when the Ramsden case was ruled on, and it was very impactful on municipalities across the country because and contrary to what the public believes, everybody has the right to put up a sign on public property. And we don't have the right to limit that. We only have the right to regulate it. So it's important that the public realizes that that's a basic right, part of freedom of expression, and it's protected by the charter. So there's nothing we could do to stop that, except I suppose we could disobey it and have someone take us to the Supreme Court and lose. We would lose. But the courts are very clear on this. I think staff had a difficult assignment in trying to come up with a solution here that balanced that court decision and subsequent court decisions with the desire to allow incumbents to successfully challenge, non-incumbents to successfully challenge incumbents. A non-incumbent, to have any hope of winning, must be able to get their name out there. And this recommendation doesn't prevent that. So I think, is this the way I would do it if I could do whatever I wanted? No. But it's the best possible recommendation that we could have at this time, given all of our constraints.
Thank you. Councillor Leroux.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank Dan and Michelle on the report and presentation. And the clerk's office really has been working hard on that after the direction from council. But to be fair, Mr. Mayor, I'm very happy to see the 45 and 45. The reason is when you run an election and the new candidate against incumbent, there is a lot of rules they have to follow, and this is one less date they have to take off. It's so confusing between the 30 day and on public and 60 days on private. So this is a great balance for everyone and great balance for the city. I also, some of my colleagues, the city of Ottawa is massive, and you can't look at any other municipality other to compare Ottawa to another municipality, because we have rural, suburban, and of course, urban. And in rural area, if we don't utilize those public corners and intersection for the candidate to be able to put their names, you can't restrict them from doing so. So I just want to bring this up, and I want to thank everyone for their collective effort on working on that file.
Great, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Well, I'll just say I support the staff recommendation. I always find it a little rich when a candidate now safely ensconced as an incumbent wants to make it more difficult for a challenger in the next election. Putting up signs on public property helps non-incumbents get their name and their face and their message out in a rather inexpensive way. And so to start mucking about and trying to make it harder for someone to challenge us as incumbents is not on with me. So I encourage people to support the staff recommendation. Carried?
Carried.
Okay, thank you. The next item that we held was Councillor Hubley and Councillor Dean's item number 23 with respect to automated speed enforcement. And Councillor Hubley, do you want to introduce your motion, please?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Dean's motion. I just added a friendly amendment to it that we include public consultation.
Yeah, I think because yours is an amendment, you have to go first. So it's moved by yourself, signed by Councillor Deans. You just want to put up on the screen and introduce it.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna have trouble seeing this just a second.
Do you want me to read it for you, Al?
Yeah, please, if you don't mind. I can't get the full picture on my screen.
So whereas during consideration of this report, the Transportation Committee approved a motion from Councillor Deans, which includes direction that staff pilot and install automated speed enforcement cameras at 4 locations, and reporting back to Transportation Committee through the 2024 Road Safety Action Plan annual report. And whereas an additional amendment was proposed at committee regarding additional public consultation, and it was agreed that wording to this effect will be brought forward for City Council on October 13th, 2021. Therefore, be it resolved that the committee recommendations be amended to add the following. 1, that traffic services undertake public consultation with residents of the City of Ottawa through a public opinion survey in the spring of 2024 to evaluate the public's opinion on speeding and the use of ASE at the 4 piloted high-speed roadway locations. And 2, that traffic services report back to Transportation Committee and Council the results of this survey through the 2024 Road Safety Action Plan annual report in Q4 2024.
Okay, so on the motion or the main report?
Carried.
Question?
Carried.
Carried. Okay, thank you. Carried both, yes. Right. Disposition of items approved by committee under delegated authority suite à données des articles ratifiés par les comités en vertu de pouvoirs délégués. Received. Motion to adopt report. Motion portant adoption du rapport. Councillor Fleury, please. Second by Councillor Kavanaugh.
Oui, désolé, Monsieur le Maire. Que le rapport numéro 25 du Comité de l'agriculture, des affaires rurales, le rapport numéro 12 du comité de vérification, le rapport numéro 18 du comité permanent de la protection de l'environnement, de l'eau et de la gestion des déchets, le rapport numéro 29 du comité des finances et du développement économique, les rapports 49 et 50 du comité d'urbanisme, le rapport numéro 2 conjoint du comité d'urbanisme et du comité des services communautaires et de protection, le rapport numéro 13 de la commission du transport en commun, le rapport numéro 22 du comité des transports et le rapport du bureau du greffier municipal intitulé « Déclaration d'une charge vacante au conseil municipal quartier 4, Canada Nord » et résumé des observations orales et écrites du public sur les questions assujetties aux exigences d'explication au terme de la loi sur l'aménagement du territoire à la réunion du conseil du 22 septembre 2021 soient reçus et adoptés dans leur version modifiée.
Adopté, carried.
Adopté.
Motions of which notice have been previously given, motion dont avis a été donné entièrement. Councillor Hubley has a motion seconded by myself with respect to no fair proposal for December. Councillor Hubley, if you'd like to introduce your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I get this one on the screen, please? We'll try it. Okay. Whereas 2 train derailments have subjected Ottawa's transit customers to significant service disruption in August and September, and whereas City Council recognizes the effect of these major disruptions on our transit customers, and whereas City Council wishes to rebuild consumer confidence in the O-Train system and encourage the usage of transit services in Ottawa, and whereas transit can play an important role in supporting our local economy and job creation by connecting residents with small businesses and restaurants across the city, especially during the holiday season. Therefore, be it resolved that OC Transpo and Paratranspo provide customers with 1 full month of no-charge transit service in December 2021 to be confirmed by the General Manager of Transportation Services following the resumption of service on O-Train 1, and be it further resolved that the, can I get that moved up, please? Be it further resolved that the foregone revenue from the no-charge transit service estimated at $7.2 million be funded from the anticipated funds from the financial and performance provisions in the project agreement with the Rideau Transit Group. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Questions and comments, Councillor Chiarelli?
Thank you, Your Worship. Question regarding the active clause here is the business about the $7.2 million coming from RTG. Can staff confirm that we have a liquidated damages clause in that first LRT contract and that it limits the recoverability?
So the contract, Mr. Mayor, the contract as it stands now is basically a performance-based contract. And so where the service is not delivered, where the performance is not met, we would not pay RTG for those amounts. So it's less of a recovery and more of a reallocation of funds that we would have otherwise paid to RTG that we would then reallocate to pay for this service during December.
Right, but the question is there a liquidated damages clause in the contract?
It's not liquidated damages, it's performance-based payments. So when they—
So you're saying no, there isn't?
There's not.
Okay, because there is in the second one.
Typically, those apply to the construction period as opposed to the maintenance period. In the maintenance period, it's based on performance, and we make deductions based on service not delivered.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Law.
Yeah, question to staff. What are the chances we're actually going to be able to recover that $7.2 million from RTG to pay for this?
So in turn, it's again, I wouldn't consider it a recovery from RTG as much as a reallocation of funds. So we've set aside a monthly service payment that would otherwise be paid to RTG for the month of looking at September, we don't expect to pay that based on the performance not delivered. And therefore, we'd reallocate those funds to pay for the bus costs.
Where would the $7.2 million have gone should we not have this motion in front of us today?
It would be a savings against the transit budget.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eichlein.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just following up on that, Mr. Morgan. So the 7.2 that you're using, the funding source that you're using, that 7.2 has to be spent in this calendar year or it goes against the budget line, correct? You couldn't carry it over to next year.
That level of detail, yeah, I mean, typically, yes, the operations budget needs to be spent in the year. So the savings, defer to finance if they're on the call, if there's some specific accounting exercise that you could do in terms of carrying it forward, but typically it would be spent or saved in the year that the event occurred.
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Morgan. It must be spent in this year. Otherwise, it just falls to the bottom line.
Thank you for that clarification.
So is that it, Councillor Eichlein?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Menard.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I will be voting for this because I believe that transit should be free in many different instances. And I believe, transit riders should get a break after our continued failure to provide quality transit to them. But I can't help but feel that this is a political gimmick that is meant to distract transit riders from the issues at hand and to really placate their indignation. And we should be seriously studying free transit options in Ottawa. We have free transit on multiple days in multiple situations, depending on age and depending on holiday. But that's not what this motion is about. We should be looking at a transportation master plan studying of this because it can bring benefits to our city for tourism, for low-income riders, for many others. We can't even say free transit in this city anymore without it being, wordsmith to say no charge. And I think the price tag for this is something akin, or a portion anyway, of what a judicial inquiry would cost based on the estimates provided by Mr. White and other inquiries. It's hard to know what that will cost, but we've seen the estimates from other cities. So I want to be clear on this motion that I'll be supporting. I think anyone who votes for this, but then not for the judicial inquiry, is really showing Ottawa that they'd rather treat residents like consumers deserving of a 1-month coupon than the citizens deserving of transparency, accountability, and good governance. Only the latter will really ensure that Ottawa residents are well served into the future. Thank you.
Councillor Brockington, please.
Thank you, Mayor. What will the increased demand for service be by the public when we offer free service?
That's a question I have to take away, Councillor, to refer back to my colleagues in planning.
Well, we're going to decide it. We're going to make a decision today. You offer a free product, your demand goes up. People love the 4-letter F word. And we have to plan that there's going to be increased demand during a pandemic. We have to make sure that we have adequate number of buses and trains in service. And whether demand goes up 10%, 20%, 30%, we have to be able to prepare for that increased demand. And we have to ensure that our everyday riders who rely on the system to get to work and school won't be further displaced or won't be further inconvenienced, because now there's going to be a large volume of new riders to get through this system. And I'm not speaking against this motion. I just want to make sure we're prepared. I want to make sure we're prepared for the volume of people who will be taking transit. And I have no idea whether it's going to be a 5% increase, 10, like I said, 15 or 20. So I think that's important for us to understand, because if you offer a free service because you want to help increase confidence in the system and you want to acknowledge the pain and suffering we've put people through, you don't want to make it actually worse. And I just want to make sure we've thought this through, that we plan for increased demand. We're ready on day one to provide the service that's going to match that demand. That's very important. I do support the notion of acknowledging that service has been unreliable, that we have put the people of Ottawa through basically 2 years, well before LRT opened, we were having challenges with the bus network. And I do believe that this recognition and offering of free service is the right thing to do. I'm not sure if this is the right time. That's the thing. And I know others will speak and will have more to say in this, but I'm very open to this. And it's certainly a conversation that needs to happen after December, is how do we get people back onto the system? How do you entice non-riders to get back to the system? And that's something I was working with Mr. Manconi after the system first opened, is do we have periods of free service to attract people, right? We had to grow 2.5% a year of new riders to make this financially viable. So I recognize, just politics, sure, but I do think at the end of the day, it's the right thing to do to say, you know what, we acknowledge what the people have gone through on the system. And as a small concession, we do want to provide at least a month of free service to the people of Ottawa. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Fleury, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions. So maybe to OC Transpo, if the motion is to pass, are there user types that would not benefit from the fee waiver?
Councillor, I think the benefit would be shared equally. Is there a particular group you're thinking about in terms of a benefit or change there?
I'm thinking someone that pays not monthly, right? Someone that pays yearly or seasonally. Are there user types that we'd have to figure out some way to attribute them an extra month?
I understand the questions. That's a good thing for me to take back to the group. I think the team has been looking at all kind of the past, the various kind of iterations or permutations of passes to make sure that people don't accidentally get charged for December, that the appropriate logistics are in place. And if there is a scenario where there need to be a credit, that would be applied appropriately.
I think just to follow up on that, Councillor, I think one of the things, obviously, where we're trying to get this passed today is it gives enough advance notice. Those people who are budgeting to buy their pass, for instance, December, wouldn't have to do that. So that they, and obviously if they come to the counter, the staff will be telling them there's no charge for the month of December if this passes.
And Mr. Mayor, just so I understand, if I'm a UPass purchaser, to use a group, there must be others who have a semester purchase. So we would grant them an extra month at the end of their pass. Like, how does that work? Or we would pay back the month of December. I just want to make sure that we're all clear on who gets the free waiver today, if this passes.
I think Mr. Morgan indicated to take that back as a follow-up.
Okay. Mr. Morgan, do you have any data from the previous conversation earlier today on the R1? What would be the perfect slew to match the capacity for LRT for R1? How many buses is that?
Yeah, I think so. I did follow up there. It's a difficult conversation because the travel time is different than on R1, then on the bus, then on the train. For every high capacity, bus, you basically need 9 high capacity buses to kind of meet the equivalent to a train. So that's obviously a challenge. And the number of buses required to kind of meet the capacity is well over 150.
Do we know what is our daily cost of running R1 because of the LRT not running?
No, that's a question I need to take away, Councillor.
Okay. A couple of questions, maybe to finance. I think Wendy was on earlier. Wendy, could we get a better understanding of, I know we had an OC Transpo operational capital report today, but heading into the end of 2021, where does OC stand with their operational shortfall?
Thanks, Councillor, for that question. We did have our Q2 year-end forecast. We're forecasting approximately $17 million deficit. And that deficit is predicated on a shortfall of our Safe Restart Agreement funding. And there's continued advocacy to fill that gap, but we haven't heard, or we really don't have a sense of where that's landing at this point.
Okay. And then Mr. Mayor, or I guess, I'm not sure if it's Mr. Mayor or Chair Rubley that moved it, but is what's the policy around that? So if the LRT's down for a month, 2 months, 3 months, if in 2022, do we automate this? Like, is it something that is a standoff, one-off based on today's situation, or are we actually embedding a public policy consideration for future system stoppage?
Yeah, no, this is for this month of December. Any other changes would have to be made by council on a go-forward basis.
Okay, so I'm probably running out of time, but I don't struggle with the principle of the motion. I do struggle with our deficit situation, the R1 situation that we're all feeling, and I agree with Councillor Luloff. Previously, we talked about, let's get a plan. This risk's happening again, and putting that in place. And then, if we are to have a customer appreciation waiver, I'm all for it, but it needs to be comprehensive. It needs to be a policy going forward. So I can't support the motion as is, but I do respect the intent. I do understand the intent, and I hope that we get an opportunity through this year's budget to look at that for future years, because we are where we are, and we do appreciate our transit customers and want to bring as much relief as possible.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I have been thinking about this motion since it was first brought out and flip-flopping back and forth. I can't support it today. The value of a bus pass is $122. And when I think about what people have been going through for over 3 weeks, and the stress related to the LRT failures for 2 years ago, for 2 years now, I just can't put that price tag on it. I can't say that's the value of the stress and the time that the LRT failures have cost the residents of Ottawa. There is no price that we can put on it. When I hear about the folks who are going to high school, like my niece, and lives in Orleans and is attending De La Salle, and it's an hour and a half, an hour and 45 minutes, 2 hours on a bad day in order to get to school. When I hear about the appointments that people are missing, $122 doesn't cut it. And colleagues, I don't think there is a number that we can put on it. I can't tell you $1,000 would do it. I can't tell you that $2,000 would do it. What the residents of Ottawa want us to do, and what we have to be focused on, if we are genuinely regretful of the past 2 years of LRT failures, is to fix our train. And that's what I hear residents tell me over and over again. Don't worry about the free fare. Don't worry about 1 month. Get us a train that works. And I can't vote for this today, finally, on the basis that we are putting a value on the stress and time that we have cost residents at $122 at most for those who would ordinarily buy a bus pass. I do believe, Mayor, and I do believe Councillor Hubley, that you are making a gesture that you feel is important to make, but there's a price tag attached to it, and that price tag isn't high enough. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wish we could have every month could be December in this respect, because I'm afraid that after New Year's, there's going to be a bit of a hangover when January hits, and residents have to pay the full fare plus when that comes in. As you know, I've always asked for a freeze on the increases for the low-income passes because low-income people, they have so many other challenges with rent going up and food costs and so many other things. It's a very, very small gesture of what we can do. So I'm sure that those who are in those categories will appreciate any opportunity to travel. What I'd like to know is, I see this as an opportunity possibly to look at statistics of if there is an increase of use, where it's coming from, because I think we need to look at that, because obviously that means that people might have used it if it was more affordable, if it was easier to use. So I think that's important to know. Is it possible to get analysis and data on any increases, what routes were used, what neighborhoods saw increases? I think that would be very helpful to figure out in terms of how we can improve our service. Is that possible?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, I believe that would absolutely be the correct data point to inform the results of this effort.
Okay, so we could get that at a transit commission meeting?
Yeah, typically there's a bit of a lag in terms of ridership data and timing of it, that type of information, but we should be able to provide that at a future date.
Okay, I think that's important because obviously price point has an effect. As I've always said that, but we need to see if we want to increase ridership, which is supposed to be our goal, how we can do it. So we need to see where people are going to be using that system in the future. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Deans, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I would like to move, seconded by Councillor Luloff, that the Hubley-Watson motion re no charge transit fares be deferred for consideration at the first City Council meeting following the resumption of the Confederation Line LRT service. And the reason I'm moving this is we heard an update earlier today from Steve Kanalakis, our city manager. I don't know how you received it, but what I heard is there's very little hopefulness at this point in terms of the resumption of service. And what we cannot afford to do at this point is create more confusion in the system. We can't promise free transit in December and then find out that we have no capacity for free transit in December. We have to know that we have a system that is up and running again, that is safe and reliable and has the capacity. We need to understand what impact offering free service to our transit customers will have on the capacity and reliability of our service. And we need to understand that in a manner far greater than we understand it today. So I'm not opposed at all to free transit to our riders in an effort to create a more affordable city and as a mechanism to encourage more people to use our public transit system. But it doesn't make sense to do it at a time when our system doesn't have the capacity. And frankly, our user experience is not a good one. What we have to do is use any opportunity for free transit to attract new customers and customers back to our system. And if we're offering free transit at a time when we don't have capacity, we don't have reliability in the service, and we're not offering good service, that is not meeting the goals of spending that kind of money. So for that reason, I'm moving that this be tabled until a later date when we have more assurances that we can successfully offer free transit, and then we can debate the merits of the cost benefit at that time. So that's a motion. I did have a question though, and that question is to Ms. Fedek. And I just wanted to understand an answer that you gave to one of my colleagues earlier about the $7.2 million. Because the question was asked about, do we lose that if we don't spend it in this fiscal year? And you said, yes, it would then just go to the bottom line or something like that. That doesn't sound like we lose it. If we do not pay Rideau Transit maintenance.
All right, Counselor, you moved a deferral motion. You got to be speaking on deferral now.
Okay, well, I have then. I was going to ask a question. I could have done that first, but if you want to rule me out of order on the question I wanted to ask you, go right ahead. Thank you.
Well, it's on deferral. You can speak to deferral if you'd like. You've got 1 minute and 55 seconds left.
Well, well, exactly. So I wanted to, this is not speaking to deferral. I just spoke to deferral. What I want to do is ask a question in support of that.
Oh, yeah, the rules call for just speaking on deferral. So thank you.
Fine. Yeah.
And Counselor, I should point out, since I've seconded the motion, if you read the second to last paragraph, therefore be it resolved that OC Transpo and Paratrans will provide customers with 1 full month of no charge transit service in December 2021 to be confirmed by the General Manager of Transportation Services following the resumption of service on the O-Train. If the O-Train is not operational, there'll be no free service because people have expressed concern about overloading the system. Well, the whole purpose of the no charge fee is so that it encourages people to take transit. It's a small gesture of apology to our beleaguered customers, and it's to get people back onto the train. So on deferral, Councillor McKenney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to be clear, we are coming back then. If we defer, if we vote against deferral, we can come back and speak to the main motion.
If deferral is defeated, you can come back and speak. Yes, we're going to back on the same.
If it is, yeah. Okay, thank you. So I will support deferral. I think it's clear that staff, well, it is clear because they've said that they don't know what the results of 1 month of free transit would be on capacity. So even though it may be when the train is back up and running, I mean, that could happen at the end of November, and we're probably not prepared to go for December 1st. So I think that just given the flux that we're in right now, there's so many unknowns that really to move ahead at this point just doesn't make perfect sense to me. So I will be supporting deferral.
Thank you. On deferral, Councillor. Councillor Mann, your mic is off.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I did not hear you call my name. I heard someone else. On deferral, I would just like to say that the motion, the Hubley-Watson motion as written, I find a little confusing. So I will be supporting Councillor Dean's motion for deferral. Your motion says to provide a month of no charge transit service in December, you know, given that O-Train line will be up and running, but that is not very clear. What if the line isn't up until the end of December? So anyway, I will support deferral. Am I allowed to talk to the main motion now?
Sorry, I'm sorry, Councillor. Could you repeat that?
Am I allowed to talk to the main motion though? No. Okay. Thank you very much. No, okay. I would just like to say I would prefer to see a few more buses purchased and a freeze on transit fares. Then anyway, but thank you.
Okay. On deferral, Councillor Moss.
Thanks. Just a question to staff. Obviously, the mayor read the end of the motion to talk about that kind of addresses this if the motion was passed. But if we deferred to, let's say, November 24th, does that actually give staff enough time to be able to implement? I mean, they can't do anything unless we give them direction to proceed with a no charge month. So if we approve deferral and it didn't come back until November 24th, do staff have the time to implement a no charge for December?
If you leave it that, Mr. Mayor, to answer the question, if you leave it that late, it has become a problem because passes go on sale mid-month. You know, if people are, you know, hedging their bets on buying or not buying, I think there's a bunch of logistics in the background that we want to get in place well in advance of December to ensure that we're not having to credit people passes back, and we can sort through all kind of any updates to Presto and turning machines off. So there is ideally 6-week lead time that we would need to properly implement this policy.
Yeah. So we couldn't. I mean, essentially, the motion before us that's being requested to be deferred gives you that ability to come back, even though the motion says December. Does this motion give you the authority to come back for January or February if the line doesn't start until, you know, November 28th?
If I can answer as the seconder of the motion, the bottom line is that it was intended on the assumption that the train service is back up and running in December. And it says so specifically in our motion, following the resumption of service. If there's no resumption of service, that no charge month will not take place, but it will move to the next month, the next available month. So that's my interpretation of what we were trying to accomplish, because as we heard from the city manager today, we don't have a firm date on when it's coming back. But to put it off and defer it to the next council meeting after it comes up, well, we know our regular schedule in December does not have a lot of council meetings. There's the budget meeting. The customers need the time to actually go ahead and make that purchase, and they're not going to do it just, you know, the December 1st. So I think it's a reasonable, you know, when I brought it forward with Councillor Hubley was to have the lead time for people to plan their budgets accordingly, that they won't have to pay in the month of December.
Yeah, understood. I just wanted to make sure staff had the flexibility, and, you know, your interpretation of the motion would allude that they do. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Aguilar, please.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up question to staff, sort of along the lines of what Councillor Moffat was asking.
Is it on deferral, Councillor?
It is. I'm trying to find out what the impact of deferral would be, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Stephenson, you had indicated that if we don't use the money this year, it falls to the bottom line and in effect is lost. So if we don't do this in December and it turns out that the first available month is January, or any other month in the new year, do you have a funding source? Or does this have to happen this year with that particular funding source before it in effect expires at the end of December?
So if there's a surplus, Councillor, at the end of the year, the money would fall to the transit operating reserve, and we would use that and flow it into the following year to pay for this if it moved to January. So we would have that funding source if required.
If there's a surplus.
That's correct, yes.
And if there's not a surplus.
Then we would have to find another funding source, and likely if the service doesn't continue, what I suggested, we would have continued savings from our maintenance payments that would go from month to month, so we could leverage those if required.
So you don't have any concerns with the wording of Councillor Hubley's motion in terms of if it doesn't happen in December, having a way to fund it when the train comes back in service?
Yeah, staff are supportive of the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh, have you spoken on deferral?
No, I haven't.
Okay, go ahead.
No, thank you. No, I appreciate the efforts to on this, but in terms of the deferral, I don't think I can support it. I think it's slightly redundant of the motion, but my concern is how do you interpret that it's back in service? Because breakdowns don't have schedules, and we certainly don't know them in advance. And you know, my question is, and this is related to these motions is how do you make that decision when something could happen the day of the free service or whatever? What happens in those situations?
Councillor, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure I'm sorry, I'm not getting what the question is in terms of what the councillor's asking. Apologies.
Okay, no, we make a decision that there's going to be no charge for a month. We make a decision on a certain date, and then right after we make that decision, something could happen. I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but breakdowns don't tend to tell you in advance. They just happen. So how do you handle that?
Well, I'm not sure how I'm going to speculate on that. If a breakdown happens, I mean, obviously we hope that we were running like we were the previous 12 months. We were running 98, 90, 99%. The point of the review with our independent party, safety party that we brought in is to ensure that we get back and we're reliable and they fix their maintenance problems. But if they have a breakdown, I mean, there's no dealing with it. We've already committed to the free month. And people will have then free transit on the buses that are running in replacement for the period that's broken down.
Okay, I don't think the deferral will be helpful with respect. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kavanaugh. Anyone else on deferral? Councillor Lulaw.
Mr. Morgan, can you be clear? Would this deferral motion help you to better prepare for offering free service in December should the train be up and running again by that time?
As I read the motion, it's granting the general manager authority to proceed. So I think the sooner we know, the better in terms of making the logistical changes.
So are you saying that this deferral motion makes no difference when it comes to the ability to be able to offer that service in December?
It's still contingent, obviously, on the R1, and so I think that's kind of the elephant in the room in terms of what we can do in terms of next steps. I think pushing it off to the next council meeting may tie our hands a little bit in terms of being able to make a quick decision.
Okay, well, with the reassurance that's just been provided to me by Mr. Morgan, and the fact that the original motion does state explicitly that the service must be back up and running again, I'll withdraw my second and offer this spot to another councillor that may wish to second this deferral motion.
Do you have a seconder, Councillor Deans?
I'll second.
Deferral. Councillor McKinney. Okay, so anyone else on deferral? Okay, let me offer my comments. I'd urge you not to defer. We heard from staff that they do need the lead time. As those of you who have served on the Transit Commission know, there's quite a long lead time in order for price point changes and so on to take place. And secondly, I appreciate Councillor Lulaw pointing out the second to last paragraph. The whole purpose of it is to get people back on the system, not to stretch and strain the system even more if we don't have capacity. So deferral at this point does not make sense. The staff have supported the motion. I thank Councillor Hubley for his moving of the motion as Chair of Transit, and we'll do yeas and nays on deferral, please.
Councillor Lulaw.
Finally, no.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Couchier.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Egli.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Deans.
Yes.
Councillor Moffat.
No.
Councillor El Shantiri.
No.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli.
Yes.
Councillor McKinney.
Yes.
Councillor Harder.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Counselor Meehan,
Yes.
Counselor Kitts,
No.
Conseil Fleury,
Oui.
Counselor DeRusse,
No.
Mayor Watson,
No.
9 yeas, 14 nays.
Okay, on to the main motion. Councillor McKenney on the main motion.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I've struggled with this one as well. As you know, we actually have a working group that was struck that hasn't reported back out yet. It's supposed to early fall, but the issues we're having, we've not reported out. And that working group was to look at a fair schedule. Like, what can we do for people who actually need relief and need a break on transit costs? And we have to remember that transit is a public service and needs to be treated like a public service, the same way fire services are, libraries, schools. And there's not another public service where we would not ensure that people who depend on them that we're providing the service that they rely on, but also ensuring that we're doing it in a thoughtful way that makes sense. And I have gone back and forth because I do very much believe that we should be looking as a policy discussion around transit and our policy around how we split our fares. But in this, in this instance for December, a few things. One is that, we don't know what the capacity will be. I think the arguments for and against deferral were almost the same arguments. I have to admit, I'm not sure why staff weren't better prepared for those questions, but if the trains are up and running December 20 or November 25th or December 2nd, we're going to be, running to catch up on this policy. But even more important, I've not had one person send me a message or call me to say, please vote for that 1 month free transit in this case. I think if it were another time, I would. But in this case, that's not what people are looking for. They don't want to be distracted by 1 month free transit. And if we really want to ensure that we are providing service to the people who need it most, my family does not need a break on transit. My wife has a pass, my daughter has a pass, they don't need the break. There are many people in this city who, I believe pay too much for transit, but they're not the ones that have suffered greatly through the train dysfunction and shutdown. It is people who are low income. So if this were a motion that said, you know what, for anybody who is low income on Ontario Works, ODSP, let's give them 3 months of free transit. It would probably come out to the same cost. You know what, let's do the right thing and give it to the people who this public service really is failing because they can't afford transit. Most of them go out and buy single rides because they can't afford that pass. I know we have a low income pass, but if you've got a $50 to last you the month, you're not spending 48 of it on a community pass. And that is the reality for people on OW. A little bit more if you're on ODSP. So, as I ponder the motion, I think that, if it could have been deferred, if we could have thought this through, if this was pushed, into 2022, when we know what's happening with the train, when we know it's up and running, and we could have had that type of conversation and gotten the response and the details that we need back on how this would actually work. And how it would build confidence and who would take the train and what what the outcomes of this free month or free 3 months for people who are low income, who actually really, really need our help today, I would have been very much in support. So sorry that we didn't defer, but as it stands, I'm not, even though I know I'll get criticized and wrap up, I'm not able to support the motion as is today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hubli, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of points to follow up on Councillor McKenney. The working group she referenced, the terms of reference for that working group was to contribute into the budget discussion. So the last meeting we had was in the summer, and at that point, discussion was being held around the free vouchers that are provided to shelters and emergency care facilities. And I thought we agreed jointly, Councillor McKenney, that we wanted staff to go out and consult with all those agencies on what your point at the time was, that it was demeaning to people to have to ask for something. So you just wanted free passes made available instead of tickets so that they wouldn't have to ask again, if I'm correct. And so that's what we asked them to go out and consult on. I followed up with staff in September and understood that they would be ready, not before the next Transit Commission, but shortly thereafter, within days. And the last I had spoken to staff, I had asked them to send you and the other committee members an invite to the meeting. So that should be coming out next week, so that you have at least a week's notice for the meeting. And the expectation is that we will hopefully agree on recommendations from that working group that will feed into the budget process. So the work is ongoing, and it's based on direction that you and I both gave staff in the summer. On the second point, on this motion to do with the free transit, look, it's not a perfect solution by any means. It doesn't make up for all the trouble that our ridership have had to bear with us through. I'll be the first to say that, but it's a gesture. And what I heard at the last Transit Commission and what I hear from ridership through this whole experience is they wanted to see us acknowledge that with some sort of a gesture, to acknowledge that we have put them through hardship here. So that's why I support the motion and worked with the mayor. I will tell you that we picked December because the full expectation is the system will be running by December. That's what we're all working towards. We want it running in the next little while, like before December. But also we picked December because it's going to be an opportunity to try to entice new riders onto the system, because our hope is that in December, people will be going to Christmas gatherings. They will be going out doing their Christmas shopping. And one of the benefits of LRT was that people in Canada and Orleans can travel across the city and do their shopping downtown in your ward, councillor, or elsewhere. It opens up the system. And by doing the no charge transit, what it does is it allows us to open up the fare gate so people can come and go. We're not going to have slowdowns at the fare gates while we check to see if somebody got their pass that tells them they can travel no charge. The gates will be open. They'll be able to get on. So, but the expectation, and we built it into the motion, that should something happen between now and then that prevents us from doing it in December, we will consult with the council and let you know what the proposals are to change that. So I hope that answers a lot of the questions. I'll certainly be supporting our motion, Mr. Mayor, and I hope our colleagues will join us in this small gesture of appreciation to our riders. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Deans on the motion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. For me, let me just be perfectly clear here. Offering free transit in December is not a solution to a transit service that is on life support. right now. It's not a solution. Don't even think of it as a solution. Yes, it might be a gimmick. It might be that, but it's nothing more than that. I fundamentally can support free transit because I think we should be encouraging people to be on public transit systems. We've made huge investments in public transit, and I think there is an argument to be made for public transit, but not as a gimmick, as something that would encourage ridership in this city. And that's something that we would need to study and think about a lot longer term. But to suggest that we should be offering free transit in December when we don't have a service that is able to do the fundamentals today is just creating confusion. I've got people writing to me from my ward that are talking about how frustrating it is to get to school, to get to appointments, to get to work, that the service has just declined. And our solution is to give them free transit in December. That's not a solution. We need to figure out what is wrong with this system, how it went so terribly wrong, and what we're going to do to fix it. That's what people in this city want from this city council, not gimmicks, not ways to appear that things aren't as bad as they are. They're terrible. They're terrible. And we need to get to the heart of it, and we need to fix it, and we need to do it properly, and we need to do it now. And confusing them further by saying, we'll give you free transit. Oh, that's if we have a transit system that has any capacity at all. And we don't know, we have no idea when that's going to happen, is not in the public interest. So let's stop playing these useless games and let's actually get down to the nuts and bolts of what has happened here, what has gone so terribly wrong, and what are we, the stewards of the public purse, going to do to fix it? That's what I want to talk about today. Thank you.
Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple of points. Number one, I think people have to remember that we have a system right now that is unreliable. And because it is unreliable, we have to beef up our replacement system. And that means buying more buses and hiring more operators. Because if it's happened, we're at day 24 right now, it's going to happen again. And that replacement R1 service is going to be in the same situation as it is right now, pulling from other routes and stranding people who need transit the most. So while, yes, as Councillor Hubley says, this is a nice gesture, it is a gesture, but it's not going to build confidence that when the trains go down, there's going to be a solution to get people where they need to go. So, eliminating a lot of the buses, in hindsight, was a mistake. What I would like to see now is the $7+ million that this will cost us. We should be directing that into finding a few more buses for that fleet so that we can handle the volume of transit riders that we hope are going to continue to come. But they need to know, like if we keep decimating our ridership because that bus that is going to pick them up is packed and they're terrified of getting on it for a long ride, we're turning people away. They need to know that when the trains go down, there's going to be a way to get to work that's safe for them. So we have to start directing some funds into purchasing buses and getting drivers. We can also make a nice gesture for folks that will actually mean something, and that is eliminate the need to raise our fares in the new year. That's the kind of action that they want to see. Let's make sure that the buses are there, the R1 service is there on all the routes. Do what we have to. Call different cities, find out, do they have a bus here? Do they have a bus there? Let's dedicate ourselves to getting those buses in that can handle the ridership. What if, for instance, the trains are not up until February? Are we going to allow the chaos to continue? We can't. Let's find a solution, a concrete solution. That means buses and operators to take the load when the trains are not working. And right now, we don't have confidence that those trains are going to be operating efficiently right through till, 28 more years? We don't know that. So let's put the money where it's going to make the biggest difference. Eliminate the fare increase and get more buses and get more drivers. The gesture is nice, but that's all it is, a gesture. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? I'll just offer a couple of thoughts. Councillor Hubley, I think we have a classic case of motion envy. Everyone who talks a good tale about free transit, as they call it, are now going to vote against free transit because it wasn't their idea, it wasn't their motion. You took the initiative, you worked with staff, you got me to second it, you put it on the order paper, and here we have a debate. And we're seeing, I hope some of the members of the media look back on this and realize the same people who are always advocating for something free are now going to vote against a no charge a month of December. This is a small gesture. It'll save a little over $100 to some of our customers, but it's a gesture to support our passengers who have been put through the ringer as a result of the lack of performance by RTG. And this is also a large punishment for RTG, $7.2 million that they would normally be receiving for operating the system that they're not receiving. That's their punishment. And so I would encourage members, if you're serious about offering some gesture of support, this is a significant investment. I always find it amusing when politicians who have been around too long use the word only in front of a large number. It's only 6 million, it's only 7 million, it's only 650,000. Where I come from, those are big amounts of money. $7.2 million is a pretty significant gesture. So I'd encourage those who believe that we owe it to our passengers and our customers to give them a break by opening the fare gates for Paratranspo, for the train, and for our bus system. So yeas and nays on the motion, please.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Cloutier.
Me.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Egli.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Deans.
No.
Councillor Moffat.
Yes.
Councillor Shantiri.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli.
No.
Councillor McKenney.
No.
Councillor Harder.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Meehan.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Fleury.
No.
Councillor Derouse.
Yes.
Mayor Watson.
Yes.
17 yeas and 6 nays.
Okay, thank you. Next is a motion by Councillor McKenney. Councillor McKenney, if you'd like to introduce your motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to read the entire motion because it's long and I want to make comments now and I want to make wrap-up comments at the end. But in a nutshell, it's, it is asking council to, approve that judicial inquiry be requested formally. That would ask a judge, an independent judge in a public forum to investigate, what happened with respect to line 1. It asks that, the sequences of events from 2012, whether that's the bid, the procurement process, the contract, decisions made up until revenue service availability and launch in September 2019, be looked at. And this is, we want to talk about public confidence. This is what will provide public confidence in our system. It is an independent review. So we don't have control over scope, and that's a good thing. We shouldn't have control over scope because the decisions that we've made collectively to date have gotten to us to a point where we have a dysfunctional transit system. We've spent $2.1 billion on a transit on a rail system that has never functioned. Might argue that we had a few good months, and those good months were when we had not just less people on it, but we also had much fewer trains running than are in our contract. So it should be independent, and we should not have control over the scope and cost. Although, I mean, we can talk about cost, but we have to talk about the cost of doing nothing. And the cost of doing nothing really is quite significant. And it is a loss in the confidence of people in the city, not just in the system, but in us collectively. We cannot throw our hands up in the air, continue to point fingers at this private partner that we chose. And we chose them again for phase 2, line 2. We have to go back and we have to find out what went wrong so that we don't make the same mistakes over and over. Also, I just want to, before we enter into arguments and comments, it's been suggested that an Auditor General report or an Ombudsman report would suffice, would be less expensive, would suffice. These are not carried out in a public forum. And I might remind you that in 2019, we did have the Auditor General look at line 2, phase 2, where we found out after the vote, after we'd asked the same questions over and over and over about the technical requirements for SNC-Lavalin that they did not meet before we voted on that contract. And we had an Auditor General's report into that. And it came back and said, you followed the procurement process to the letter. And I was exceptionally frustrated by that, but the Auditor General was not wrong. We had provided the scope, and the scope was that narrow, and we got the answers that at the time we asked for. That can't happen again. The public want to know what they don't know. They want, and this is completely separate from moving forward. The
1 minute.
McDonald report, the end-to-end analysis, all of the reviews we're doing to fix this train. This is about looking at how we got to where we are today to ensure that phase 2 and future phases that we are not making the same mistakes, because I am quite concerned that we are making them today on phase 2, line 2. So I'll leave it at that. I'll wrap up. Mr. Mayor, I would like to ask if you would be open to moving into committee as a whole. I just think that this discussion really warrants that type of discussion, that fluidity and the ability for council members to go back on and ask questions if they have more. I think this is probably the most serious conversation we'll have in this perhaps in this term of council, and I think that it does warrant that special consideration. So I would ask if you would consider moving into committee of the whole for that.
Yeah, I don't support that. You'll have an opportunity to come back as the mover of the motion. So Councillor Gower, please.
Can we just get a vote on it then, Mr. Mayor? I just wonder if colleagues feel that this is important enough to move into committee of the whole.
Do you have a seconder?
I'll second, Chair.
Thank you.
Sorry, who was that?
Leaper.
McKenny Leaper, that we go into committee of the whole. I guess we have to do yeas and nays on that. Yeas and nays, please.
Counselor Luloff,
No.
Counselor Hubli,
No.
Counselor King,
Yes.
Counselor Cloutier,
No.
Counselor Brockington,
Yes.
Counselor Eglai,
No.
Counselor Tierney,
No.
Counselor Gower,
No.
Counselor Deans,
Yes.
Counselor Moffat,
No.
Counselor Elshantiri,
No.
Counselor Menard,
Yes.
Counselor Shirley,
Yes.
Counselor McKinney,
Yes.
Counselor Harder,
No.
Counselor Leeper,
Yes.
Counselor Dudas,
No.
Counselor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Counselor Meehan,
Yes.
Counselor Kitts,
No.
Counselor Fleury,
Yes.
Counselor Drews,
No.
Mayor Watson,
No.
10 yeas, 13 nays.
Counselor Gower, please.
Mr. Mayor, I have a replacement motion that I'd like to introduce, seconded by Councillor Cloutier. I'd like to read in the motion, and then after I read it, give a little bit of why I'm introducing this. So if the deputy clerk could please put this on screen and circulate to council a copy of the written motion. Whereas City Council wants staff to take all available measures to ensure that the light rail transit system that Ottawa residents bought and paid for works reliably, safely, and as promised as soon as possible. And whereas City Council has authorized the Director, Rail Construction Program to proceed to promptly have the Rideau Transit Group defaults confirmed through the contractual dispute resolution process contained in the project agreement to enforce the city's rights under the project agreement and get the trains running safely again. And whereas City Council wants to use the tools it has available for a timely, comprehensive, and independent evaluation of the current LRT system from its beginnings to its current state, with the goal of identifying what more the city can do both outside its relationship with RTG and what more council can and should do to ensure that the current situation does not occur in the future, either with stage 2 or with stage 3. And whereas the October 7, 2021 memorandum from the city solicitor shows that judicial inquiries, while independent, are expensive and that council has no oversight of the scope, timeliness, or expense of such an inquiry. And whereas the City of Ottawa has a statutory Auditor General under Section 223.19 of the Municipal Act 2001, meaning that she reports to Council and is responsible for assisting the Council in holding itself and its administrators accountable for the quality of stewardship over public funds and for achievement of value for money in municipal operations. And whereas empowered by sections 223.20 to 223.23 of the Municipal Act, the city's Auditor General is, among other things, entitled to all information and all records that she believes to be necessary to perform his or her duties, and that disclosure of such information or records does not constitute a waiver of solicitor-client privilege, litigation privilege, or settlement privilege. And whereas the city's Auditor General also has the power to examine any person on oath on any matter pertinent to an audit or examination under the authority of Section 33 of the Public Inquiries Act 2009. And whereas given the scope and breadth of the Ottawa Auditor General's independence from the city's administration and statutory powers of audit and access to documents, asking the city's Auditor General to undertake the comprehensive audit outlined in the resolution will provide council with more timely and cost-effective analysis and recommendations than a judicial inquiry. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council ask the city's Auditor General to include an audit of city staff's recommended approach that led to the procurement and implementation of the Stage 1 light rail transit system, culminating in the design, build, finance, and maintenance of Ottawa's light rail transit project report, considered and approved by City Council on December 12, 2012,
which resulted in the current system in the Auditor General's work plan to begin as soon as practicable as follows. One, that council requests that the Auditor General identify any area within the city's light rail transit contract operations and oversight that she believes will help council ensure that Ottawa's LRT system runs safely and reliably, taking into account the third-party reviews contracted by the city and including assessing the effectiveness of the maintenance and repair program for the infrastructure and vehicles delivered under contract by RTG through Rideau Transit Maintenance, and including any subcontractors such as Alstom. That council requests that the audit identify whether the procurement model recommended by city staff and approved by council was in keeping the best practices in order to inform the future stages of LRT procurement, including as follows: the facts and sequence of events from 2012 to the present regarding the approvals, development costs, timelines, and operation of the city's LRT system, whether the recommendations provided to council with sufficient oversight of the LRT project, whether the recommended delegation of authority provided by council to city staff was appropriate, whether council received sufficient independent expert advice on the LRT transit project, including the comprehensive procurement processes and any criteria or factors used, and whether those processes or criteria serve the public interest of the residents of the city of Ottawa. And three, that council requests that the audit make recommendations relating to improving all aspects of the LRT transit system as it relates to the good governance of the municipality or the conduct of its public business, including any impacts, financial or otherwise, on the residents and taxpayers of the city. And be it further resolved that the Auditor General be requested to work with the city's external legal counsel for the LRT disputes to determine how the Auditor General's audit reports or parts thereof would best be presented, including what, if anything, should not be publicly disclosed so as to not prejudice the city's legal position. And be it further resolved that the funds for these audits be provided from the transit operating reserves. I'm going to take a quick sip of water, and then I'd like to tell you why I'm introducing this, Mr. Mayor. My goal, and I think our goal, should be three things: get our trains back up and running, ensure a safe and reliable system for commuters, and restore trust and confidence in our system. I've been troubled over the last 3 weeks. I've spoken to many councillors during that time, some who see judicial inquiry as the only way forward, others who would prefer to reject McKenney's motion outright. I don't think either of these are the right approach. And I think there are a lot of us looking for something more reasonable and something more sensible between those two approaches. So this motion, it is seconded by Councillor Cloutier and has had input from many colleagues. It asks the Auditor General to investigate. The AG is an independent statutory officer, and she has every power and authority she needs to gather evidence, report her findings, and make recommendations. Like McKenney's original motion, this one asks the AG to go back and look at everything from 2012 to today. Did council have enough oversight? Was delegated authority appropriate? Did we have the right expert advice? And so on. But it also goes further. My motion asks the AG to look at anything in the contract, the operations, or the oversight that we have that can help us get the system back up and running safely. McKenney's original motion didn't include this safety piece, but I think it's incredibly important to what we're looking at today. I think many of us recognized right away when this was introduced 3 weeks ago that the scope of the original motion for a judicial inquiry was just way too big. The potential time frame of this inquiry means getting an answer back in years if we go the judicial inquiry route, whereas it could be months with the Auditor General. And the municipal resources required for a judicial inquiry are in the millions of dollars, perhaps tens of millions of dollars. Nobody really knows on that dollar amount. And yes, cost is important. I don't think it's correct to say, some people have that in relation to a multi-million-dollar transit system, that we should just green light years of judicial review with absolutely no ceiling or no cap on that amount of money, when there is a good alternative available that can give us the same kind of answers through the Auditor General. And I've spoken to a lot of residents over the past few weeks as well. They do want some kind of investigation. We have to do something today. But once I talk to them and answer some of their questions about the judicial inquiry, what it is, the scope, the cost, and that it could be a few years before we get any answers back, the Auditor General route sounds a lot better to them too. It's way more sensible, way more pragmatic. So if we can agree on this AG approach, we'll have two important actions underway out of today's council meeting. We'll have the AG doing an in-depth investigation into what happened going back to 2012. We're escalating our legal action against RTG. We're taking every mechanism available to us under the law to escalate that. And we'll be focused on getting to the right outcomes, getting the trains up and running, ensuring a safe and reliable system, and start restoring the trust and confidence in our riders, that our riders have in our transit system and in our city in a broader sense. Thank you, Mayor.
Point of order, Mayor.
Councillor Menard, point of order.
Thank you very much. The councillor mentioned that he's had input from many colleagues. This is the first time I'm seeing this, and I suspect many other colleagues are seeing this. This is a wide breadth of emotion. I'd like to take a recess to assess the motion so that we can all be afforded the same opportunity that apparently other colleagues have had to input on this motion. We're just seeing this now. So
that's not a point of order. You can speak to the item when it's your turn.
it is a point of order.
Shirelli?
It is a query or formal debate of a meeting with regard to correct procedure being followed. And I'm asking for a recess because of the incorrect procedure being followed here of other members having had a chance to look at this motion where we haven't.
Sorry, it's not a point of order. Councillor Shirelli has the floor. Councillor Shirelli.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, on a point of order. Point of order.
Councillor Deans on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm consulting our procedural bylaw, section 62(8), and that section reads, despite subsection 6, but subject to subsection 7, an amendment that is a substantial substitution for a motion and is antithetical to the intent of the motion shall be considered after the original motion and only if that motion is lost. And Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask the city clerk for his opinion on this, because this, to me, this motion is antithetical to the motion that Councillor McKenney has put on the table. Her motion allows the judicial inquiry to investigate us, members of council, you, Mr. Mayor, but an audit would not. And that is fundamental.
Thank you very much for your input.
I'm asking
Thank you.
The city clerk, I'm asking the city clerk if this motion will be taken after the motion for judicial inquiry, because it is essentially, you can't rule. You didn't have the right to rule.
Mayor, I challenge your ruling.
Question.
I have ruled, and thank you very much.
Just rule.
Chair, I challenge your ruling.
Okay, challenge there. Shall the chair be sustained? So, Ms. Deputy Clerk, if you would explain the voting process for sustaining the chair.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we received a challenge to your ruling. We will now vote immediately on the whether the chair shall be sustained. If you wish to sustain the mayor's ruling, you vote yes.
Just what is the ruling? I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. I don't know what the mayor has ruled.
I've ruled that this is a replacement motion, and the chair's been challenged on that. So we're going to, if you support my ruling, you vote yes. If you don't support it, you vote no. Yeas and nays.
Can we hear from the clerk?
No, we're in the midst of a vote right now. Go ahead.
Why do we have a clerk? Why do we have a clerk? We
need
to know whether our clerk agrees with this or not. Like, are we just going to vote on something none of us even really understand? Like, Councillor Deans took the time to look it up, but nobody around this table knows the bylaw. Why don't we just ask the clerk for his opinion?
Mr. Mayor, the mayor has ruled on this matter, so there is no opportunity for the clerk's office to weigh in.
The question was asked before the ruling.
Question was asked to the city clerk prior to the mayor intervening. I have every right as a member of this council to ask the city clerk to pronounce on this issue. Is it a reasonable substitution or?
All right, so we're going to the vote now. If you support my ruling, you vote yes. If you don't, you vote no.
Did you cut Diane Deans off?
Yeah, really cutting women off. I love it.
Oh.
That's nice.
Yeas and nays have been called. Councillor,
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question of procedure, please? I just want to.
Councillor,
It's about the vote, Mr. Mayor.
a point of order?
A point of order, yes.
All right.
I just want to understand if we vote to sustain the chair, that means that Councillor Gower's motion gets dealt with first. And if
Correct.
we vote not to sustain the chair, it means that Councillor McKenney's motion gets heard first. Is that, I just want to understand what we're voting on.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay, so yeas and nays, please, on sustaining the chair.
Councillor Luloff,
Yes.
Councillor Hubley,
Yes.
Councillor King,
No.
Councillor Clucci,
Oui.
Councillor Brockington,
No.
Councillor Aguilar.
No.
Councillor Aguilar, if you could repeat that, please.
No.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor Gower,
Yes.
Councillor Deans,
No.
Councillor Moffat,
Councillor Moffat?
He's not there.
not present. Councillor El Shantiri,
Yes.
Councillor Menard,
No.
Councillor Shirelli,
Yes.
Councillor McKenney,
Of course not.
Councillor Harder,
Yes.
Councillor Leeper,
No.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
No.
Councillor Meehan,
No.
Councillor Kitts,
No.
Councillor Fleury,
No.
Councillor DeRusse,
Yes.
Mayor Watson,
Yes.
that's 11 yeas, 11 nays. Mr. Mayor, a challenge to the chair. The chair is sustained on a tie vote.
Okay. So next to speak is Councillor Shirelli.
Thank you, Your Worship. So which item are we speaking to now?
You can speak to them both.
Okay. I think what this is doing is bringing home very quickly to council the consequence of us not performing certain duties at the right time. Because the right body to examine all of this is City Council. The time to do that was prior to entering the contract and moving forward with the project. But we've had a history of every time somebody seeks to conduct oversight there's a history of not viewing that as appropriate. Even though we've learned the lesson during the Orga World debacle, and now we have from Light Rail Stage 1, that there are a number of questions that may seem picayune and may seem unnecessary at the time that are actually part of our function of oversight. So the fact that we had questions back at the time, 2012, and didn't wait till we had answers. We had people wanting to see the contract and were unable to see it. Then the fact that we didn't follow through on the oversight at that time, which was our function, led to this. We've seen consequences with the actual system. And now people are talking about what are we going to do to review this whole thing? And what are we going to do to find out who lived up to their statutory duties? We have statutory officers who are supposed to report to council about these things. And so questions would be raised about whether they did that. And the cost of doing it through a judicial inquiry is enormous. So probably in the tens of millions of dollars. And in addition to that, the powers that invokes under the Public Inquiries Act will allow the judge or the judge's investigators to do all sorts of inquiry that may be overbroad or superficial to this. And think of it, obviously one of the bodies that's going to be under investigation is council. And that means they get to look at all your personal email for the last 10 years, see who you were in touch with, all that kind of thing. It does, and personal email, not just city email. So all of that will tend to cause all sorts of disruption in the bureaucracy, delays to many other functions. And it was all avoidable just by council doing its oversight job, no matter how boring it seems. If we had done that at the beginning, if we had done it on phase 2 as well, we probably would have avoided a lot of this. So there are functions of different groups, and that now this motion, the motion by the second motion is looking at getting the Auditor General to do the inquiry instead of the judicial system. In fact, the judicial system could well decide that that's what we should have done in the first place. So we should keep that in mind because judicial reviews tend to do that. And the problem that we're in right now, where we have lots of people saying, let's do a judicial inquiry because we got to get to the bottom of this. And people who had duties we should examine whether they lived up to those duties. That question exists because we didn't do the boring oversight at the start of the project. Now, remember after Orga World came out, after the reports came out, everyone resolved to doing better oversight job. And hopefully we will do that going forward. But I support going ahead with the inquiry, even because we've painted ourselves in that corner.
Right, Mr. Kanellakis, could you let us know who you have here if people have questions on any of the items we're talking about, what staff you have?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. White has brought in 2 external lawyers to help advise council. Mr. White, could you please introduce our 2 lawyers?
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Joining us, and of course, members of council will be very familiar with Sharon Vogel. Sharon has joined us in the event that council has any questions with respect to the potential impact or any relationship between the proceedings, the processes the council is considering. As you know, Ms. Vogel has carriage of the matters involving or between the city and RTG. Also, in view of just some commentary that had come out following the release of my memo last week, I reached out to John Mascarin. Mr. Mascarin is a well-known and highly respected municipal law expert. He also acts as an integrity commissioner for dozens of municipalities here in Ontario, to join us today and to provide council with independent legal advice with respect to the subject of the motion and any questions that council may have with respect to a judicial inquiry or an investigation by an Auditor General or any other oversight person.
Thank you. Councillor El-Shantiri, please.
Mayor, no, I was on the list. I'm next on the list.
Yeah, you're behind Councillor Cloutier and Councillor El-Shantiri.
No, you're incorrect, Mayor. I was the second up with my hand. I'm on the list.
Yeah, I'm looking at the list here, so it's Councillor.
You're incorrect. You're incorrect. I was second on the list from very get-go.
All right, go ahead. You got 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm moving to recess for 20 minutes, Mayor. We have been, and it's seconded by Councillor Meehan. I'm moving to recess the meeting for 20 minutes because for 2 reasons. Number one, we've been going all day It's now 2:30. We haven't had a break the entire day, and I suspect we'll keep going. And number two, I take it other colleagues have seen this motion. This is the first time we're seeing it. Given the other AG reports that we had and the scope of those reports, it's important that we look at this motion and have time to assess it. So I'm moving that we recess for 20 minutes only so that we can take a break, look at this and make sure that this is fair, given others have already had a chance to take a look at this. So I'll move that, Mayor, and hope my colleagues support a simple recess for 20 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm quite happy to do that. So let's say at 2:40. We'll come back at 2:40, agreed?
Great, thank you.
Agreed.
So I don't sure, Madam Deputy Clerk, do we keep our system going? And then how do we do it so we don't have to reconnect everyone?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members and staff should remain in the Zoom meeting, but may turn their cameras and microphones off, and we will resume after the recess.
Okay, I didn't quite hear that, but
We will keep the Zoom meeting active, and the live stream will indicate that council will resume shortly.
okay, thank you.
Oh. This is a sound check for Rogers. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Why don't we have a motion to, oh boy.
So we'll restart the meeting in 1 minute. On va recommencer la réunion dans 1 minute. Merci. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Next, I see Councillor El Shantiri, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I saw early our Auditor General. I would like to ask the Auditor General about the motion moved by my colleague, Councillor Gower, and seconded by the Chair of the Audit Committee, if she can give us some feedback on the content of the motion. That's just tell us how her views on the motion, if you don't mind.
Great, thank you. Our new Auditor General. Bonjour.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Councillor, I guess the first thing I'd like to do is emphasize to Council and to all residents the manner in which my office is independent. And I think that's a really important piece to outline first. It's important to note that my office has the ability to, first of all, decline such a request that is currently before Council. This differs from Council's relationship with staff, where they can be directed by Council to do specific tasks. While there is a general scope of work that is outlined within the motion, it's also important to note that any and all scope decisions rest with my team, should this motion be accepted and carried. I'd also like to outline why my office would consider such a request. As part of our annual planning process, we conduct a risk assessment. We're currently in the midst of finalizing that risk assessment for our 2022-2023 work plan that is scheduled to be tabled at Audit Committee next month. The LRT is currently one of our top risks. So as such, next month, we would have been tabling an audit plan with an audit of the LRT. That being said, the request that's before you today is a very large scope audit. This would have significant implications for my office, requiring additional resources to assist us in completing these audits. Lastly, as the scope of the work that is currently outlined dates back several years, my office may be unable to answer some of the questions that are requested. And what I'd like to explain in this case is what we call the potential for a scope limitation. And I think it's very important to also identify that a judicial inquiry may be up against the same challenges that we are, if they exist. That is, they would be. And so what a scope limitation is that there could be a lack of available documents or resources that would provide us with sufficient and appropriate audit evidence to enable us to conclude. And I guess one item I'd like to highlight for those that may not be aware is the city's record retention policy for things such as emails that aren't necessarily a record of decision, only have a 90-day retention period. That being said, if members have left the city, and I believe a lot of the key individuals within the procurement process are no longer with the city. So unless there's been a specific request to hold that information, we may be lacking certain information in order to conclude. So I guess all that to say is we are very open and willing, but there are caveats as to our limitations that I've just mentioned. Also, I believe Councillor Deans did mention earlier on, if there are any concerns with regards to council decisions or members of council, the purview of my office does not extend to that level. If you have concerns of that nature, they'd be best directed, in my opinion, to the Integrity Commissioner. So, Councillor, I'm not sure if that answers your questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. No, it did help. And also, in your capacity, would you be able to work together with the Integrity Commissioner? Like, I mean, I'm glad you lay out the challenges your office, you're going to be facing with, but that's the same challenge the inquiry is going to be facing with. What we're looking for, we're looking for your guidance in this process, and if there is an opportunity to engage the Integrity Commissioner, is by all means. But what I'm saying to you is, in your capacity, in your experience, do you believe the Auditor General would be able to fulfill what council are looking for? The council, we all have the same goal here. We like to have a safe and reliable system, and we know, and I know if you say, well, we have a challenge with the as in our office and we need the financial support, well, that's something it will be discussed at some other point. But if we talk about the judicial review, that's going to cost in the millions as well. So I'm not looking for you to tell us what to do, but I'm looking for you to give us the assurance, if you decide to take this on, how long would it take? Would you be able to provide the council with ample information about what's happening?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Mayor, unfortunately, to determine a timeline for this scope and magnitude of an audit is very difficult. We definitely need some time in order to take this back as a team to assess how we'd like to tackle it. This could be something that we would review in multiple audits phases in order to ensure that we're bringing back timely information. I do know that throughout this meeting today, there's definitely been issues raised with regards to transparency of the Auditor General process. And obviously our reports are always made public, and we're there to answer questions at Audit Committee. That being said, I'm also open to reviewing our processes internally to see what we can do in order to increase that transparency, whether that would be to have updates to council, whether it would be to share the scope, objectives, and criteria of our audit, which is always shared with management prior to us commencing any work. I'm completely open and flexible as long as it doesn't impede our ability to conduct our work, as well as ensure that we are not attempting to conclude on anything prior to all the work being completed.
Thank you very much, Madam Auditor General, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for. Do you want us to speak now about the motion, Mr. Mayor, or you?
Yes, please. You got 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
I'm sure I will not use the 3 minutes, but I just want to say thanks to my colleague, Councillor Gower, for introducing that motion. And we heard from the Auditor General, Mr. Mayor. I have, not just as a member of this council, but also as a member of the Audit Committee from the beginning, not just since we have Audit Committee. I would encourage my colleague to support Councillor Gower's motion and move forward. And you saw how I don't have to tell you how much we believe in our Auditor General and her transparency and the office of the Auditor General. So with that, I will encourage my colleague to support the motion. And I'm hoping at the same time, the Auditor General in the next audit committee may be able to shift some workload to be able to focus on this new, if she and her team agree to take her on. But I thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I thank you, Madam Auditor General, for your really explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cloutier, please, the Chair of Audit.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Merci beaucoup. And thank you, Councillor Shantiri. Thank you, Councillor Gower, for introducing the motion. And Councillor Gower spoke about what we council want: trains up and running, trust, getting to the facts. Madame la Vérificatrice Générale has just provided a bit of context about the acceptance of this audit, the scope, the breadth of the audit, and the realities of this work. It is a large scope. It might have some limitations, not because it's the Office of the Auditor General, but judicial inquiry would have some issues with gathering evidence. As the motion says, the Auditor General has the ability to look at any documents and all the documents that exist. And so I appreciate these perspectives. To the substance, transit is an engine of economic development, its inclusivity, its environmental sustainability, and it has to work well. The LRT file, infuriating. It's got to be better. That has got to be our focus. That has got to be our focus. And you know, residents want the LRT to be back up and running consistently, reliably, safely. And we have hired the Philadelphia company to come in and get that up and running safely as soon as possible. We heard Councilor McKenney's comment with respect to the reliability and the capacity of R1 service, and it takes that much longer to get around the city. Our residents want to get around the city fast, and that's what the LRT is designed to do. Not having the LRT impacts the reliability of citywide transit if we're taking buses from other routes, and we need those buses on those local routes. Residents also want us to hold RTG to account with respect to the project agreement. I appreciate Mr. White saying that Ms. Vogel is on the call with respect to being able to provide whatever answers we might have that can be answered in this forum with respect to the work of our staff and our legal team to hold RTG to account. And whatever path we choose, will provide a little bit more information with respect to that, because RTG has not provided the service to the expectations of the residents of the city of Ottawa. And the third thing that residents want is to apply the lessons to the completion of stage 2, stage 3, because stage 3 is coming. We cannot stop at stage 2. Transit, again, is an engine of economic development, inclusivity, and the environmental objectives of this city. And so, as chair of the audit committee, I appreciate, with respect to the motion, which of course I support by Councillor Gower, with respect to the motion, I can say that I appreciate and have grown to appreciate more and more the initiatives of our new Auditor General and her commitment to her profession, to her work, to the residents of the city. She is competent, she is independent, she is professional. She has just advised us of the possibilities, the scopes, the limitations, and there will be full transparency on that. We will hear about it at the audit committee meeting, depending on what her office decides, so that she can have the full scope and substance of the audit. Is my time up, Mr. Mayor?
You have 54 seconds.
Okay. With respect to the judicial inquiry motion, as we know from the clerk's memo, the costs, the timelines, they are varied and substantial, to say the least. I don't think they get it. It gets us to where our residents want to go. Trains up and running quickly, applying the lessons, holding RTG to account. We want to, if there's delays in the court process, delays in reporting, it's important. And Councillor Gower mentioned that the motion that he is proposing, that I am seconding, does in fact have the word safe and safety in it several times, as opposed to the McKenney-Meehan motion. And so I ask my colleagues to support this motion by Councillor Gower to allow our Auditor General to get to work as soon as she feels it is feasible to do so. Merci, Monsieur le Maire.
Right on the money there, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Eglai, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Speaking to Councillor Gower's motion, I'm a little disappointed that although I do understand that we couldn't get more of a timeline from the Auditor General, but I have to think that this process being proposed by Councillor Gower will be quicker than a judicial inquiry, in that the Auditor General is in place already and is ready to go. No appointments necessary, no staffing up, any of those things. Speaking on behalf of my residents, and what I've heard over the last couple of weeks is, as the question of a judicial inquiry has been very much in the media and on social media. I have to be honest, very few of my residents said, I want to have a judicial inquiry. I think 3 or 4 in total is what I heard from in that regard. However, I have heard and continue to hear from any number of residents that want the trains to be safe, reliable, sustainable. That's what they're focused on. And for me, we have a number of things underway already that speak to that. We have Mr. Barada's role going forward in terms of signing off to say the trains have a safe reintroduction plan, if you will, and that he's satisfied with that. We have TRA, which has just been retained to look at the situation as well, and will be bringing back a report to council. We have the independent body of the TSB that's looking into any number of things, including the derailments that happened recently, and will be reporting in a public fashion in that regard. And then further to the direction I brought this morning, and working with the city manager, the Mott McDonald report previously, which was going to be a confidential report, which is going to look from stem to stern, if you will, at the train, will now be released to the public at the same time that it's released to council. So, and these are all focused on, as I say, the safety of the train, the reliability and the sustainability of the train. And that's what I'm hearing from my residents. That's what I'm hearing from the people who live in my ward. That's what they want to know about. They want a train that works. They want what they paid for. This is Old Nepean, let's be honest. I represent an area that has a long history of being very fiscally conservative, very responsible about how city money is spent. And they just want to know that they're getting a train that's going to work, a train that's going to be safe for them and for their kids. And I think, as I say, we already have a number of ongoing projects, investigations, reviews, whatever term you want to use, that are going to look at those things. Layered onto that now, if this motion passes, is the Auditor General, who will also look at those issues from a different perspective, but look at those issues and add her expertise and her team's expertise to that of the many engineers that are rolling up their sleeves and looking at these issues and trying to fix them. And again, for my residents, that's the important piece. They're not so much concerned about who do we point a finger at, who's to blame. And frankly, spending years trying to sort that out and millions of dollars trying to sort that out isn't going to make the train work any better. I think whatever resources we have in the city that we can throw at this particular issue should be thrown at making the train work as it's supposed to. We can figure out who was to blame, if anybody was to blame, or whether this is simply technology that has issues because it's in some ways new technology. Maybe we should have been more aware of that, more cognizant of that. But you know, these are things that the engineers from a variety of sources are looking at, and the rail experts from a variety of sources are looking at to fix. So that's the focus, I think, for me and for my residents, again, is the safety of the line. And I understand what Councillor McKenney is attempting to do. Sorry?
1 minute.
Thank you. I understand what Councillor McKenney's motion is attempting to do and to respond to the public's need for and right to have information going forward about this. But I think the various procedures we have in place, layered on with the Auditor General's report, will do that. We'll do that faster. We'll do that from a technical perspective, and we'll focus on the important things such as safety, reliability, and sustainability of the system. So I'm going to support Councillor Gower's motion. I appreciate the work that he put into it. And I think all those sources will provide all sorts of information for the public. And it will all be released to the public and available for their review and their questions. And so I would urge everybody to support that motion, because I think it's a reasonable middle ground to getting things moving forward and focusing on what's important, which is the safety and the reintroduction of the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Fleury, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le maire. Est-ce que je peux clarifier? Moi, je parle sur la motion de Monsieur Gower, mais si jamais, dépendant du résultat du vote, on revient pour discuter de l'autre motion.
C'est votre choix de discuter les deux motions, mais on votait pour le Gower motion premièrement.
OK. Moi aussi, je suis d'accord que le train doit être sur les rails, doit être sécuritaire, mais je pense qu'on oublie un point, à long terme. Puis à long terme, c'est un contrat de 30 ans. On a phase 2 qu'on parle, on a phase 3 qu'on parle. Donc, c'est cette optique-là que je pense que le Conseil doit aussi considérer dans tout ça. C'est pas juste aujourd'hui déraillement, comment on ramène le train, parce que là, on va être exactement au même point la prochaine fois que ça arrive. Donc, c'est là mon intervention, ma pertinence de mon interrogation aujourd'hui. Madame la vérificatrice, j'ai quelques questions pour vous. Quel pouvoir au niveau judiciaire existe au niveau provincial que vous n'avez pas sous votre autorité? Je ne suis pas clair dans votre... on a entendu plusieurs rumeurs à cet égard-là, mais qu'est-ce qu'un juge provincial pourrait faire que vous, dans votre autorité, vous ne pouvez pas?
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le maire. Conseiller Fleury, je vais discuter un peu en anglais juste à cause que j'ai les termes de l'acte municipal en avant de moi en anglais. Je peux discuter de qu'est-ce que j'ai accès à faire. Je peux pas nécessairement, je suis pas un expert dans le côté du côté judiciaire. Je vous dirais de diriger ces questions spécifiques peut-être au solicitor. Mais je vais changer en anglais. The Municipal Act within the Auditor General section has a specific section with regards to powers of examination, and it states that the Auditor General may examine any person or oath on any matter pertinent to an audit or examination under this part. And so essentially that outlines the fact that whether we want to interview individuals, whether we want to have access to information, that information is coming to us under oath. So very similar to that of a hearing, that information is provided to us under oath. So I think that's one of the key things that perhaps maybe members of the public aren't aware, that we do have that power. I don't think it's necessarily something that we've exercised in the past, but this is something that we do have accessible to us. I'm not sure whether David White or the city clerk would be able to speak to any additional differences, just because I'm not an expert in judicial inquiries.
Mr. Mayor, if I could chime in, I really do apologize. I did not realize there was an interpretation translation function, and I didn't understand Councillor Fury's question, even though I caught the end of it from Madam Auditor General. Councillor Fleury, if I could I ask you to repeat the question?
So I was asking specifically for the Auditor General, what authorities would exist from a provincial judge in a judicial inquiry that at the OAG level she wouldn't have, in terms of access to information, in terms of scope, in terms of I'm looking for additional clarity on what the difference is between the two.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Fleury. Essentially, they're very similar. Both the judge and the Attorney General, as well as other accountability officers, can constitute themselves as public inquiry commissioners, and so therefore they have the right to summons, subpoena, compel testimony, and take testimony under oath. So, in that sense, they are very similar. I think there is one difference that was pointed out is certainly a judge requiring evidence to be provided and being refused can hold a person in contempt. And I'm not sure that an accountability officer like the Auditor General could do that. But essentially, it would be the same functions and pretty much the same jurisdiction should the accountability officer constitute themselves as a public inquiry commissioner under the Public Inquiries Act.
Oh, OK, merci. Je reviens peut-être à vous, Madame la vérificatrice. Je suis intéressé. Je lis la motion, risque, approvisionnement, pouvoir délégué, information disponible, enjeux de construction, problèmes d'équipement, spécifiquement les trains, les fonds publics, des enjeux plutôt systémiques dans le modèle. C'est large, là. Je veux dire, vous n'avez pas l'expertise à l'interne pour tout configurer ça. Quel genre de modèle d'expertise vous devriez développer pour pouvoir faire l'enquête, puis combien de temps, puis combien ça coûterait si vous acceptez, là, parce que vous avez soulevé quelque chose, là, qu'ultimement, le Conseil ne peut pas on peut vous passer la motion aujourd'hui, mais ultimement, il faut que vous preniez charge du dossier puis décider de son envergure.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le maire. Premièrement, du côté coût, c'est très difficile d'estimer à cause on a besoin de vraiment regarder c'est quoi la grandeur, puis quel item qu'on aimerait vraiment regarder. Du côté expertise, tu as bien raison, comme l'administration, on aurait peut-être besoin des experts, ça peut être des avocats, ça peut être dans le côté de l'achat du genre P3, ça peut être des ingénieurs. Encore ça dépend de la portée qu'on décide d'embaucher pour cet audit.
Okay. La vérification comme telle, si vous débutez cette année, ça prendrait combien de temps pour un rapport avec l'ampleur de la motion qui a été présentée?
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le maire. Encore, ça dépendra de la portée qu'on décide. Aussi, on aura peut-être l'opportunité, c'est quelque chose que j'aimerais discuter avec mon équipe, de peut-être briser certaines parties de la portée pour peut-être avoir multiples audits. Ça pourrait nous permettre l'opportunité de fournir l'information au conseil et aux résidents de la ville en un temps opportun, mais je voudrais pas faire de promesses que je peux pas garder jusqu'à temps que j'ai une discussion en profondeur avec mon équipe.
Mr. White, anything I raised with the OAG that you'd like to clarify or jump in on?
Mr. Mayor, I think, as you noted, Mr. Mascarin has provided the kind of the overview. I can advise with respect to the powers, the Auditor General does have the power to compel witnesses if that power needs to be exercised. Beyond that, I would defer to Mr. Mascarin in that regard.
Yes, if the question is, does the Auditor General or any of the other accountability officers have the ability to compel witnesses, then the answer is yes. And again, as a public inquiry commissioner could do under the Public Inquiries Act.
We've had a recent situation where the integrity commissioner had to be involved in relation to the LRT matter, and members of council were signing affidavits of form. So would the OAG have the power to ATIP council members or anyone in the administration to gather information? I think part of it is in relation to having the full picture. My questioning is not in doubting, but it is providing a wide array of information so that the audit can be complete and not miss certain components.
Mr. Mayor, again, I guess perhaps maybe I'll just reiterate the fact that the purview of my office does not extend to that of members of council or council decisions. So as such, we would not be requesting that information because in my opinion, that would be out of bounds for my office.
OK. So, pour moi, Monsieur le maire, aujourd'hui, on a une décision qui est difficile. Je pense qu'il y a beaucoup de choses où le conseil est divisé, mais s'il y a une chose qu'on est tous d'accord, c'est qu'on veut le train léger, qui fonctionne. Ça, c'est une volonté immédiate. Je pense que les deux motions devant nous, là, c'est plus des motions, les gens vont philosophiquement se positionner sur une ou l'autre puis la défendre, mais la réalité, c'est qu'il faut regarder à long terme. Qu'est-ce qu'on va faire aujourd'hui? Qu'est-ce qu'on peut avoir comme information? Qu'est-ce qu'on peut apprendre pour s'assurer que le train léger devienne un succès pour non seulement la première phase, l'investissement public, mais la deuxième phase qui est en pleine construction? Je sais que tout le monde c'est aujourd'hui la nervosité du R1 puis toutes les composantes d'autobus, tout ça. Mais ultimement, ce qu'on veut, c'est des trains qui fonctionnent puis des trains qui soient sécuritaires. Et je pense que l'objectif d'une enquête juridique, c'est vraiment d'avoir l'ampleur de l'information. Moi, je ne questionne en rien le pouvoir de la vérificatrice générale ou son bureau. C'est pas ça, mais je me dis, essayons d'avoir un processus où toute l'information soit regardée, débattue, questionnée et présentée pour qu'une fois et pour toutes, tout soit débuté. Moi, c'est achalant de se faire questionner. Est-ce que l'information du conseil était adéquate? Est-ce que le conseil aurait dû prendre d'autres décisions? À un moment donné, ces éléments-là, on se base sur l'administration publique, on se base sur l'information dans les rapports qui nous est fournis. Les membres du conseil essaient de poser le plus de questions possible. J'en doute en rien. Mais d'un autre côté, on n'est pas expert dans tous les domaines, puis on n'est pas expert dans des questions très, très, très fines au niveau de l'approvisionnement, puis au niveau des systèmes comme ceux-là. Donc, pour moi, je demeure sur le plan en disant, regardez, je pense que l'enquête peut servir la population d'Ottawa à moyen et à long terme pour justement continuer, pour justement que le train léger rayonne. Parce que présentement, on doute tous, là, tout le monde a un petit pincement de cœur disant, hey, ça n'a pas de bon sens, là, ça fait 2 ans que ce système-là est ouvert. On a toute la réalité. Moi, je l'ai vécu en préambule là, avec le maire qui était avec moi quand on a vu l'affaissement de la rue Rideau dans les travaux. Comme, hey, à un moment donné, là, on se fie sur des experts pour bâtir des choses, mais il faut aussi avoir le regard attentif de tous et chacun. Donc, moi, je vais favoriser une des motions. Je ne suis pas contre l'autre motion philosophiquement, mais je pense que c'est important d'avoir un regard complet.
Merci, conseiller. Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor and colleagues. I think the failures of the LRT system for the past 2 years transcend just the city of Ottawa. When we look at the litany of failures, there is clearly something systemic going on with our train, and it behooves us to speak not just to the residents of Ottawa, but I think that there are valuable lessons that can be learned from our experience by municipal governments with respect to how they oversee infrastructure projects like this, and for public procurement right across Canada and potentially even globally. And it is incumbent upon us to do whatever is necessary to get at the root of that. And what I've heard with respect to an Auditor General audit of this is that it's not going to have the same scope as a judicial inquiry. And it's critical that we do that to restore trust on the part of Ottawa residents in our train. And it's a moral obligation that we have to Canadians, I think, to ensure that these kind of problems aren't experienced by other folks by folks in other jurisdictions as well. I'm having difficulties understanding why we're so focused on just getting the train back into service, which is something that all of us agree needs to be done. All of us want to do the investigations necessary to get service back up and running as quickly as possible in Ottawa. And we've undertaken those measures. We have the investigations. There are third parties like Transportation Safety Board who are going to tell us what's wrong with our train. We are pursuing the remedies against RTM through court proceedings. We're doing all the right things, but it's bigger than that. And I think it is critical that we have the right inquiry with the right scope by the people with the right powers in order to be able to get to the bottom of what is occurring here. We heard clearly, I think, for the past couple of weeks since Councillor McKenney brought this motion, that the residents of Ottawa, or at least the ones who I'm talking to, largely agree with that. They want that judicial inquiry. They want that broad scoped inquiry. They want that person who is not connected with the city with the broad powers to get at the heart of what has happened. And I don't believe that the Gower motion brings that to us. And so I am going to move now for deferral of the Gower-Cloutier motion in order for me to hear more from the residents of Ottawa about whether they consider that this is an appropriate replacement for the motion that Councillor McKenney originally brought. Mayor, I'll move deferral with Councillor McKenney seconding.
Okay, we have a number of hands up from the last time. So are we ready to go to the vote to defer?
I've got some questions on deferral, Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering, because my vote on deferral is really regarding whether or not we've had the information in the motion that was before us or not. So in the motion, it says the AG is to work with external legal counsel on the audit report or parts thereof that would be best presented, including what, if anything, should not be publicly disclosed. So can the AG just tell me what that means?
Mr. Mayor, well, obviously the motion is not one from me. The only thing I can speak to is what my office would decide to not disclose in public, and there would have to be legal implications, whether it be health and safety related items, or in this case, I'm presuming that the mover of the motion is speaking with regards to ensuring that we don't breach client solicitor privilege, to ensure that any existing legal proceedings are not interfered with. But
okay.
There's no other reason why my office would not disclose any information that we found in our report.
That's helpful. The private companies, RTG and Alstom, often object that the information that we request, say on the testing phase, that sort of thing, is their confidential property. If they, given the way the motion is worded, if they object to that, would you be able to still release it?
Mr. Mayor, I would defer that question to legal, just because I'm not sure what my authority would be at that particular time, and whether or not there's any clauses within the agreement that would actually enable them to decline information related to the areas that we'd be reviewing.
So, Councillor, we are on deferral.
Yes, and this is the reason why deferral might be necessary, is there maybe need to be additions to the motions or changes to the motion based in front of us, and that's what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, but the rules call for debate on deferral. So if you have issues you want to raise right now on deferral, then please go ahead.
That's I'm raising the issues on deferral, Mayor. If there are changes that are needed to the motion, then we should defer it. And I'm just trying to get a sense of that. So if legal could answer that question, if RTG and Alstom object that the information is their confidential property, would they be able to be released in the AG report?
Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Menard, it may very well be able to be released in the report. The AG has a broad authority to report on matters that she considers appropriate. Now, there may be other things that may not be in there, and I don't know what the contracts may say. I don't know what kind of confidentiality attends to it, or whether any of it is solicitor-client privileged information that may be requested. So there may be some information that just cannot see the light of day, but there may be a lot of other information that can be disclosed. Without seeing the clauses and without knowing more about the context, I can't really answer.
No, that's what worries me about the motion. I appreciate that answer. The AG also mentioned that key staff involved in the 2012 report or in the 2012 decision don't necessarily work for the city government today. And I'm wondering what the implication of that is.
Mr. Mayor, my understanding through prior discussions with the city clerk is that my ability to compel witnesses extends to prior staff.
Thank you for that. And you mentioned the investigation's scope. Can the AG choose on the motion, choose to investigate items that council does not include in its scope? This motion has its own scope, but there may be areas where more investigation is needed. Could you unilaterally choose to do that investigation or not?
Mr. Mayor, yes, absolutely. So with the commencement of any audit or investigation, we always do a risk assessment to determine the best areas for us to look at. And throughout our engagements, again, whether it be an audit or an investigation, if there's reason to believe that there are other areas of greater importance, we can definitely redirect our attention there. And we generally update management as to a change in scope. And I'd be very willing to do that with council as well, should that be the case. And I guess I should put the caveat, with the exception of whether or not we're investigating anything that comes up due to potential fraud or criminal activity. At that point, we usually do not inform anybody, with the exception of the parties that need to be, such as legal, the police, things of that nature.
Thank you for that. My last question on the deferral piece, because that first point I think is extremely relevant, but are the individuals and the interviews that you conduct automatically made public? Can the public be part of that? Can they see those witnesses? Is that something that happens automatically in every single audit, or what is the process there?
Mr. Mayor, I think that's where we would differ from a judicial inquiry. Is no, our interviews are not made public. And part of that is to ensure anonymity, to ensure if there is any information that somebody may be fearful of bringing forward or fearful of reprisal, we ensure that we do not disclose that information. So you would be getting contextual information. You wouldn't necessarily be getting where that information came from. And that's really to protect any individual that's bringing information forward. That doesn't necessarily mean if a decision was made by a person of authority, if we feel that there are breaches in policy or compliance, we would most definitely disclose that information.
Okay, that's very helpful. And I think one of the key points here, I'll support deferral, Mayor, as a result of those discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper, can you clarify the deferral is till when?
Oh, I apologize, Mayor. I should have done that until the subsequent council meeting.
Okay.
I think that will give me adequate time to hear more from residents about whether or not they'd like us to move ahead on this front.
So we have a number of hands up, but they were up on the main motion. Councillor Kavanaugh, Moffat, King, and Deans, do you all wish to speak to deferral? Just give me a thumbs up. No, okay, so Diane, if you can take your hand down. And then Teresa, are you on deferral, or you want to do the main motion?
Well, I can see if this is a deferral question. One of my questions is, if it's not, then you can, I'll go back in my spot. But in terms of knowing more about the Gower motion, I want to know, since we've had it's reacting to a motion that was out in the public for a few weeks, how many people were made aware of this motion ahead of time? So in terms of how many counselors were consulted. And because I think that's important to know that of who had the ability to make a comment on it and learn about it ahead of time.
Yeah, that's not really a deferral issue. If you'd like to speak on deferring the motion, then the floor is yours.
Okay, well, that's my wonder. The answer to that would say that we need to defer it because we have, it's clear, because I wasn't consulted, and I'm sure that others weren't either, that is a reason for deferral. So I will suggest that is why I would support deferral.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Moff. Sorry, Councillor.
Could I respond to that quickly? I'd like to clarify, when I said input from councillors, it's not on the specific clauses and whereas. I spoke to a number of councillors. You've heard about the judicial inquiry notice of motion 3 weeks ago. What are your concerns? What are your ideas? What are your
Point
thoughts?
of order, Mr. Mayor, point of order. Maybe you could not cut off my microphone this time. Councillor Gower is engaging in debate, and it is not his turn on the floor. He does not have the right to engage in debate.
I think he was answering Councillor Kavanaugh's question.
No, he was not. He was making a point.
Councillor Kavanaugh, do you want to hear from Councillor Gower on your question?
Well, first of all, you didn't even that if I was on debate at all, because you were telling me that that this wasn't for deferral. So I'm a little confused.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. So Councillor Moffat has the floor.
Thanks. Yeah, no, I don't think I'd support deferral because I think it's important that we move forward with the decision on something today. What I've heard, I think you've heard of the councillors, we haven't gotten a lot of input on this, but I think what I have heard from the folks who have reached out is that they want answers. I look back to stage 2, what we did on stage 2, there was concern with the procurement of stage 2. In March of 2019, we requested the Auditor General look into stage 2 procurement. November 2019, that decision came back. We felt it was inadequate. Members of council felt it was inadequate. So in February of 2020, asked for an independent review into stage 2 procurement, which came back to us through a KPMG report in July of 2021. That's just over 2 years for both an AG report as well as an independent review from KPMG. There was no calls for further analysis after the KPMG report, which generally closed the door on the matter for procurement on stage 2. In fact, what's interesting is that at that time, it did also talk to lessons learned as well as next steps forward for informed future procurement. One of the comments made at the time was, why did we not use Infrastructure Ontario on stage 2 as it was used on stage 1, which is interesting. But what I would say is that I think it makes sense to move on as soon as possible with an Auditor General report and a review of stage 1 procurement, just as we did on stage 2. And it is completely at the will of council to ask for further reviews upon receipt of the Auditor General report.
Thank you. Councillor King on deferral, please.
On deferral, I'll lend support. I did have comments on the judicial inquiry and the Auditor General process generally. So if that comes back, I'll keep my hand raised on that.
Great, thank you. Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you. I will be supporting deferral. There's absolutely no reason why we wouldn't. Give it 2 weeks so that we can have this discussion with residents. Does this suffice in terms of the transparency and the accountability that they're looking for? So, perhaps some members of council aren't hearing from their residents, but certainly I have. And people are asking for a judicial inquiry. They're not asking for an AG investigation or an ombudsman. And it's, on the issue of, wanting to move ahead quickly, I find that a bit ironic for 2 reasons. One, sure, if I hadn't brought the motion 2 weeks ago, this one wouldn't be in front of us. You wouldn't be asking for an Auditor General report, because we've been asking for that for years and it's not been forthcoming. And I might add, a little bit of hypocrisy for anybody who was on Transit Commission and voted against a motion that I brought to Transit Commission asking for a task force to do just this. And the answer there was no. No, we weren't going to look back and see what happened through this contract, flat out. But now you want to move ahead with an Auditor General's report. I think you just don't want a judicial inquiry. And I think people are going to question why you don't want a judicial inquiry. But I will remind members of Transit Commission who voted against that motion for a task force to look at this, that it is questioning why today you will go this far when you didn't want a task force, but you won't go this far to get a truly independent inquiry that we will not be setting the scope for. And we know that we will. This happened with the AG's report in 2019. We did not get the answers that we wanted, that we needed. There is a time and place for an Auditor General's investigation. There's a time and place for an ombudsman. There's a time and place for everything. And this is a time and place for a judicial inquiry. So, at the very least, we should be taking the 2 weeks to go back, have that conversation, and let residents weigh in on this. This $2.1 billion is their money. It's not ours. And we've wasted it. We blew it on a system that's crap. It doesn't work. Never has. It broke down 3 days in and actually didn't run the 12 days. I can see it from my kitchen window. It never ran. That 12-day error-free didn't happen. So we moved ahead, and now people want to know, why did we move ahead? What happened? This is a rail system. We've been running rail in this country for over 200 years. And we can't get one in the city of Ottawa? $6 billion, not one train on a track. I think we could take 2 weeks on deferral to make sure that we're at least going back to the people who pay the bill. It's not us. People out there who pay the bill for this thing to see what they think. AG report?
1 minute.
Inquiry. Thank you.
Okay, so anyone else wish to speak on deferral? Okay, I'll just offer a quick comment. I would urge members not to drag their feet on this and put it off for another couple of weeks. I think Councillor Gower has put forward a very sensible, effective way of dealing with our partners at RTG, and deferring it another 2 weeks just prolongs our ability to get the Auditor General to start working on this particular project, to bring back scope and report back to the Audit Committee when she brings her work plan. So I would encourage you to say no to deferral, and we have yeas and nays, please.
Councillor Luloff.
No, let's deal with this.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Clucci.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Eglai.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Deans.
Yes.
Councillor Moffat.
No.
Councillor El Shantiri.
No.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli.
No.
Councillor McKenney.
Yes.
Councillor Harder.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor Meehan.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor Fleury. Councillor Derouse.
No.
Mayor Watson.
No.
9 yeas, 14 nays.
Okay, so we're back to the motions. Someone would like to speak? I see no one on the list right now. Councillor King, please.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. And after seeing what occurred with the deferral and listening to the debate today, it is clear that there are two choices in front of us: an Auditor General process that is circumscribed by council, and a judicial inquiry which is open, on the full public record, and is subject to judicial independence. With such a stark choice, it's clear that we need to hire a judge to launch an investigation, complete with public hearings so that we can find out what is wrong with our transit system and take necessary corrective action as we move forward with future phases of light rail in the city. We need an investigation that brings sunlight into a process that has been characterized by a lack of transparency and a lack of timely information. A judicial inquiry at this point would start that process of rebuilding public accountability through an independent investigative process that would have the legal power to compel documents and interview parties in order to determine how errors happened and why, and most importantly, to determine how to prevent them from ever happening again. This is important when you consider the seemingly never-ending number of challenges that the light rail system has experienced since it's been in service, which includes computer malfunctions, door jams, weld breaks, broken overhead wires, a smelly station, safety sensor malfunctions due to snow in winter, service delays due to heat in summer, and now multiple derailments within a 6-week time frame. While there might be a significant cost and a significant commitment of time and resources associated with the judicial inquiry, it will be worth it if an inquiry can establish public trust and a level of accountability in a $2.1 billion system that has been characterized by disaster after disaster. If we expect the city to successfully move forward with the next stage of LRT, which costs more than double than that of the Confederation line at $4.6 billion, we need the city to move forward with a competent process that will deliver safe and reliable transit for all in Ottawa. Only an inquiry can really aid in the development of that process. And as a consequence, I would be in support of a judicial inquiry and not a limited audit process. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Deans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of questions to the Auditor General to start. First off, could you tell us what your capacity is currently to conduct this breadth of an audit?
Mr. Mayor, currently we would have to, first of all, take a look at what the scope of the actual audit would be, and then determine how we would reassign staff that are currently assigned to other audits, as well as likely bring in additional outside resources in order to conduct the work. But to actually give you a precise number, we're unfortunately not at that stage right now, since this is fairly new information for us.
Okay, so currently you do not have the capacity inside the dollars that are assigned to you to conduct an audit of this magnitude?
Mr. Mayor, no, unfortunately we do not. As we're approaching year end, we have already committed most of our funds on the work that we are currently doing.
And what would your broad estimate of this kind of audit be in terms of costs?
I think, Mr. Mayor, I think it would be very premature for us to give an estimate. If you're asking whether or not we'd be in the $8 to $10 million, such as a judicial inquiry, no, we definitely would not be that high. But could this get up to $1 million? Yes, absolutely.
So really you have you don't know, because you don't know the scope. You'd have to scope it out. And as you pointed out earlier, you're not able to investigate members of council or the mayor.
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. That is outside of my purview.
And could the Integrity Commissioner investigate members of council and the mayor?
Mr. Mayor, I believe the Integrity Commissioner would be best to answer that question as to what is within her purview.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I asked for the Integrity Commissioner to be invited today. I was told no. So it would be really nice to know how that could happen, and if the Auditor General and the Integrity Commissioner could work together, if that were the decision of council. And what that would cost, because it all costs money. Mr. Mayor, I absolutely agree with Councillor McKenney that a judicial inquiry is what is needed here today, that the public should expect no less from this council. We have purchased a system that does not work, has not worked. I mean, you might portray it, Mr. Mayor, as something that's been great just except for a couple of weeks, but it has not. That's not reality. That's not our reality. It has never worked. We couldn't do 12 continuous days, and yet you forced it open. And we put people on it, a system that hasn't been safe or reliable from day one. And we need a soup to nuts investigation of what has gone wrong here, not just retrospectively, but so that we don't continue to make the same mistakes going forward. Maybe P3s are not something in the public interest. We have stage 3, stage 4, who knows how many stages are to follow, and we need to learn from our mistakes. We need to learn from the mistakes of the past in order that we not repeat them. And that's really what a judicial inquiry is doing. And as far as an audit goes, I don't disagree with an audit. I've been asking for audit of the LRT system for years, but it's always been shut down by the same people who apparently want one today. It's always been shut down. I asked for continuous audits, started right at the beginning of this process. And we never had the capacity to do it. So now we suddenly have the capacity to do an audit because it's not as invasive as a judicial inquiry. But the public need a judicial inquiry at this point. That's what the public is asking for. That's the expectation. And we need to restore public trust and confidence in our transit system and frankly, in this council. And the manipulation of the rules that happened here today has to reinforce in the public's mind that this council is not suitable to continue. It has to reinforce that. Councillor McKinney gave due notice of a motion that she was putting that the public were aware of. And now today, it won't be voted on because the mayor manipulated the rules and cut my microphone and wouldn't allow the clerk to answer the question. And we should all be embarrassed. We should all be ashamed. We should all explain to the public why we want to shut down a judicial inquiry. And I'll tell you what it does to me. It asks me, what have you got to hide? What are you hiding? Why wouldn't you want to get to the bottom of this mess that is LRT? Why wouldn't you? To me, there's only one reason, because you have something to hide. And this audit will make sure that what you have to hide never gets out in the public because the auditor can't investigate you. That's why we need an independent process. That's why we need a judicial inquiry. That's why shutting this down today is not in the public interest, and the public should be paying attention to who votes for this today, because we need to restore faith and confidence in the system. I don't have faith and confidence in the system. We heard from our city manager today that we have no idea when the train will be restored. And I want to make sure that when I tell people that that train is up and running again, that I feel confident that it is safe and reliable, and I have none. I have no confidence that this system is safe or reliable, or that RTM and RTG have the ability to run this system. Not today, not tomorrow, not for the next 28 years. And that's a big problem. And we need to understand it. We need to learn from it. We need to fix it. And the public should expect no less. And that's why we need a judicial inquiry. And that's why all of you should be ashamed of yourselves when you shut that down, the discussion of it today. Are you going to cut my mic again, Mr. Mayor?
Your time is up. The rules are 5 minutes. Councillor Luloff has the floor.
Thank you very much. Would a judicial inquiry be able to break solicitor-client privilege?
Mayor, I'm going to ask John to weigh in on that question.
Yes.
I may ask for Sharon's comments on that, just with respect to the outstanding legal proceedings.
Yes, please.
I don't believe that solicitor-client privilege is something that can be, that information can be got to even in a judicial inquiry.
Ms. Vogel, do you want to respond to that as well?
Yes, I would concur with that response. I would note that both in relation to a judicial inquiry, with it in relation to the judicial inquiry, that it is my understanding that it would not affect privilege in relation to the Auditor General's ability to conduct an audit. I would note that under section 223.20 sub 3 a disclosure to the Auditor General in relation to the access that the Auditor General has to all books, accounts, financial records, electronic data processing records, reports, files, and other papers, things or property belonging to or used by the municipality, etc., does not constitute a waiver of solicitor-client privilege, litigation privilege, or settlement privilege.
So a judge conducting a judicial inquiry when it comes to solicitor-client privilege would have less access or no access to privileged information, whereas the Auditor General may have access to that information, may be able to access that information. Is that what you're saying, Madam Vogel?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. Does the Auditor General consider her office independent of the City of Ottawa?
Mr. Mayor, yes, most certainly. And I'd like to speak perhaps outside of this particular ask. It is very important to note that while I myself am hired by a panel of members, form of council, my integrity and my ethics go past that of this office. So I can assure you that any work assigned to my office will be conducted with the utmost integrity, ethics, and independence that I have within my purview.
Thank you. How soon do you think you may be able to begin an audit should you decide to take this on? Like, could it be made a priority?
Mr. Mayor, yes, it would most certainly become a priority. This is obviously one of the greatest risks the city is facing. As such, it would make it to the top of our priority list. How quick? I can assure you that this week, should this be a motion that is carried, I would conduct a meeting with my team in order to determine the best course of action and the resources that we would require in order to commence work.
Thank you. If the Auditor General were to undertake this work, would she be willing to provide interim reports at regular intervals?
Mr. Mayor, I would be very open to doing so, again, with the exception that we are not appearing to draw a conclusion before our work is concluded, because unfortunately we could provide interim information that could lead people to conclude something, and I do not want to provide information that would mislead anybody.
Thank you. How long does it typically take to put together the resources, staff, witnesses, etc., to run a judicial inquiry?
Mr. Mayor, some of that information is set out in my memo of last week. We've seen examples certainly that are measured in months, but certainly I would ask Mr. Mascarin to provide some other details with respect to the judicial inquiries that have taken place in the last 20 years or so in Ontario.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, judicial inquiries vary considerably depending on the scope of them. Very rarely do they ever last less than a year from beginning to end. I'm not even sure there has been one in the last 20 years. The Collingwood judicial inquiry, which was the most current one, I think was about 2.5 years. The one that's taking place in Hamilton right now has already been placed since 2019. And as Mr. White has indicated in his memo, which I did review, it hasn't even really commenced any testimony or any hearing per se. So it's very difficult to gauge how long it may take to start getting the wheels in motion. You saw just on the questions of your Auditor General, her office isn't ready to mobilize immediately to get things started. So you can imagine the making a request to the Chief Justice, who then has to appoint a judge, figure out timetable, and then the judge has to hire legal counsel, staff, and then start marshaling the evidence. So given the scope of your matter, potentially the scope of your matter, which appears to be incredibly broad, more so, quite honestly, than I think most of the other judicial inquiries that were on Mr. White's list in his memo, you're talking a multi-year inquiry. which is going to be time consuming, emotionally draining for everyone, and very expensive.
Thank you. Madam Auditor General, how long does it typically take, and I'm not going to hold you to this, I promise, but how long does it typically take to put together a team to audit this scope and magnitude of an audit?
Mr. Mayor, we have the benefit of having standing offers already established. So should we need to hire additional resources, whether they be audit related or whether they be experts, we do have fairly quick turnaround. And obviously with the assistance of the city administration from an overall contracting perspective, we could likely do so within a matter of a few weeks. That being said, when it comes to experts, that may take us more time. As I'm sure you've heard from the city manager over the course of the past few weeks, there are a lot of experts that have already been used in all of the work, and we would want to ensure that whomever we hire is independent and has not already done work for the city. As such, that may require us to go outside of Canada, such as the US, and then that complicates the process, everything from visas to the gamut that you can imagine. So some parts can be very quick, others can take a longer period of time. That being said, I don't think we necessarily need our experts on board in order for us to at least determine an overall high-level plan.
Thank you. Could the Auditor General ask the Integrity Commissioner for help with their investigation should she believe that her mandate does not allow her to ask the questions needed to fully understand the issues that we are facing?
Mr. Mayor, what I can say is that obviously I work closely with the Integrity Commissioner, as does she with myself in either instances that come to our attention. So should during the course of our review something come to our attention that is outside of our purview, I have it within my powers to disclose that information to her, as does she have the ability to do so to me if there's ever anything with regards to city staff that come up with any investigations that she is conducting. So we do have an agreement in order to share that information. I don't think I have the ability to necessarily request for her to do any particular work, but I would perhaps maybe look to the city solicitor or the city clerk to elaborate on that piece.
Please, if you wouldn't mind, City Clerk. Or the city solicitor, whoever is available.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, those protocols exist. Certainly is within the mandate of the Integrity Commissioner to investigate matters of potential alleged breaches or misconduct by members of council. That exists for those purposes. I'm not, certainly at this point, I don't believe that either of the motions contemplate make any specific allegation in that regard. But as the Auditor General noted, were that to come up in the context of her review, then that is something that could be referred.
Understood. Mr. Mascarin, do you want to make any comment on any of the questions that I've asked? You're on mute.
Apologies, Mr. Mayor, through you. My only comment is I don't mean to disagree with the Auditor General, but she certainly can ask questions of any person. I think the difficulty is with any allegations of wrongdoing on behalf of any members of council. Mr. White just spoke to it. None of the allegations speak to any of that. So I question what involvement the Integrity Commissioner would actually have, unless there was any kind of allegation, assertion that council members had acted inappropriately, misbehaved, misconducted themselves, because that's where the purview and the jurisdiction of the Integrity Commissioner arises under the Municipal Act. But I don't believe that the Auditor General would have any issue, though, in asking questions of members of council. I believe the jurisdiction under Part 5.1 of the Municipal Act would extend to allowing that.
Understood. Then again, Madam Auditor General, should you come across information in your audit that may show any misconduct of that kind, do you have a duty to report, or would you report this activity to the Integrity Commissioner?
Mr. Mayor, yes, I most certainly do have a duty to report, both under my role as Auditor General and through my ethical requirements as a chartered professional accountant.
Understood. The answers to these questions provide a pretty compelling case to support the Auditor General's approach. The Auditor General has access to information and documents that a judicial inquiry may not. We want clear answers and full answers for the members of the public who have deserved these answers for quite some time. Our train is still not running. We're frustrated, we're tired, and we're angry. And we want this investigation to commence as soon as possible. And it seems to me that the Auditor General and the Integrity Commissioner are best placed to get these answers as quickly as possible, while at the same time allowing our transit staff to get the train up and running as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dudas, please.
Thank you. So I guess my question is, do judicial inquiries generally result in legal consequences in terms of their findings and their outcome?
Mr. Mayor, as I noted in the memo I'd sent around, the outcome of a judicial inquiry does not in and of itself have any consequence. Well, I shouldn't say consequences. A judicial inquiry is not asked to make findings of criminal or civil liability. That said, obviously there may be broader consequences either in the context of public policy or with respect to particular relationships. But I would certainly ask either or both of Mr. Mascarin and Ms. Vogel to weigh in terms of what the potential scope of that might be.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I could, and I apologize, Sharon, there is no consequences civilly or criminally from the spotlighting that is shed by a judicial inquiry. However, it could raise issues that then the municipality may want to pursue. In fact, this is something that the Town of Collingwood recently instructed their solicitors to look at possible civil actions against certain persons that were found to have misconducted themselves in the Collingwood judicial inquiry. So there certainly are consequences apart from just the potential public outing of some wrongdoing of certain actors in the scheme of what has occurred that the judicial inquiry has looked into.
So I guess then my question is that when we're comparing the judicial inquiry and an AG's investigation, I'm just wondering, in terms of the Auditor General's investigation, would that achieve what was the intent of the original motion? Would it meet the need for public transparency, the need for answers for the public, for all of us? And I know I've heard it said before, but I mean, all of this information, that would be publicly available, and you'd be able to engage the Integrity Commissioner if necessary. Would it meet the original intention of the original motion?
Mr. Mayor, I think ultimately that's a decision that members of council and council itself will have to make with respect to the powers and the scope. You've had staff and our external experts' views in terms of what that might uncover and what the breadth of that investigation might entail.
Well, when I read Councillor Gower's motion, I mean, it's pretty widespread in terms of the scope. It basically says that it pretty much mirrors the original motion in terms of the availability to access documents and information. I guess my other follow-up question then is, one of the comments that the Auditor General you had made was that somebody could refuse to provide you information. If somebody does refuse to provide you information in the duration of your investigation, could you make that refusal public? You may not be able to share that information you don't have, but can you say that you had requested it and then say that it was not provided?
Mr. Mayor, I don't believe I mentioned that necessarily somebody could or would refuse to provide us any sort of information. From that perspective, they're required, they being whether it be consultants that we have hired on or city staff, are required to provide my office with the requested information. I think we'd be in the same position as any judicial inquiry would from that perspective, as people can always drag their heels, but we do have mechanisms that we can enforce to ensure that the information is provided. Again, I'd look to legal to see whether or not there's anything else to either complement, or if there's any aspects that perhaps maybe I'm not aware of. Again, I'm not a legal expert, so.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, as has been noted, the powers to compel the production of documents, to compel the attendance of witnesses in the context of an inquiry, largely parallel as between an investigation by the Auditor General or a judicial inquiry. But again, I would ask Mr. Mascaron to kind of fill in any details in that regard based on his own experience.
Mr. Mayor, I would agree with that. They do largely parallel one another. In fact, it's the Public Inquiries Act that applies. And so it's almost virtually the same provisions. But Ms. Vogel pointed out that there seems to be one little hitch that's in the Municipal Act that may provide maybe a little even bit more scope for the Auditor General that perhaps a judicial inquiry commissioner wouldn't have under Section 274 of the Municipal Act.
Okay. I have really appreciated and benefited from these questions today, particularly Councillor Luloff, who had a number of questions before, but everybody's comments. And I have to say, quite frankly, I've really struggled with this over the last couple of weeks since this motion came to pass, because I, for one, and I know many of my constituents and many across the city were, I don't even want to use the word frustrated or furious. It goes beyond that. We want a quality system and we deserve it, and we've waited for it. We also want answers. We want to know what's gone wrong. You know, we're all waiting on stage 2 to benefit our city to areas like the East End and reach further south and go west. And there's been so much hope for the economic benefits that's going to bring. And I, for one, have been waiting for that to revitalize sections of the East End that need that kind of, investment. But it's hard to get excited about something when we're looking at stage 1 and seeing the never-ending faults and seeing that there's questions about accountability and transparency. So for me, I know there's been a lot of conversation amongst my colleagues and with the public as well about what method this is going to take. Frankly, we just need an open and accountable and transparent method. We also need it soon. Like, I don't want to wait years, and I am not comfortable spending an absolute fortune, although I do think there is a need for investment in getting the right answers. So every time I'm hearing about a judicial inquiry, and I'm seeing other municipalities going through this, I'm looking at dollar signs, taxpayer dollar signs, but I'm also seeing years with no answers. And we're about to launch stage 2 LRT to the east in 2024. And we're looking to stage 3, and who knows, maybe stage 4, right? Like, we want to continue to build our transit system. We just had conversations earlier today about R1 and all the pressures that we're already feeling. We need to get this LRT up and running, and we need to be able to hold RTG, RTM, and Alstrom's feet to the fire. And we've managed to take some important legal steps after FEDCO recently in regards to the notice of defaults and the notice of dispute. I'm very comfortable that proceeding with Councillor Gower's motion and an Auditor General's investigation is going to provide us with answers that we need. And it's not going to take years, and it's not going to take several terms of council. It's going to come sooner rather than later. It might not be perfect. Nothing is going to be perfect, but we just have to get this LRT up and running, but we also have to do it in a way that's safe and it's accountable. And I will continue to I really want to make sure that accountability is
1 minute.
I want to ensure that we're continuing to be accountable to the public. We need to continue to have as many meetings as possible. We need to have these conversations with our public about what information is available. So I will certainly support that going forward. But I think, once again, I'm going to be supporting Councillor Gower's motion, and I would really encourage my colleagues to do that. We need our answers. We need them soon, and we need to get that train going. We need to hold the consortium to account. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the vice president, no, I wish, as the vice chair of audit committee, I just want to say before I make my questions that I have the utmost respect for our new auditor general, and if she were to undertake this, I know she would give it absolutely her all, and that is a pretty high bar. But I wanted to ask Ms. Gouchon, in order to take on this task, you say you have to reassign staff. So what would happen to the current audits that are underway right now?
Well, Mr. Mayor, we're currently actually wrapping up 2 audits, and we have one that's wrapping up in the next couple of months. So we're actually at a good point in order to reassign. It would just likely be postponing certain audits, those that we have yet to determine. We were slotted to start the pandemic response audit later this fall, which may perhaps be postponed by a few months as we onboard potential additional resources to assist us with the audit plan that we were hoping to continue into 2022. So I think right now there's just a few unknowns, but I would hope not to defer too much. I guess it would be my ask of council to consider providing additional resources to my office so we can continue looking at the high risk areas that we have already identified and to embark on this particular item as well.
Would those be short-term resources, Natalie? Would that, I mean, that you wouldn't have them long-term or have them permanent in your office? It would just be for the duration of this particular investigation?
Mr. Mayor, that would be correct.
Okay. When you mentioned that the investigation of the procurement and everything that went on with stage 1 would go from the beginning, right from 2012 up to the point that City Council and the Mayor involvement began. Is that accurate?
I wouldn't say up until council's involvement, because council was involved quite a ways throughout. I just cannot call into question council decisions. That piece is outside of my purview. That being said, I can look at anything with regards to staff information provided to council. I just cannot call into question decisions made by council.
Can the Integrity Commissioner?
Mr. Mayor, it is my understanding that no, that is not the case unless there are allegations of wrongdoing that come to her attention that she chooses to investigate. But again, I would defer confirmation of that to our legal experts or the city, the city clerk.
So let's say, for instance, there are allegations of wrongdoing. Maybe your antenna goes up at some point. Like, how would this play out? Would you bring it to her attention? How would that, if you encounter something along the way?
Mr. Mayor, if throughout the course of any of the work that we do, we have reason to believe that there was wrongdoing conducted by the part of any member of council. Now, reason to believe, that would mean that we actually need to have some form of evidence or allegations that were brought to our attention. We would most certainly provide that information to the Integrity Commissioner, and then it would be up to her discretion to determine whether or not she chooses to investigate further.
Okay, just clarification. You said you can question staff who were part of the process but are no longer working for the city?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct. That is within the powers provided to my office.
But you know that one hand is tied behind your back because of the emails that many of them may no longer exist because of the length of time that we keep them.
Mr. Mayor, again, it would depend when we speak with regards to email retention. As I mentioned, the retention for emails is 90 days. Now, again, if there are existing employees that were on the receiving end of those emails, and they have not deleted those emails are still something that we can search and obtain. It's a bit of an unknown, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. We have no certainty that we will be able to obtain all the information that we need in order to conclude certain areas.
Okay. One of the things we heard continually as counselors sitting around the table and discussing many of these decisions was that it was we were not allowed to be privy to much of the information. And there were lawyers there that were lawyering up and telling staff what they can and cannot say. Is that stripped away in your investigation?
If it was, Mr. Mayor, if it was with regards to information that city staff had, again, it goes back to, sorry, I guess perhaps maybe, Councillor, could you clarify your question? Are you making reference to, would I have access to that information, or?
Would you be able to get that information? Because we were told we could not have it. We as councillors could not have it. Could you get that? Would they be able to give you that information?
1 minute.
Mr. Mayor, yes, it is my understanding that my office would have access to that information, as that's part of a procurement process, and we have access to all records within that process. I look to the city solicitor to let me know whether or not I've stated incorrectly, but that is my understanding.
Okay, I think that covers it for me. Like I said, I know that you would do a wonderful job, but is there anything you think that you can do that a judicial inquiry cannot? Because you know exactly what we're trying to get at here. We do not want to repeat mistakes. We want to get to the heart of how we ended up with this debacle. Is there anything that you think that you cannot do that a judicial inquiry can do?
Mr. Mayor, again, I'm not an expert in judicial inquiry, so I wouldn't want to speak out of turn. I think you heard Ms. Vogel outline the fact that my office does have the likelihood of having access to some client solicitor privilege information that perhaps a judicial inquiry would not. I do have the ability to work within the scope of our choosing in order to get information to council in likely a more expeditious manner, and we are likely to do so at a more economic cost. But again, I'm not here to dissuade or persuade any member of council that I'm the better option over that of a judicial inquiry. I'm just here to speak to the fact that my office is competent and capable to do the work.
Have you done one of these before?
Mr. Mayor, council, could you clarify what you mean by this?
Have you undertaken an investigation of this depth and breadth?
I've definitely undertaken many investigations of this depth and breadth. No, this would be my first time.
Okay. Ms. AG, thank you so much.
Yep, thank you. Next, Councillor McKenney, please.
Thanks. Quick question to Natalie. And again, Natalie, this is certainly not an indictment on you. I've looked forward to having you as the Auditor General. But back when I was staff, Auditor General reports essentially that, you know, the investigation would happen, conclusions, recommendations would happen, and then that would go to senior staff, and there would be some back and forth, you know, whether staff agreed and what they would do. Will you be undertaking this investigation in the same manner?
Mr. Mayor, Council, I guess it depends what we choose to do. I believe the motion outlines investigation and audits, so I think it's within our purview to determine what course of action we feel is appropriate based off of which element we are reviewing. In any course, whether it be an investigation or an audit, yes, we do generally provide the opportunity for management and staff to review and to provide us feedback. And in a lot of cases, that's very helpful because they're able to provide us additional context that we may or may not have obtained throughout the course of the work that we do. That being said, it is very important to note that whether or not management agrees or disagrees with something, our findings still maintain to be our findings, and they are fact-based. So that being said, management is entitled to their opinion, but at the end of the day, what we report is based off of what we found and the facts that we've identified.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And I trust that you are approaching this with the highest of integrity, but I think that the point here is that, and it's an important one. Others see this before we do. This will be seen by senior staff, likely others in the city before council does, and certainly before the public does. So this walk-on motion today doesn't call for a fully independent and public inquiry into what's happened here. If you vote for this motion, you're not voting for the transparency that we need and the independence that we need today. Residents are disappointed in us today. Many of them are angry with us today. They know this is the single most important issue facing our city, and it's certainly the costliest. And I've received hundreds of unsolicited messages in support of the motion and not one opposed to it. And the cost of the inquiry does not seem to be dissuading residents. And it shouldn't dissuade us. We just said yes to a $7.2 million gimmick that no one asked for. And one of the most important aspects of a judicial inquiry is that the scope and outcomes cannot be swayed by us, the political representatives, nor by staff, nor by the companies involved. And this is critical because the public has made it clear that we don't have their trust in this matter. We've lost it. The public is under the impression, right or wrong, that they don't know the whole story and they're suspicious of the reasons why. And it goes back to the absolute neutrality of a judicial inquiry. And that is its greatest strength. It protects the public, it protects the city, and it has the ability to protect everyone around this council table. And I think probably the most important, outside of the fact that an Auditor General's report will go to senior staff, it will go back and forth before we see it. But a judicial inquiry won't, and it will not be restricted to one area of questioning. A judge can expand the scope of the investigation to follow any trail to get to the bottom of the matter. They don't have to come back to us to ask. They can just do it. And this is critical. This is critical to what we need today so that we don't repeat these mistakes. We've spent $2.1 billion on a dysfunctional train. We're now spending millions on lawyers and are in ongoing disputes with our private partner worth many more millions. And the last time we had an outside lawyer in front of us, I might remind you, he wouldn't answer the questions on the technical requirements for stage 2, phase 2. So, it's been mentioned a few times that a judicial inquiry can take a long time, won't get the trains back, and that's true. However, they're two separate issues. But a vote for this motion today, the one that's in front of you now, the Gower motion, is a vote against transparency and accountability when we need it most. If you think my motion is overkill, I have to ask you what it would take. At what point will we take the most serious steps available to us to get to the bottom of this debacle? And the last time we allowed our transit system to get into a state of crisis was the 2009 transit strike. Half of council was replaced the following election. People pay attention and then they vote. And I hope that you have all paid attention, and I hope that you will vote for the right thing. Turn down this motion, and please, let's do the right thing the first time, because we'll be back here after the next election.
Thank you.
Asking the same thing. It will come back.
Got her hand up. Auditor General, did you have something you'd like to add?
Yes, just a point of clarification. And I want to emphasize that this point is not to dissuade or persuade in either motion whatsoever. Just a point of clarification with regards to the scope and the outcomes. Those are not determined by members of council. They are determined by my office. Any changes in scope, I do not require permission or approval by council to do so. So I just wanted to ensure that that was clear.
Okay,
Can I just point out,
Thanks.
sorry, Mr. Mayor, I do have to point out something that in 2019, when the Auditor General came back to us, and we argued that the scope, that we weren't getting the answers we wanted, that our Auditor General at the time was very clear. I can go back and find the minutes. Very clear. He actually came to my office after to repeat it, that he was bound by his scope. So in 2019, when we asked the Auditor General, I'm just saying.
Yeah, you've had time, and another colleague has been waiting patiently. So Councillor Kavanaugh has the floor now. Councillor. I think you're on mute, Councillor. Councillor Kavanaugh, are you there?
Yep, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you again. I want to thank Councillor McKenney, who didn't quite get to finish what she wanted to say. But if she had not brought forward this motion on judicial inquiry, we wouldn't be having this discussion right now, and we wouldn't have had these other points come forward. I think it's really important that that we not just talk at the council table about this, but it be talked about out there in the public, which is why we use the word public in terms of the inquiry. And no one in the public got a chance to talk about this other motion, which is very sad. And I'm sorry that it didn't get put out there, because I think it's important that we hear from our residents on it. And I think that would have been more productive for everyone, because what we're dealing with is not looking at what has happened. It's not a step backwards. This is about a step forward, because we've got stage 2 that is right in front of us. So I'm looking at massive construction every single day in my ward, massive. And we want to know that this is going to go well. So we need the lessons learned. We need to hear on a very thorough inquiry, and it sounds like the judicial inquiry would be a better one in terms of independence. I know how many issues we've seen in terms of the concern, and my residents want to see something done about it. They want to know that this is going to be fixed. Our whole official plan, which we start debating tomorrow, is based on transit. It's based on transit-oriented development, on where we put affordable housing, all of this. So it's the absolute backbone of our city. Nothing could be more important as we build and move forward. So I see this as important, and I think it's important that we do it very, very thoroughly. I have total trust in the Auditor General, but I think that what we need is something that's a bit more independent, and that is why I'm supporting the judicial inquiry. Thank you.
Merci. Conseiller Menard, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd ask my colleagues to ask themselves what they think the goal of the discussion is. Is the goal in front of us to reduce costs today? Is that the main point we're trying to drive home? Is it to try to get an answer quickly as possible, get an answer, whether that answer is fulsome or not? Is it simply to get an answer quickly? Is that the question in front of us and the goal of the discussion? Or is it to recognize the public's massive investment and subsequent outrage with how this issue has unfolded, and to begin to reestablish trust? Because I hear councillors saying it actually is to reestablish trust. That's really the goal of the conversation today. And the motion that Councillor McKenney brought was brought in good faith, with advance notice, public feedback, and widespread support for a fully independent judicial inquiry, which signaled the seriousness of the issues we face. And if the goal is to reestablish trust, then how do you think it looks to the public to torpedo a judicial inquiry motion in such a cynical way? By using a walk-on replacement motion, cutting off colleagues who asked legitimate questions about process, with only consulting some members of this council, giving no chance for public feedback. Torpedoing that motion in such a crass and quite frankly disgusting way has become a hallmark of this council. It's happening repeatedly, these replacement motions, just to get certain people. And it really needs to end, Mayor. I don't see it ending under your term at all. You're the cause of these issues. And the club that supports you are the cause of these issues. The memorandum that references a legal opinion prepared for the city of Hamilton that we received, which explained while investigations by the Auditor General and the Ombudsman are similar, a judicial inquiry is entirely distinct type of inquiry. Judicial inquiries are suited for complex, large-scale investigations. This is exactly what we're talking about here. None of the 5 examples of municipally mandated judicial inquiries in the White Memo come close to the level of complexity of what's being contemplated in Ottawa. And we just heard from the AG, who I have massive respect for, and I'm looking forward to working with in the future. But the AG can't call into question council decisions. We've heard that loud and clear today. Perhaps council members have forgotten what has occurred in the city. Some members have called this inquiry overkill. A judicial and public inquiry overkill over this issue, but perhaps they aren't grasping the severity of the issues we're facing in Ottawa with LRT. And I'd ask those councillors who call a public judicial inquiry overkill, how many more derailments are they okay with? We've had 5 so far that we know about, 2 on the main line and supposedly 3 larger ones with the maintenance facility. So is it going to be the 6th derailment? Is it going to be when we have loss of life that people think that this is important enough to have a public judicial inquiry? I think you need to ask yourself that question today when voting on this motion.
1 minute.
I'm done, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Moffat, please.
Thanks. Regardless of what happens today, as we wait for results of reports, I just want to reference a few other reports that we have that we could go back and read if we'd like. Maybe we didn't read them the first time. In 2015, Deloitte produced a report at the request of council. Lessons learned from Confederation Line. I believe we heard today that we want to learn lessons from Confederation Line procurement. We already have that report. It helped inform stage 2. When we asked for a report on stage 2, the KPMG report, that came back in 2021. Again, I question whether anyone actually read it because it also informed stage 3 procurement with a lessons learned report, and then options analysis report in order to achieve transparency, integrity, value for money, openness, fairness, competition, and accountability. It was informed by the Collingwood Judicial Inquiry and Associate Chief Justice Morocco's Transparency and Public Trust, in which they brought out 7 recommendations, and they're all here in the report. You can read them all. They're available. Again, they were on the agenda in July. Maybe bringing this report to a July council meeting was the wrong decision because I don't know if people read it. I certainly don't think the public has it. But we have a 2015 report on stage 1 lessons learned, and we have a 2021 report on stage 2 lessons learned. And yet we're asking today, we need lessons learned. How many reports do you need before you actually start to look at them? And to the Auditor General, thank you for being here today. I'm sorry that you had to continuously today defend your independence. It's unfair. You have all the authority that you need to look into this. The questions on scope, you've answered them. And yet you get cut off to be told that you don't have the ability to look at scope. So I'm sorry that you've come here, you're brand new with the city, and you've come here and you've had to defend yourself and your independence. It's unfair for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion before Councillor Gower wraps up? Councillor Gower, please.
I would like to ask one quick question to the Auditor General before I wrap up. And that is, there was a comment from a colleague earlier about the vetting process for your final reports. Can you just clarify, once you've finished a report, does anyone on city staff, administrative staff review that? And would it go to committee first or would it come to council first?
Mr. Mayor, the process for our audit reports is that a draft report is shared with staff. They provide us their feedback, and then we take into consideration the information that they provide us. What we call that stage is a fact review. So really what they're providing us information on is whether or not any statements we have made in the report are factually accurate. And that's essentially the purpose behind that piece. Then at the end of the day, they always have the opportunity to provide us their management responses based off of any recommendations that we make within the in the report. So yes, management will have the opportunity to see it before members of council. That is our process to ensure that the audit report that comes to committee council is accurate and it's in its best form possible, and that we are able to understand and get a feeling for what management's response is and how they plan on actioning any items we've raised.
Okay, thank you. That's good clarification and important for us to know. Mr. Mayor, I just received a text that Councillor Kitts was hoping to speak. I do want to wrap up, but Councillor Kitts may be having some connection issues. If Councillor Kitts is online, could she have a chance to speak before I wrap?
Yes, Councillor Kitts, are you there? I know there've been some connectivity issues. I wonder, Madam Deputy Clerk, if
yes, thank you.
There you are.
Can you hear me okay? I'm always having connectivity issues, unfortunately. Thank you, Councillor Gower. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I've given the prospect of a judicial inquiry a lot of thought. I've spoken with many members of council, with residents who have taken the time to provide thoughtful input and debate. You know, and I really feel what we need to know yesterday is the train we're putting people on safe? Can the train run as efficiently as it was designed to? And what happened during procurement to make us question items 1 and 2? And I believe Councillor Gower's motion speaks to those questions, so I will be supporting his motion. If we go the route of a judicial inquiry, I think we're asking different questions. I'm not saying that they don't have value, but I think we need to prioritize the questions I just listed. You know, and I think that the Auditor General's audit is a good place to start. We have this tool at our disposal for a reason. You know, and to my colleague's point that audits haven't been wanted in the past. Well, I wasn't there for that. You know, I've made 0 decisions with respect to the LRT, but it's my residents that are at the end of the line, my residents that are having the longest commute times, that are trading in their transit passes for a vehicle purchase. You know, and when one of my colleagues said we need to learn from the mistakes we've made, I agree with that, but I think we need to learn from them sooner than later. You know, someone else said that they haven't heard a single person against a judicial inquiry. I've heard both sides. And, you know, I think unfortunately there's no silver bullet here. We're past that. We're past a good option. The best option would be having the train running safely. So, you know, I'll be supporting this process today with the hopes that it'll expedite getting us answers. But if the findings fail to get us the answers we need, then we'll need to take it to the next level, because it's the transit system that we have right now is unacceptable. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So to wrap up, Councillor Gower, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First, just a thought on the rhetoric. I don't think it's very helpful for the public that when there are disagreements about issues, there's accusations that people have something to hide or that people do not care about transparency or accountability. We are allowed to disagree on this council and disagree for good reason. Someone earlier said this really comes down to a question about who is the appropriate body to investigate, a judicial inquiry or our Auditor General. I wish that over the past 3 weeks, this had been presented to the public as judicial inquiry is the only option. I think as we've heard clearly today, as we read in memos previously, as we read in a memo back in 2020 from the clerk's office, the judicial inquiry is not the only investigative body. Procedurally, though, we don't have a way to vote for judicial inquiry or Auditor General. We have to vote on yes or no on either one of those. That's how procedure works here. My motion is asking you to support investigation by the Auditor General. And actually, I'm kind of pleased because I think we have found consensus on one thing that we may not have had 3 weeks ago, which is that we do need an investigation. So we have reached a consensus. What we don't agree on is the right venue for this investigation. Is it the Auditor General or is it a judicial inquiry? Summing up what we heard today, the Auditor General is independent, competent, and capable to conduct this investigation. The Auditor General can summon witnesses and obtain documents. The Auditor General can decide on scope and expand the scope. The Municipal Act may actually give the Auditor General access to more documents and information that is available through a judicial inquiry, including information that's protected by solicitor-client privilege. Now, the Auditor General doesn't conduct interviews in an open courtroom. That's done under oath, but as we heard from the Auditor General, there can be an advantage to that in that you may get more information from people who might be fearful of being completely open in their testimony because of that public environment. The cost of an Auditor General is not tens of millions of dollars, but it's in hundreds of thousands of dollars, still a significant cost. The Auditor General reports back publicly with findings and recommendation, and those findings can come sooner rather than later. We can get a phased approach to that reporting, so we can get that information back sooner rather than waiting for years. And also the information that we get, those reports, recommendations from the Auditor General can inform other investigations, whether that's through the Integrity Commissioner, whether there's other levels of court, or perhaps would give us a better scoped question to be asking for a judicial inquiry for at some point. So I think the Auditor General, on all accounts, makes a lot of sense for conducting the investigation and getting the answers and information that we're looking for as a council and that our residents deserve and expect as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Ladies and gentlemen, coming out of this meeting, I have continued to have the same three priorities: get the trains running safely, get the trains running safely, and get the trains running safely. That should be our collective responsibility because we're frustrating our passengers, our employees, and the entire city, and we must do better. I want to thank Councillors Gower and Cloutier for their practical replacement motion, which I will support. And my first reason is that the motion gives us tools to go after RTG and Alstom. The companies have failed to deliver on their contractual obligations to the people of Ottawa. The original motion calling for a judicial inquiry does not have a single action aimed at getting better performance from RTG or Alstom. Yet the motion unanimously carried at FEDCO October 5th, and just a few hours ago today, gives the city the tools to go to court to seek to confirm RTG's default on its obligations to Ottawa Transit passengers and Ottawa taxpayers. Council has received and acted on the best available legal advice to escalate our legal actions against RTG. And I believe there is a strong desire by members of Council to secure safe and reliable transit for the people of Ottawa. Je crois qu'il y a un fort désir de la part des membres du Conseil d'assurer un transport en commun sur le fiable pour la population d'Ottawa. We all understand that our residents are angry, as they should be, and disappointed with the state of our transit system. So am I, and so are all of you. I do not believe that asking for a multi-year, multi-million-dollar inquiry is the way to go. À mon opinion, ce n'est simplement pas la façon de procéder aujourd'hui. There is one single guaranteed outcome of a judicial inquiry. A lot of lawyers will get really, really rich. And such, an inquiry will do absolutely nothing to push RTG and Alstom to improve their performance or their contractual obligations on which they're badly failing. Let me spend a moment on the cost. From the publicly available info, we can expect a judicial inquiry to cost between 10 to 20 times more than an audit by the Auditor General. A simple Google search shows the judicial inquiries tend to take on a life of their own. Initial cost projections are almost always proven to be way off the mark. The city of Hamilton, we've heard about, recently asked the province to come to the rescue with their exploding inquiry costs as theirs approaches $10 million with not a single witness heard to date. Toronto's inquiry reviewing a financial services arrangement ended up costing just under $20 million. Now think about that for a second. The sinkhole dispute, which we won, required the review of 1 million documents. That's right, 1 million. Anyone who tries to tell you the judicial inquiry of the scope and magnitude proposed would cost only $1 million is not dealing in facts or truth. I also want to take this opportunity to tell Council and the public how disappointed I was by certain attacks on our professional staff over the weekend. Our staff have shown the highest level of professionalism and integrity in this and all matters before us. Notre personnel a fait preuve de le plus haut niveau de professionnalisme et d'intégrité dès le début. It is their job to provide us with the facts, and then it's up to councillors to make our mind up and vote on the issues. The memo that was provided to us was anything but political. In fact, it was highly informative, and it contained a large number of information items that members of council could easily find on the internet. At its heart, the goal of this original motion is to second guess the decisions made by duly elected councillors over the past years. Again, the motion recommends not a single practical action against Alstom or RTG, and it provides no practical way forward in terms of improving the reliability or safety of the LRT system. We're led to believe that, quote, the cost of a judicial inquiry is small compared to the cost of building the LRT system. Well, firstly, we can't use the money council approved to build the system, capital dollars, to fund the exorbitant cost of judicial inquiry. Just a few hours ago, we were debating whether to have a by-election or appointment in Canada North. One councillor said, as we reached $650,000 cost estimate, that was, quote, quite steep. Yet the same people who don't mind spending untold millions on a judicial inquiry argue that every available dollar should be reinvested in bringing our customers back and improving routes. On this, we can agree. Our focus should be on getting RTG to fix the system, getting Alstom to fix their trains, and getting RTM to improve their maintenance program to the class level that it was promised. And any available dollars should be spent on getting our customers back once the trains are up and running again safely. I also want to take this opportunity to commend Councillors Gower and Cloutier for proposing that Council ask our AG to look into the safety and reliability of our system. I have a very high level of confidence in the independence, competence, and professionalism of our AG, and we saw that on display just over the last several hours. I believe that anyone who has interacted with her to date will confirm the strong perception that Council made a very good decision last year in unanimously supporting her appointment, given her stellar credentials. Finally, it's my viewpoint that once the Office of the AG independently decides to audit a matter, it tends to be more nimble and responsive than a judicial inquiry. And in fact, we heard a couple of examples of where the AG has more ability to bring forward documents. And that comparison stands for either the time required to undertake an audit or the level of costs incurred. In closing, I ask all members of council to consider the following. Today, we have an opportunity to unify our approach and turn our collective efforts to getting rail service relaunched safely and reliably. To those who sponsored the original motion, I thank them, and I would ask you carefully read and consider the replacement motion, as it includes much of what you initially sought to accomplish. But it adds a very strong focus on assessing the effectiveness of the maintenance and repair program for the infrastructure and vehicles delivered under contract by RTG and RTM. It also asks our AG to review the last two procurements with a view to informing future stages of LRT procurement. Because despite the short-term setbacks caused by the poor performance of RTG and Alstom, I believe there is strong support for the push to extend LRT across the city and to position our city for the next phase of rail to Canada Stittsville and Barrhaven. So today I ask you to support the replacement motion before us. It allows us to continue focusing our efforts and scarce resources on fixing what is broken and to better understand what is broken and has not worked, as we are now 2 years away from the launch of Stage 2 LRT and, of course, Stage 3 LRT, which got a boost during the last federal election campaign, with both major parties wholly endorsing Stage 3 to Stittsville, Canada, and Barrhaven. So on the Gower-Cloutier motion, yeas and nays, please.
Councillor Luloff.
Oh, yes.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor King.
No.
Conseil Cloutier.
Oui.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Eglai.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Deans.
No.
Councillor Moffat.
Yes.
Councillor El Shantiri.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Shirelli.
No.
Councillor McKenney.
No.
Councillor Harder.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor Meehan.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Conseil Fleury.
No.
Councillor Giroux,
Yes.
Mayor Watson,
Yes.
14 yeas, 9 nays.
Councillor Deans, you have the next motion, seconded by Councillor Brockington. If you'd like to introduce it. I believe it's a new one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it's a replacement motion. I've added a whereas at the end. I'll introduce the motion and then explain that. Whereas 2 trains on the Confederation line have derailed in the last 6 weeks. This was written 3 weeks ago. And whereas the problems with cracked wheels and loose axle bearings on Confederation line trains have been the subject of investigation by the Transportation Safety Board. And whereas Confederation line has experienced a series of problems since the Confederation line opened, with door jams, computer malfunctions, broken overhead wires, and issues with the catenary system causing service delays. And whereas the Rideau Transit Maintenance Group has a 30-year contract with the City of Ottawa to maintain the Confederation line, and whereas the Rideau Transit Group has failed to provide root cause analysis of the problems on the Confederation line, and whereas members of the public have lost confidence in RTM's ability to deliver on their maintenance contract. Therefore, be it resolved that the city manager explore options to terminate the 30-year maintenance contract with Rideau Transit Maintenance and bring back a report to council outlining all implications of an early termination, including a full risk analysis for council's consideration. And therefore, be it further resolved that staff review options for the future maintenance of the Confederation line, including the feasibility of developing an in-house maintenance team and provide a report back to council for information. And be it further resolved that the city manager reports identified above be provided to council after the outcome of the legal actions directed by city council today is known, and in such a manner so as to not prejudice the city's legal position in respect to any disputes between the city and RTG. Mr. Mayor, the last paragraph is what I have added, and today at City Council, we approved a recommendation that the Director of Rail Construction Program deliver a notice of dispute under the project agreement with respect to RTG's defaults, and also approved a further direction that the Director of Rail Construction Program proceed promptly to have the defaults confirmed through the contractual dispute resolution process in the agreement, including as necessary, asking the court to confirm the validity of the RTG defaults. Council also approved a further direction that the city manager report back to council on the outcome of these actions. So therefore, I'm amending the motion that I have moved and Councillor Brockington has seconded, and my motion to include a third resolution that just makes sure that we don't prejudice the process and that those reports are made public. And just speaking to the broader motion, I don't think it's any news to any of us, especially after today, that the Confederation line has been plagued with problems since it opened in September 2019. Well, actually, way before that, because they were late 4 times in delivering it a year and a half. The 2 derailments are the latest and certainly the most serious in the series of ongoing technical problems on the Confederation line. We've seen all kinds of problems since this system has opened. Rideau Transit Maintenance has consistently, in my view, underperformed in ensuring safety and reliability of the system. This has undermined public confidence in their ability to determine and solve the underlying technical problems we have experienced with the LRT system. City Council needs to take serious action to ensure the safety of the system for transit users who rely on the system every single day. And Mr. Mayor, I believe that it is time now, we're 2 years into a 30-year maintenance contract. I have seen enough to be convinced that Rideau Transit Maintenance does not have the depth and breadth of knowledge and experience and expertise to maintain this line here in Ottawa. And we have 28 years to run. So we need to consider our options at this point, and we need to explore the opportunities that might exist, 1, to exit that contract, and 2, I think we should do as the Toronto Transit Commission has done and STM in Montreal have done, and look at the capacity that we might be able to build here locally to maintain our transit lines well into the future. You know, if you have people living in this city that are committed to this city, that are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, they're more likely to be committed to this city and to our rail program and be able to better maintain this system. And that's what I'm asking us to consider at this point. We entered in good faith into an agreement, but it has not worked out. Rideau Transit Maintenance Group have been in default since last March of 2020. And they have not been out of it since that point. And I think I have seen enough. I hope all of you have seen enough that we should start considering our options. What I'm doing here today is asking the city staff to explore that and report back to this council on what our options might be. So we're not making any decisions today. We're asking for information that could inform a future decision. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor, with the new be it further resolved, I want to thank Councillors El Shantiri and Dudas for suggesting that. And thank you, Councillor Deans, for agreeing to make it a friendly amendment. And I'm very happy to support the motion. Councillor Lula, please.
What a wonderful thing it will be to be able to have all the information that we require to make a decision in front of us. Thanks, Councillor Deans.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on the motion? Carried?
Carried.
Next is an additional item, City Manager's verbal update on organizational alignment. Councillor Moffat and Gower have a motion to suspend the rules to allow the City Manager to brief us.
Thank you. So first, to suspend the rules, that the rules of procedure be suspended to add an item to the council agenda to receive a verbal update from the city manager with regard to the organizational alignment of the city of Ottawa in accordance with Section 7 of the procedure bylaw, and consider any motions or recommendations arising from the same.
Okay, on suspension, carried?
Carried.
Carried.
So we also have a motion by Councillors Moffat and Gower. It's going to be presented after Mr. Kanellakis' presentation as a PowerPoint. Steve Kay, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I know it's been a long day, and I'm sure many of you would like to wrap up by now and move on. But I appreciate the opportunity to spend 10 minutes or so taking you through a presentation. I'm just waiting for it to get on the screen concerning a rebalancing of the departments. I'm proposing to council that we need to rescope some of our departments and create a 10th department, effectively with no change in staff and no cost to the organization, all within budget. If you can just turn to the first slide, please. As you know, we've had some retirements recently. John left on September 29th. Anthony DeMonte is retiring effective October 29th. And Kevin Wiley is retiring on January 19th, 2022. So we're losing, or we've lost 3 very experienced leaders in this organization. So I started with our senior leadership team looking at the risk assessment for succession planning, and in the context of the current, next slide please, in the context of the current size and scope of the departments. And we reassessed our organizational structure in the context of COVID experience, and we figured how can this better align with council structure, governance structure, and I certainly wanted more accountability on transit planning, infrastructure, asset management, and economic development. And as I said, there are no job impacts being presented today, and it's revenue neutral. We're doing all this with an existing base budget. Slide 4, please. On September 27th, we announced our new General Manager of Transit Services, Renee Amilcar. She'll be starting this coming Monday, so I'm looking forward to having her start. And we made some changes because of that, John's retirement and the new hiring to our Transit Services Department, which now consists of rail construction, transit customer systems and planning, transit operations, and transit safety. And as you know, when I announced in the memo, we moved transportation planning to Steve Willis's department, and traffic services moved to Kevin Wiley's Department of Public Works, so that we scoped down transit to focus on transit. The next slide. What I'm proposing is a creation of a new department called Infrastructure and Water Services, which would be focused on our asset management for the entire city, infrastructure services, water services, which include drinking water, wastewater, municipal drainage, laboratory services, and stormwater management, and technical innovation and engineering support services, which is associated with our water services. effective in December, and I'll tell you why we're doing it in December. Planning, next slide, please. Planning, Infrastructure, Real Estate and Economic Development Department, which currently exists, will be called the Planning, Real Estate and Economic Development Department. It would be effectively Building Code Services, Corporate Real Estate Office, Economic Development, all the planning services, right-of-way, heritage and urban design, and the new branch that came over on October 1st, transportation planning. So VVG will be integrated into this department. And Public Works, should council approve this proposal, would have parks and forestry services, roads and parking, solid waste, technical innovation, engineering, and traffic services. So Phil had come over to Public Works, and his unit is integrated with them. Oh, sorry, next slide, please. I'm just past 7. My slide change was a little slow. Next slide, please. So the proposed structure, everything in green exists today. The new department will be Infrastructure and Water Services, and the boxes in blue, Planning, Real Estate and Economic Development, Public Works and Transit Services, have been rescoped to have a finer focus on their mandates and allow the creation of the Infrastructure and Water Services Department. Next slide. And so on the plan for the recruitment process, as Emergency Protective Services General Manager was posted on September 14th. The competition closes today, and then we'll be doing the interviews sometime over the next 2 weeks, and hoping to have a successful candidate. It was an internal and external posting. Our proposal is, should council approve this proposal, we would post the General Manager of Public Works and the General Manager of Infrastructure and Water Services on October 14th, which is tomorrow. The recruitment selection will occur the rest of October and into November, and I'm targeting a completion for recruitment by December 2021, and that's when we would actually make the departmental changes I discussed, form the new department, and rescope the other 2 departments. And so we have leadership transition plans in place, and obviously I'll be updating Mayor and Council when the recruitment processes are in place. My goal and our goal is to have a filled, solid management team with senior leadership team in place heading into 2022, so that we're complete and we're ready to go as we head into and come out of COVID in 2022. Next slide, please. Succession planning, we're continuing with our Associate General Manager program into next year. That's been very successful, where we've taken directors and assigned them to general managers for their development, growth, and coaching, so they're ready to compete for these jobs. And the next phase that we're doing is we're going to be taking managers, our top managers in this organization with the most potential, and aligning them and assigning them to directors in the organization, so they're associate directors, to give them an opportunity to experience the role of a director, to start getting them ready for competition. Part of the plan here, and one of the things I committed over 5.5 years ago to council, was to ensure that we have bench strength with future leaders to be able to take over these positions and to be able to compete for these positions with the best that are out there across the country. So conclusion, my next slide, please. Conclusion. So the changes really are to help rebalance the department, align to city priorities, and support succession planning and the recruitment of future leaders. Transit Services is effectively going to manage our transit system and oversee the construction of the expanded LRT system. The new Infrastructure and Water Services Department is going to be the hub for all city infrastructure life cycle renewal, replacement, oversight, and construction, as well as managing drinking water, wastewater, and the other supporting services. And one of the things that I think is important, and I've talked to councillors in my summer one-on-one chats that I've had with many of you about this, is to focus on our infrastructure. I believe there'll be infrastructure investment opportunities coming from the federal and provincial governments over the next several years. And I want to have a leader in the organization who's going to be responsible to prioritize, deal with councillors in their wards, and be able to focus on our asset management and life cycle replacement of our infrastructure. Next slide, please. The Planning, Real Estate and Economic Development Department is going to continue to manage the strategic arm of the city's future development, our economic rebound, new jobs, new neighborhoods, increasing economic vitality, and advanced transformative planning activities. And Steve Willis has a huge portfolio of responsibility on his plate. And I think this is better balanced so that he's able to focus on the priorities of council as we move forward. The Public Works Department is going to focus on delivering the core services our residents rely on. So they'll still be doing waste collection, the management of roads, parks, sidewalks, and pathways, and moving people, goods, and services in our transportation networks through the addition of Phil Landry. And as I said, there are no job impacts, and this is revenue neutral. So that concludes my presentation, Mr. Mayor. I'd be happy to answer any comments or take any feedback from council.
Great, thank you, Mr. General Manager. It is Councillor Luloff has his hand up.
Thanks so much, and sorry for extending this any further. Mr. City Manager, just wondering, are the TTC group and the Area Traffic Management Group under the same group? It doesn't appear that they are. I'm just wondering what went into that decision.
I'm sorry, Councillor, which group? TTC?
Yeah, temporary traffic calming and area traffic management.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had my head into Toronto TTC. My apologies. Yeah, no, that whole branch, we didn't split up the branches. So when Phil Landry moved, his whole team went with him. So we didn't carve out. We try to make this as clean as possible. So the entire units went with the new department so that we would have, we're very conscious of the disruption this causes. We're still coming out of pandemic. The organization's fragile, and we didn't want to do a lot of detailed maneuvering within the branches and cause a lot of unsettlement in the organization. We have vaccination policy coming out. People are being redeployed back to their jobs after significant deployments to other roles. There's a lot of stress in the organization. Our call volumes are up, our service requests are up. We're being really pushed, and so these moves are intended to keep leadership in place, but to refocus the organization on the things that I believe council feels is important.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, I want to make sure that the people that are making the recommendations to the other group are still within the same group. I think that that makes a lot of sense. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Leeper.
I think you're on mute, Councillor Leeper. I'm sorry.
Fudge. The Councillor Luloff actually just asked a really important question, but also with respect to transportation policy, where is that going to land? So if we determine, our traditional main streets by way of policy are going to be 30 kilometers an hour, for example. That's something we normally would have turned to Phil for. Are we now turning to VV's shop, or where's that policy responsibility?
No, the roles will still stay the same. On the transportation planning, VV will, we've had it there before for councils that have been on councils for a while. Like we've moved those two shops back and forth between different areas, but VV and the transportation planning will be reintegrated with planning and Steve Willis, but Phil will still keep his responsibility areas for policy with respect to 30 kilometers an hour and things of that nature.
Okay. And with respect to, I'm trying to come up with the appropriate example, but we often do shut down roads that partially traffic calming. It's traffic studies go into that, or we're trying to create public realm, for example. And I'm just not sure with respect to public realm and eliminating traffic from public realm, in a special square or something like that. Where is that going to reside now?
Well, they'll both have to work together. Phil and Vivi are both involved in those just like they are now, and that's why they were together for the last 5 years. But it'll be if it's driven by the development of a new area and you want to create public realm, it'll be driven under Steve Willis, Vivi, and the team there. And Phil will always have input into that because he has to have the operational input to ensure it meets the surrounding areas, the traffic flow, and all, like it meets the requirements of the provincial standards. So they'll still be engaged very closely in both those things. But the lead on a public realm, for instance, would come out of Steve Willis's department.
Okay. And then with respect to, I don't know if you can throw the org chart up one more time. That went by fairly quickly. I'm just curious.
The coordinator can put it up. I don't have the org chart. I'm sorry.
Parks.
Yes.
Did I see that disappears as a GM role?
No, Parks.
Sorry, went by really quick.
I'm just got to get somebody to put it back up.
Just be up in a moment.
Yeah, Parks and Rec stays intact, so Parks stay this, and Parks maintenance stays in Public Works.
Okay. Great. Is this slideshow going to be distributed fairly soon if it
Yes,
hasn't already been?
Yes, I'm sending it out now to our extended senior leadership team and all of council and all of the organization once council deals with the motion.
Okay, I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you very much. It might be worthwhile to leave that org structure chart up, though.
Okay, Councillor El-Shantiri.
And I know we always say we want the manager to manage, so I don't want to micromanage, but a question, Mr. Kanellakis, is this with this shifting around, is that creating more pressure on some general manager than others?
No, no, I'd say no. We've had a discussion about this, and you know, it was a question of how far to go on a reorganization. I just didn't feel the organization could deal with a massive reorganization. I didn't feel that we needed one, and that was a consideration I had. This is about more fine tuning, and the area I really wanted to focus on was infrastructure, which I thought was an area that, as an organization, we have to have that executive leadership at the executive table. All the councillors I met with over the summer, the budget consultations we've had, tells me that there's a huge interest in roads, infrastructure, our facilities. All those things are very important to councillors, and I felt that now was the opportunity to give, take up some load off Steve Willis, who I thought had a very heavy load and has been carrying a big load for us. Public Works is also a broad responsibility when we had water and wastewater there. And of course, in transit services, it was heavy with the light rail and the issues we've been having light rail in the construction. And so when I talked to the recruiter, the executive search firms, they were telling me that it would be very hard to recruit for some of these positions because they don't traditionally exist that way in most municipalities in Ontario and in Canada, where they're more defined and scoped down. So it's going to be easy to recruit somebody for Public Works. It was for transit services. I think we got an outstanding candidate because it's focused on that. And certainly if something should ever happen to Steve Willis, then we're hiring a more traditional planning chief for the city. And obviously infrastructure and water services, I see that person as really our chief engineer for the city. That's the kind of role I want them to play.
And when you talk about infrastructure and water service, as you know, lately with all the programs happening, shovel ready here, shovel ready there in some of the program, would this department be the lead to follow with other level of government, whether on flood and recovery, tornadoes, some of these issues we dealt with before? So is that what you're thinking? It's going to be the infrastructure group will be follow on those programs?
Exactly. That's exactly the motivation.
Oh, well, I would love that myself for sure. So thank you for that, because the infrastructure group is the busy group and we don't give them enough time to think what's happening across the cities or with other level of government. So I'm glad to have a focus on that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's my question.
Thank you. So Councillor Moffat, you have a motion seconded by Councillor Gower. If you'd like to introduce that, we'll ask the clerk to put it up on the screen.
All right, thanks, Steve. And if you need any help developing names for those departments, I'm very good at developing long committee names with poor acronyms. So the motion in front of us is whereas what Steve said, and whereas what Steve said, and whereas what Steve said, and whereas what Steve said, therefore be it resolved that City Council receive phase 2 of the organizational alignment as presented by the City Manager at City Council meeting of October 13th, 2021, to be effective with the hiring of the related general managers expected to be December 2021. And be it further resolved, the city clerk be delegated the authority to submit directly to council any bylaws necessary to implement this final organizational alignment.
What Scott said.
Were you ever an auctioneer, Councillor?
No, but I'm going to be. That's my dream.
Any questions on the motion? On the motion, carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. Motions requiring suspension of the rule. Oh, thank you, Steve Kay, for the work you did on that. Motion requiring suspension of the rules of procedures. Motion exigeant la suspension des règles de procédure. Councillor El-Shantiri has a motion seconded by myself with respect to naming of a soccer field on suspension. Carried.
Carried.
Councillor El-Shantiri, if you'd like to introduce your motion, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know it's been a long day. I don't want to take too much of my colleagues' time. I did send some brief notes yesterday to my colleague, and for those my colleague who responded, thank you so much for your support. I tried to reach to Councillor Kavanagh to let her know why the choice is male. Unfortunately, that's who was a volunteer in the West Carlton Soccer Club for many years, dedicating his time to the soccer community, and for that reason, we would move expeditiously. So I did reach Councillor Kavanagh, ask her also to second the motion, but you were faster, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank you for seconding the motion. Again, I don't want to speak too many on a personal level, but the gentleman, we are seeking support for commemorative naming in the Dunrobin soccer field. It's been a huge anchor in our community, especially in the soccer community, and helping kids with development challenges and other, as you know, that Dunrobin Community Center was home to some of those kids, and they were all had the opportunity to play soccer and enjoy the outdoor activities. So I'm hoping for your support, Mr. Mayor, and if you can scroll down to the therefore be it resolved that the Dunrobin soccer field located on 1151 Thomas A. Dolan Parkway be named the Hugh O'Gorman Soccer Field, and be it further resolved that appropriate stand and plaque be installed displaying the name Hugh O'Gorman Soccer Field, and including a brief history of Hugh O'Gorman contribution, and there be a further resolved that all costs related the production and installation of the stand plaque and such event will be funded through Councillor's office. So I'll be taking care of the cost, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure we can carry this motion to inform the family about our position or our decision. Thank you very much for all your support.
On the motion, carried, adopté. Merci. Next motion requiring suspension of the rules is by Conseiller Fleury, seconded by Councillor Tierney, with respect to the cabine à sucre sur l'avenue Père Blanc. I hope we're going to have syrup making in 2022, Councillor Fleury. That was a shame when the building burnt down.
We're going to also have some competition, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, I know.
That's right.
George has his own sugar shack. Councillor
Oh,
Fleury.
George is talking about the lumberjack competition, lumberjill competition that many colleagues have participated over the years. So, Mr. Mayor, this is for the rebuild of the.
Sorry, this is on suspension. Carried.
Carried.
I had the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is to give the opportunity to rebuild the cabane à sucre. There's some minor amendments to meet today's standards. There are provincial rules relating to the making of the maple sugar, as well as we all know, the accessibility requirements. So this is to meet those objectives. Whereas to permit a new, I can read the therefore be it resolved, Mr. Mayor, if you're comfortable. So therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to investigate the possibility of rezoning the property to lift the heritage overlay and report back to planning committee with the recommendations on November 8, 2021. Be it further resolved that the recommendation of planning committee rise to council on November 10th, along with the implementation bylaw, and be it further resolved to allow staff to report back to planning committee by November 8, 2021. The public notification period be shortened to October 28, 2021, and be it further resolved that the property owner be exempt from any associated planning application fees. This is the city's public museum.
Councillor Leeper has a question.
Yeah, I don't want to be a stickler, but just in terms of making sure that the public has an opportunity to see the plans and weigh in, what are the notification processes that you have planned?
Mr. Mayor, perhaps I can assist. Councillor Fleury can certainly answer if he wishes. I just want to assure the council we're following normal Planning Act procedures. What this motion does is it accelerates bringing this forward to council in terms of the notification process internally. We're waiving the fees, so we're not charging this not-for-profit who suffered an act of vandalism fees to go through the process. We're giving them a helping hand, but we are following the proper process.
Okay, so there'll be something in the planning committee agenda that people can look at and speak to if they so desire.
That's correct.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you. On the motion, carried. Adopté.
Carried.
Unshelled. Next is a motion that requires suspension of the rules of procedure by Councillor Kavanaugh and Councillor McKenney. There's Councillor McKenney on suspension with respect to equitable and affordable eye care. Suspend carried.
Carried.
Councillor Kavanaugh, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And since we are short of time, I won't read the whereases. I've had a long day. I think everyone understands the issue. And this is about writing to the minister with our support, which has been done by many municipalities. So therefore resolved that council requests the mayor to forward a copy of this resolution to Premier Ford, Ontario Minister of Health, Christine Elliott, and to the Ontario Association of Optometrists and to all municipalities in Ontario.
Any questions? Est-ce des questions? On the motion, carried. Adopté.
Carried.
The final motion that I have requiring suspension of the rules is by Councillor Gower, seconded by Councillor Moffat. My understanding it's a technical amendment on a lot control. On suspension, carried.
Carried.
Gower, if you'd like to introduce, therefore be it resolved.
Yes, thank you. The purpose of this is to delegate the lifting of part lock control, trying to get rid of one bureaucratic hurdle to allow about 20 families to have their homes closed on time. And if that's done between now and the next council, it will certainly assist. So whereas the registration of the subdivision at 195 Huntmar is uncommonly complicated, involving the provision of offsite infrastructure, front-ending agreements for the North-South Arterial and Feed Mill Creek, complicated land conveyances for schools and road purposes, and approvals from both the City of Ottawa and Ministry of Transportation of Ontario. And whereas the subdivision was given draft approval on January 7th, 2020, but due to the complexity in designing and receiving government approvals for the new North-South Arterial and other elements of the subdivision. Yes.
Gower, I think there may be
All your hard work on this one.
committee council to dispense and go right to the therefore.
All right, therefore be it resolved that City Council delegate the authority to lift part lock control to the Director of Planning with the concurrence of the Ward Councillor for the following properties. And there's a number of properties listed on 3 different streets.
They're up on the screen, and thank you for that. Any questions or comments? Est-ce qu'il y a des commentaires ou des questions sur cet sujet? On the motion, carried.
Carried.
Are there any other motions requiring suspension of the rules of procedure? Notice is a motion for consideration of subsequent meeting. Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe if Caitlin can put it up on the screen, and I believe it's been circulated to my colleagues, so I will just read the therefores. It has to do with inspection of construction so far on the Trillium line. Therefore, it be resolved that the city manager and the director of rail construction provide a detailed side-by-side comparison of the challenges faced on the Confederation line with the technical design on the Trillium line to provide additional background information on the Trillium line design and construction. And be it further resolved that the city manager and director of rail construction engage a peer review of the strategy for design, construction, commissioning, and maintenance of the Trillium line by the Transit Next organization to identify potential challenges caused by design, construction, commissioning, training, and/or organizational design that could be remediated now before the rail line is complete. And be it further resolved that city manager and director of rail construction provide an update on the construction timelines for the Trillium line stage 2 at the December Finance and Economic Development Committee meeting. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we'll discuss that in the next meeting. Notice of intent, avis d'intention, notice of intent from the Ottawa Community Lands Development Corporation to hold the annual general meeting of the shareholder at the City Council meeting scheduled for October 27, 2021. Motion to introduce bylaws. Motion portant présentation de règlement. Councillor Fleury, please, seconded by Councillor Kavanaugh.
Mayor, there's been some amendments, so I want to make sure okay, here we go. That the bylaws listed on the agenda under motion to introduce bylaw 3 readings be read and passed, with the exception of the following bylaws listed as D, D, and EE on the agenda, which are no longer required to be enacted as council has approved the appointment process to fill the Ward 4 Canada North vacancy. DD reads as follow: a bylaw of the City of Ottawa requiring a by-election to be held with vacancy in the office of the member of council for Ward 12, and E, a bylaw of the City of Ottawa to authorize the use of an alternative voting method for the Ward 4 Canada North by-election.
And Deputy Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In addition to the two bylaws that were listed in Councillor Fleury's motion, with the will of council, also removed will be bylaw S, a bylaw of the City of Ottawa to amend bylaw 2008-250 to change the zoning of part of the lands known municipally as 1 and 19 Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway. As council approved deferral of that item, this bylaw will also not be proceeding for enactment today.
Okay, thank you. On the motion, carried?
Carried.
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 Confirmation bylaw, règlement de ratification, Conseil Fleury, s'il vous plaît.
Que le règlement suivant soit lui adopté, règlement ratifiant les délibérations du Conseil municipal du 13 octobre 2021.
Adopté, carried. I have two inquiries, both from Councillor Brockington. Councillor Brockington, if you'd like to introduce your inquiries, please.
Thank you. If I don't have them before me, if I could just have it posted, please.
It'll just be one moment, Mr. Mayor.
Would you like me
Ellie,
to?
are you having dinner without us?
Carolyn,
Should be
your
done
mic's
as
on.
well.
Carolyn,
On.
Carolyn, your mic's on.
Would you like me to read them, Councillor Brockington, until they get up on the screen?
Yeah, the Kirkwood Avenue inquiry, Mayor.
Okay, so with the closure of the Carling Avenue eastbound on-ramp at Westgate a few years ago, residents reported an exponential increase in the number of large trucks, including 18-wheelers on Kirkwood Avenue between Maryvale and Carling. Residents are justifiably concerned that their residential street is now facilitating heavy truck traffic when there have been many small vehicle collisions due to motorists failing to negotiate the turns in the road and maintain at or below the posted speed limit. This has resulted in damages to houses, fences, parked vehicles, trees, stairs, steps to private dwellings. Will traffic services staff assess the current volume of heavy truck traffic on Kirkwood, Maryville to Carling, both directions, and propose other options to get these heavy trucks to and from the Queensway? And then your second one, if you want to, I'm sorry, they're both the same, I believe. Do you have a second one, Councillor Brockington?
No, just one.
Okay, I got a duplicate for some reason. Okay, Councillor Kavanaugh, do you have a inquiry?
Yes, I do. I've been working with the clerk on this, and it's in relation to contracts. It's about when the city retains a contractor to complete a construction project. Residents may not know where to direct issues relating to construction activities, such as claims for alleged personal property damage or complaints regarding noise and inconvenience. And therefore, can staff please provide the following? What process guidelines must residents follow to submit a claim for possible damages to personal property allegedly caused by construction activities of a contractor retained by the city? If the process guidelines are different than the normal course of seeking compensation from the city, please describe how and why. What process guidelines must a resident follow to submit a complaint regarding matters related to construction activities of a contractor retained by the city that may not be part of a tangible claim, such as noise or inconvenience? Can the city stipulate when drawing up a contract with a firm that contractor identify dedicated staff to handle questions from residents related to potential property claims? And can staff clarify the role of the city and the ward council in providing communication to residents regarding city construction projects undertaken by a contractor in their community? So generally, they're supposed to go to, residents are supposed to make the claims with the contractor, but there's a lot of confusion, and better communication has been requested.
Great, thank you. Councillor Fleury, levée de la séance, s'il vous plaît.
Monsieur le maire, j'avais fermé mon document, donc que la séance du 13 octobre soit ajournée, 2021 soit ajournée.
Carried. Adopté.
Monsieur le Maire,
Oui.
one moment. I just wanted to clarify that as it relates to the Sir John A. Macdonald bylaws, it was bylaws R and S that were pulled. Mr. Mayor, it was bylaws R and S with respect to Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway that were pulled. And I believe that should clarify things.
Yes, we did confirmation, and now Councillor Fleury just moved adjournment. Carried. Adopté. The media availability will start at 5:30, 10 minutes. On va commencer la réunion avec la presse à 5h30. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
Mr. Mayor.